everybody. Ah, my God. Hold on. I was forgetting something. And it's got to do with my camera, which is fucking annoying. I got to reset this thing literally every goddamn time. I do apologize, everyone. 1 second. It'll just take me a moment. There we go. There we go. There we go. Fuck. Hate that. Any which way, I hope you're all doing well. I'm gonna do the Reverie Roundtable in just a moment. Got a group of guests excited about it, talking about the war. But yeah, hopefully this will turn out well. Let's start dragging people over. And hello all.
Nothing wrong with being a normie.
Embrace the norms.
Okay. Hello all.
My whole chat is like, how dare you call me weird?
They know.
Y'all are all fucking weird, guys. You know, you know it.
All right. Well,
I like weird
Scott for a second because I guess he's talking to his chat. Hey.
I was talking to Corey.
Okay.
Yeah.
How are you guys doing?
We're doing well.
I'm doing well.
Thank you.
All right, we're just getting ourselves.
Has anybody noticed this? I don't know if this is just me and just like whatever the content that I consume. But I think I'm just gonna make a prediction. I think the new way to like dismiss another person's argument moving forward, or just what they're saying, is just to accuse them that anything that they're saying is just AI slop, just over and over. Because that's literally like just this past weekend. It was like all like Twitter or Instagram. It's like their response is like, oh, this is just an AI slop, and I don't need to respond to this. And they just
sometimes it is AI slop though.
No, but then no, whoa, and then I would put, I don't say this, but I would also push back of these arrogant people because the research shows that humans are notoriously bad at detecting. Everyone now says it's obvious and it's super easy, but actually go into the actual research, and humans are mediocre at best, especially now with the newer models.
I can show you some. I can.
But I'll also say
replies.
this. But also, well, it's listen. By and large, Tally, I don't know you. This isn't an insult to you. I just don't know you, right? But excluding Tally, just because I don't know them, they haven't said a single thing to me. Let's be honest. Everybody here is above average IQ, and it's not because like we're super geniuses. It's just like it's an incentive thing, right? People that are particularly invested in politics and debate are probably going to be a little bit higher IQ, no matter where they come from the political spectrum, more often than not.
I'll lower mine a little bit just to make it a little more fair for you. Okay.
It's a self-selection.
Yeah, it's a self-selection thing. And so I think often people that are smarter forget just how fucking dumb the average person is, and then they forget that like, oh yeah, like a sixth of the population is sub 85 IQ, like 1 out of every 6 people. And so then you go into a place like Twitter where 17% of the population is, and it's like, there's going to be a healthy representation of that 1/6 of people who like really feel like their ideas matter, but they have 80 IQ. And it's like, and I think sometimes people see that and they have a hard time differentiating between that and like the weird jankiness of bots.
You know, there's a one way to make sure that nobody accuses you of having AI slop for a take, and that is just have the most based, outlandish takes possible, and they'll never accuse you of having AI slop for a take.
And I agree with you. You've had the same takes since pre-Chat GPT, so no one can accuse you.
That's true.
Yeah, all you need to know to discover more about this phenomenon is to just go and find groypers, right? Because the groypers are one of two things. They are AI because they're working, for the feds to, to like subvert some system. But most of the things they're saying, you couldn't really get away with if it was an AI system for too long, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I think dead internet theory was real. It was just too early. I do really genuinely think that, you look at Nick Fuentes, now that I think about talking about the groypers, right? And he has like posts that'll be out for like 60 seconds and have like 4,000 likes and like 800 comments. and it's like someone similar with a tweet that does just as well in an hour or two or one day, right, will never have that level of engagement within the first 60 seconds or first few minutes. And so you know that there are bots that are feeding. Now, is it Russian or Chinese or Qatar bots? Is it him buying his own bots? Is it other groypers trying to brew? Like, it's hard to know like where those bots are or what the motivation is, but the internet is definitely full of them.
Yeah, actually, just this past weekend, I just randomly sort of stumbled across this YouTube channel. It was 2 million subs or something like that. But I checked in because the channel I never heard of. And I go and check the views, and each video, and they have hundreds of videos, but each video is getting like just literally like single-digit views. Now that what's
what was it, Connor? Was it Connor since he's gone downhill?
No, I'd also have no problem saying that person's name, but I see the grudge is nice and alive.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I hate Nazis, so.
Okay, all right. I'm not gonna go down that
road. All right. So, hey, man, what's with all the hate? Some of my best friends are Nazis.
Yeah, there you go.
I think you got to be more tolerant, Gibbs. Actually, of people with different political ideologies.
Maybe so. Y'all are right. I mean, whenever they start calling for the camps, I guess I should be more tolerant. I'm ready for that.
Someone actually did you check their shorts?
The shorts?
Well, Corey, did you check their shorts? Because sometimes channels get like a retarded amount of views on shorts, and then they put out regular videos and they get no views.
So I didn't do a deep dive because obviously I'm not super concerned.
I was just curious.
No, it is a valid question. I went to their channel, saw roughly I think it was 1.82 million. I just went to their videos tab, and at least I scrolled 3 or 4 times, and I just saw like at most it was like maybe 1,000 views on like for what I saw so far. But maybe.
Oh, could have been Connor. That's too many views.
There's some people who just straight up like abuse the SEO. Like, I think you've actually done panels with them or some panels with him before, Gibbs. What's his name? Like Omar. If you go to his YouTube, he's got millions of subscribers.
So I know what happened.
58 views per video.
So Omar bought a channel.
I know he did.
Yeah, yes. And he changed the content dramatically from whatever I guess it was before, and people were just like, nope. And then I guess I'm not super familiar with the YouTube algorithm. I'm sure Fabian could probably elaborate more, but I know that if you suddenly change your content, and you suddenly get drop off in views real fast, it's gonna bury you, and you're not gonna get it.
It'll bury you. So the way it'll work, right, is it's mostly what YouTube is prioritizing is meaningful watch duration, right? Because so many people had clickbait back in the day, and then people were creating thumbnails and clickbait, and then they were getting views and they were getting boosts in the algorithm from the clicks. And so YouTube switched to what percentage of the video are they watching? And then meaningful watch duration, we don't actually have the metrics because it's internal, so we don't know. But it's hypothesized that it is do they have a click-through rate? The very last 60 seconds is some of the most important for meaningful watch duration. So if you just oh, all right, guys, we're getting out of here, blah, 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 I appreciate you, people click off, that can really hurt your meaningful watch duration because what ends up happening when that happens is people leave the platform. Because if they have this whole oh, I don't know, blah, 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 they're all right, I'm done for the night, and they exit out. But if you very quickly end it and it goes into another video, they're oh, this video is cool, or they'll go check out another YouTube video. So they stay on the platform, which means they stay giving YouTube money. Yeah. So it's kind of stuff like that. So if you change up your content and somebody watches the first 30 seconds and goes, what the fuck? This isn't what I wanted. This isn't the channel I remember. It'll just destroy your channel in the algorithm.
Actually found the channel that I was referring to. It's 1.38 million subs. It's a sports and entertainment channel, and and their shorts go check it out.
Why didn't he buy a channel that was actually related to whatever he was going to produce? I mean,
if you're going to buy a channel, you should buy a channel that has similar content.
I don't like the idea of buying a channel. It seems like a little bit, I don't know.
Why not?
I mean, it's like buying a business, right? If Gibbs,
it's like buying a restaurant, right?
Yeah.
And then sometimes somebody buys a restaurant, and then the restaurant continues to succeed. And then sometimes somebody buys a restaurant, and people are the food isn't what it quite used to be. The service sucks. It's not the same place.
Analogy.
I don't know what happened, but I'm out.
I think that's if you buy the restaurant, keep everything the same, but change the food, and then people come in like expecting Italian, you just switch it up to like Chinese.
That's what I mean. If you buy a channel and then you switch up the content and there's a different person, it's like, oh, this isn't what I used to be. I don't like it. But if you were buying somebody, like if you buy a channel in politics and you start a podcast with that person first, and you get the audience used to you and they like you, and then eventually you end up taking over the channel.
Yeah, I think that would be
not be able to
different.
meaningfully transition that. Yeah.
So
that feels very different than just like buying a channel. Like that, just like buying a channel to me just seems like I'm gonna muscle my financial weight to like make this happen.
the way
Yeah, well, so that-
And it doesn't work
done.
most of the time.
Yeah, so that sounds like the most moral way to do
Leveraging
it,
your
right?
financial.
Yeah.
No,
The way
if
rich
you-
people have always done. Like, what the fuck? Okay. Anyway.
Okay, I don't know.
Become more of a libertarian. What you're describing, become more of a libertarian. What you were describing is the difference between low time preference behavior and high time preference behavior.
Well,
and high time preference behavior of trying to buy your way to the top
It feels
doesn't work.
it feels a little dishonest.
Well, hold on, Max. Like buying a channel is probably less dishonest than say, like, I don't know, botting or like buying a bunch of followers or something, right?
I'll give it
'Cause
that, yeah.
At least when you buy the channel, you know someone in theory. If that's
I
someone
criticize that
pre-bought
too,
it.
though.
Yeah, but sure, but like, I mean, I guess we're doing shades of gray. Like, say I bought like, I don't know, a conservative political channel like on YouTube, and like I didn't really have a YouTube presence already, right? And I didn't know the guy, but I bought one off him, and he had like, I don't know, 500K followers, right? And so I go and buy it, and I start producing the same kind of content as I already do, and it's in the same genre, and those people are like already predisposed to the audience. Not even the way that Fabian described where I did a podcast. I think that would probably be fine. It would just be like if Rush Limbaugh bought a radio station, like that was like back in the day was another conservative radio. What's the difference? What's the fundamental difference between like say Fox News buying the Blaze or something? Like, I mean, they probably wouldn't, but like, you know, in this scenario, what's the fundamental difference in the two?
I think the fundamental difference to me is it feels like, at least in what we do, in term, maybe if it's like a different kind of channel, I could be persuaded. But it feels like with streamers specifically, the product is
The streamer.
us to some extent,
Yeah.
and the idea of like, you know, this is like this. Hey, this is the purpose of this is like it's me, and then people like you're building up an audience based on that. Like, let's say tomorrow you guys were to like go on. Oh, cool! Moist Critical came out with another video, and then you open it up and it's Jay Leno, and it's like, oh, this is my new channel, guys. Like, I know you're saying it's like badass, but like, I don't want to. I'm not here to see Jay Leno. I don't want to see fucking Jay Leno. I'm here to see.
I think I would start watching that channel.
I think I get what you're saying, but you're missing it a little bit. But I think I get what you're saying. Maybe I can clean it up. Which is like, I think there is an expectation when you're a streamer that you started small and you built an audience by saying meaningful things, and people valued those things. A community formed, and then you had to fight against kind of the gatekeeping of those at the top to be able to get your name out there on large platforms, and you skip that entire process. Right, you skip that entire process if you purchase a large channel and you and a million people see your first couple of videos. Even if only 10% stay behind, you just went from nothing, a nobody, to getting 100,000 people that stayed, that enjoyed it, even though only 10% actually liked it.
Remember when this was happening all the time during like BLM when you would have
Hold on one second.
like
One
second.
Yeah.
There you go.
Keep yourself muted on StreamYard. You'll be talking through Discord, but go ahead. Say it again, Holly.
Oh, I see. Sorry.
Yeah, no
Okay.
problem.
Remember when this was happening all the time during the BLM era? I remember this at least. There were a bunch of like larger white creators, some of whom literally gave their accounts over to some like small black activist as like a form of reparations. And then it was like I was following accounts, and overnight it was a person I didn't know before. It was completely new content, and it was
I was not watching enough left-wing content. That's wild.
There was the added piece of like, but if you now unfollow, you're racist.
You're racist.
So it was a trap there too.
All I can think of is Black Hitler now. You remember that guy? Okuru or whatever, the fucking Gazi Kodzo or whatever his name is. It was like, Oh God, never mind. All right,
Well,
I
want to like.
Anyways,
Well, I want to kind of examine this another way, though, right? So, like, this has kind of been an argument I've heard from a lot of streamers, not really in Twitch poll, but like I've seen this in, like a lot of people bitch about this on like from like the kind of the drama side and from like kind of the podcast side. I've seen a lot of this complaint, and they talk about like what they and I didn't really think about it. I guess this is actually kind of refers to like the industry plant idea, right? Where you'll have somebody that's a nobody, they'll have like no followers, and then all of a sudden they'll be on like all these big people streamers and they're like streams, and suddenly, hey, this guy's famous now. I almost think that's more nefarious than buying a random channel.
It's the same thing. It's kind of the same
thing.
Because
because at least when you buy a random channel, you're using your own money that you've earned to make this, as opposed to like,
assuming that you've earned it, maybe somebody else gave you the money.
Well, hold on. If I owned it by like, you know, say if I wanted to go buy like Omar's channel tomorrow, right? If I, you know, not that I would because the metrics are terrible, but say I did, I want to go buy it, and like I come in and I bought it with my money that I didn't make from streaming, and now I have a voice that like allegedly millions of people can see. I think that would be better and more ethical than if I suddenly called up Kai Cenat, was like, hey, I'll give you $1 million to put me on every fucking show you got, and
I don't see a difference.
Overnight.
I don't see a
difference. So you don't see a difference between that and the Rush Limbaugh thing. I just
think for publicity isn't bad. You think paying for publicity is bad? If you got the money to get your name out there or get your face out there, what's wrong with that?
I don't.
Yeah, it feels a little skeevy. If all of a sudden like my feed is being like just inundated with like a face over and over again, and then I found out later that like this person has given all this money to all these specific influencers just to like try to make themselves big, as opposed to like trying to be.
It's obvious though. You know when a plant is like when a plant is there.
Well, I can tell, but maybe
most people do. Just most people like the plant
because he's above IQ. So
most people like
because I'm above IQ.
That's
a couple more of these, and then I won't be able to tell anymore. Okay, so it's important.
So multiple things here. One, guys, I'm just not so sure that if like next week another ridiculously handsome black man opened up this show that anyone here would notice. Honestly, I'm all that important. Secondly, though, Denzel, yeah, I mean, like if he showed up, you know what? No, there's a story here. Actually, hold on, now you've distracted me for a quick second. There's a story now that you said that. So when I went to London, I've told this story before on stream. But when I went to London years ago, I ended up at the Madame Tussauds Wax Museum. And great place, right? Highly recommend. And there's like a bunch of them different places. I've gone to a few of them, like the one in Paris and stuff. There's a few of them. Anyway, the one in London was my first one. And so you get through like the whole thing and you get to like the end, right? And at the end, what they're going to do is show you like this like short movie type thing about like the museum and stuff, like whatever, right? But like, you know, they have crowds coming through constantly. So they gather you in a room beforehand. And in this room, it's like around this circle. And they have like someone standing in the middle trying to entertain the crowd while they're waiting to like show the movie to the last crowd and clear them out, right? The person they had was a comic, right? And he's like working the crowd. And I am one of the it may be possibly only black faces over there, right?
Right.
And he like looks around, right? He's like reaching out, trying to do some crowd work, right? Looks around, and I think he's like doing like celebrity looks-alike, and he looks at me, he's like, yeah, like Denzel, like this guy here. Yeah, it was.
You and Denzel are twins.
I see.
You,
no, I
you,
see.
You and Denzel Washington, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
I'm sure you do.
All
I'm
black
sure you
people
do.
look alike.
I thought it was you who was in John Q. Actually.
Yeah.
The Denzel movie, the reference.
Exactly. Yeah. So
it was no. John Q is the best movie, like one of the best Denzel movie, hands down.
Yeah, that
hands
like,
down.
You know what Denzel movie's really relevant right now?
Took over a hospital to get his son a heart.
Oh yeah. I remember that one.
10 out of 10.
I think I only saw like half of that, unfortunately, though. But I remember it was. Maybe I did.
You should see all of it. It's a great movie.
It's a good movie, but to say that's the best Denzel movie, that is a pretty wild take. Like,
you know, I'll die on the hill. You know, I think this is a hill worth dying on.
So the other thing I was going to say, I got distracted by that. It's something I've always held on to. It's like, no, it wasn't Denzel. No. I'm wrong.
You
actually.
just do the thing that you were like.
You
mocking
just
somebody else for
created
doing.
tension between me and Corey.
No.
And
It
now
was,
you take back your
It
statement.
was a different
I
Black
saw
Friday.
that.
It was-
I was looking up his movies. Nah, dude, Training Day is way better.
It was. I think it was Will Smith actually. Will
Wow.
Smith is what he said.
What, do all black people look the same to you, Prime? What the fuck?
It is
That's
head.
what I want.
You
That's what I
look more
just
like
said.
Denzel
I said
than
another
Will Smith.
ridiculously handsome black man. You'd never know.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
I'd be a little offended
Right,
if somebody
definitely.
if I was compared to Will Smith and I was a black man. I don't want to be called a cuck. I'm just saying.
Okay. All right. So what I was going to say previously is that, like, well, that the Gibbs you brought up. I have two things to say to you, Gibbs.
Oh, well.
No, the first one is fine. The second one is an attack.
Okay.
So you brought up how, like, you think it's bad to have an industry plant where
I don't think it's bad. I just was comparing it relatively. I know some people think it's-
Fair enough, fair. But you're saying it's bad to have industry plants where they suddenly show up and then, like, they're on a bunch of different channels and then they're trying to, like, forcibly this person's popular or opinionated, something like an opinion you should care about, and then
Hey, fellow
like,
kids,
boost their channel. Yeah, exactly, right. Well, the right-wing media sphere on YouTube has been doing exactly that, right? We can understand that. Like as soon as some shadowy people decide that a person is going to get boosted, they appear on Ben Shapiro's show, on Dave Rubin's show, on
I don't think you watch Ben Shapiro.
I don't watch Ben Shapiro, but I do know this.
As a
I
watcher
don't
of Ben
like that.
Shapiro,
Yeah.
Prime, could you explain who you're talking about?
No, I'm
Civic.
just saying a whole list. Dave, like, this happened with, like, Dave Rubin himself, actually, right when he first got started.
Who's Dave Rubin?
But Dave
he's
Rubin
like-
wasn't a nobody. He wasn't a nobody.
He
His
was a
story was
complete
so
nobody.
exciting.
He was a complete
His
nobody.
story was so exciting to the right wing online infrastructure because
Well,
he was calling himself
That,
someone
that
who
holds
was
true for
right.
everyone that makes a shift towards the
Wait,
right.
what's
And
this?
always
What's
the right.
this exciting story? I don't know who Dave Rubin is.
He's
What's
Dave
this
Rubin-
exciting
Dave-
story?
He's gay.
Dave Rubin was probably the
Log cabin
biggest.
Republican.
It was probably the biggest person that was I left the left, right? Like, there were names in I left the left, but Dave Rubin was the largest I left the left. And he didn't just leave, like, he wasn't just like a left-wing person in college that then became a right-winger. He was a left-wing person in political punditry, working for the Young Turks, fell out, and then separated, and then was a log cabin Republican, as Admiral Gibbs said, right? So it's a
Pretty
gay
quickly.
man.
He
Like,
was
he's
an-
checking all of the boxes.
He was a G tier celebrity, right? Was on the Young Turks, right? No one had any heard of him unless you were, like, deep into political commentary.
I don't think he
right?
fits.
Oh, you
I
talking
don't
about
think
Dave
it's a
Rubin?
good example
Yeah,
for
Dave
what
Rubin.
you're talking about.
Yeah, Dave Rubin was a fucking nobody. And he like wanted, like, he demanded that TYT pay him more. Even though he did barely any work, and his commentary was awful, right? Just like
He's a
mediocre
leftist.
at best, right? Indeed, sure, but no, whatever. He was
Yeah,
never,
you
he was
don't-
never
you
even a
don't-
leftist, right? He's
yeah.
never even very left. You can
Yeah,
go
you
back
don't-
to his past.
I think he's a bad
Hold on, let me
example.
say-
He's a bad
hold on,
example of this
let me
phenomenon.
just finish this. Just quickly. So, like, he was awful in terms of, like, his output. He wasn't like a draw or anything, but he demanded more money, and the Young Turks was like, no, fuck no, right? And then he leaves in a huff, and then he rebrands himself. All of a sudden, he shows up with a fucking mansion, right, where he's doing this this show, this well-branded show, from his basement, basement studio, with him and his husband managing it. And then he's on all these right-wing shows, getting boosted. And then there's Dave Rubin, and then Dave Rubin's just part of the ecosystem. There are plenty of others who've gone through this.
Gay
as well,
dinks.
but yeah.
It's
For
that's a
example.
lot. There's a lot of money there, right? Like a mansion in a studio ain't that far.
I don't know. The thing is,
Do you
I don't
guys
know any
remember
Dave Rubin
that-
fans. I'm sure they exist. Like, I'm not saying all his fans are like botted. He's getting paid for a reason. I just don't know anybody who's like, oh yeah, I'm a Dave Rubin guy.
No, I don't think he's botted necessarily. I'm just saying that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
I don't
He
think
was
he's
like
a
an
great
industry fan. Go
example
ahead.
of that, though. Do you guys remember the guy? He I can't even remember his name, but he
I remember.
he was some type of like philosophy teacher, and he was going viral online for having this like recorded video that was supposed to be a spontaneous conversation between him and a student, where he like does a little street epistemology sort of with this student of like, why do you think J.K. Rowling is transphobic? And this video where he's like able to get the student to say, I guess I've never thought about it. I guess I don't actually know that post that she put out, whatever. And he's like deconstructing her view of J.K. Rowling. That video blew up like overnight. He was on Joe Rogan. Peter Boghossian had him on. He started his own channel. That to me seemed more like this guy literally what was complete obscurity into overnight. He's now on like all of the largest platforms in the sort of heterodox right-wing arena. That to me was much more bizarre than Dave Rubin, someone who was on the Young Turks already. He wasn't as famous as he is now. But again, there was a gimmick to Dave Rubin because he was making such a change. And people on the right love to see I left the left, and people on the left love to see, never Trump Republicans and stuff like that. So I don't think that Dave
Where
Rubin
did
is a
Dave's
great
money come
example
from?
of
He was a failed comic, and even worse, political commentator. And then
You say
all of a
that,
sudden,
but he was
shows
being
up at a
paid, so
mansion
obviously
and
someone
a
thought he was-
studio to like to run this. Like, where did that come from, right? And then he was like immediately, it's like it's
hold on.
bullshit. Like, come on.
I don't know about
No,
Dave Rubin.
Prime.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure Prime is correct on this. I'm pretty sure he had like some affiliation or investment into his podcast from Prager University, right? So that would be Dennis Prager, right? Because he sees value in the person and is like, I'm going to boost you, as opposed to starting off as like a streamer or something, right? And gives them the kind of the initial investment to get a podcast going, and then it's a return on investment because you can be boosted up to that thing. I think the one that actually like upset me the most, and this is a lot of people are going to hate me for this. The thing that I thought was like, oh, I fucking hate this, and like apparently she's based now. I don't really care. Brett Cooper pissed me off. And the reason Brett Cooper pissed me off so much, as someone that mostly enjoys right-wing content as opposed to left-wing content.
Because she looks like Ben Shapiro, who's a Jew. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Obviously, it was my Jew hatred. But like, no, it was because she got like they started astroturfing her clips, and her clips made it look like she was a Twitch streamer, but she was an actress that was reading a script that drove to a studio, and the studio was designed to look like a bedroom. So that like when you were going through YouTube shorts or TikToks or, Instagram reels or whatever, right? You'd see this clip of her like reacting to something, and it was curated by the Daily Wire, what she was going to react to. And then like written as a script, at least in the beginning, of like what her thoughts were. Maybe she had some influence on the script. I don't really know, but it was like, it was all designed to make it look like, oh, this streamer blew up out of nowhere. And it's like, no, it's some actress that they got that like had the look of like tastefully conservative but attractive young woman, that we're going to like capture a new audience of like Gen Z dudes doom scrolling and like sell ideas to. And it was like, it felt very like dishonest. It was like, it felt like, oh, you're trying to trick me into believing that this is somebody that has a story that they don't actually have.
Is it fair to call her an actress?
So she was an actress.
No, she was before she did that. That's how they found her.
Got it.
Like she like did some commercials and some other stuff. And
then she they got her for the Snow White thing that I'm not sure they even released. That Snow White
it didn't come out.
Film. Yeah, and then so there's like just that one visual image of her in the Snow White dress. So let's go to Gibbs and then Ali.
Yeah, so I don't know. I can't speak to Dave Rubin. I haven't followed his career close enough. I mean, when y'all said the name, I didn't even recognize it. And then I saw his face. I was like, oh yeah, I've watched this guy before. But like, or the example Tally gave with the Tally example though, I guess I'd have to know more info. But that seems almost like the kind of thing that's like predominant in streaming, which is like you give someone the hot hand. Somebody goes viral. You want to get them on your podcast. The biggest ones are going to try to find somebody, and then you have them on. I think that we need to differentiate a little bit here, because you can have. All right, I'm just going to use an example that comes to mind from one of these OnlyFans bitches. Like, let's go with this chick, Alaya, or the Bop House, right? A few years ago, Nowhere, right? Now, like every other fucking short I see is a comedian using like one of the Bop House girls or using Alaya in their skit because they'll go and I don't know why there's a comedian the OnlyFans connection, but it seems like there is. And I see like certain ones go on. I don't know if that's the same because obviously if you're up and coming in there, like you're gonna just go like to where people are gonna have you, right? Like if any of us got a call tomorrow, right? Like Prime, you and I did it. We got hey, Tim Pool's calling, go to Tim Pool, bam. Okay, we're all gonna go do it, right? Like that's just how that works, okay? I feel like though there's a difference between that and suddenly you get a hot hand and you get more traction, and then like even now there are people that are willing to work with me now that weren't willing to work with me like 6 months ago or a year ago, right? Because it's like, oh, you're more established. I think that's just the nature of the game. What I'm talking about, what I'm saying,
too.
yeah, or sure, clout. I mean, I guess you can call it clout chaser. I mean, I got told if you do panels at all, you're a clout chaser. Hey, that was a new one for me. But it was by a drama slop streamer, so you know what do they know?
Get your name out there.
Yeah, you know, but what I'm saying when I talk about an industry plant, I'm talking about more somebody like that's literally is only famous like because they are associated with somebody else and they started going on there and they like, oh, this is my friend, I'm gonna push him. Like you can look at some of the people like Kai Cenat's crew is a real good example of this. You can look at some of the people back in Mr. Beast days, like his side people. Suddenly they started to appear on everything. Like you know, they started trying to push their own thing.
But is that an industry plant or just like nepotism of some sort? I think
well,
like,
that's
all of us
I'm
were against nepotism.
I mean, I like nepotism, but I don't know if it's nepotism.
That's nepotism.
Well, how is
Well,
it
it's just
nepotism?
natural.
I'm
It's
pro
natural.
nepotism.
So even if you're against it, people are. Even if there's lots of qualified people, if you happen to know a qualified person out of your family or your friends, you're going to want to give them the opportunity. I think that's natural human. I'm very averse to conspiratorial framing of these things, even like industry.
J. Cole once said, "What use is the plane if all my inwards can't eat?"
There you go. Exactly. Yeah. So I think it's more likely that, people are going to give breaks to someone who they think is on the up and coming and they think it'll get them more clout, right? Sort of like clout sharing, or someone that they know that they think would be a good fit, maybe over someone else. But I'm averse to the thinking that like these people are planted there by some like nefarious hand.
Let's go.
There are some people who are.
No, there's obvious like plans.
Like any of the big groups like FaZe, they definitely do
like
it.
Ice Spice was an obvious media plant. Like
Lotto,
one day, just out of
Lotto's
nowhere, Homegirl, just became like a mega star.
Who's that one?
Like,
Bobby
one
chick?
song. Yeah, Bobby Altoff or whatever. The girl who
I think
she came out of nowhere on TikTok because she was doing her little pregnancy joke where she could suck in her stomach. But the idea is like, a lot of these people go viral, and you have these media companies that will find up and scoop up these people, and they kind of just make them uber famous. And it's like there's no reason for Bobby Altoff to have been linked up with Drake after her third interview, or Mark Cuban. Like that's obviously a plant, right?
Mean,
that's
so like
that isn't.
This is kind of like
organic.
It's kind of the aspect of like dead internet theory,
Spice
right?
was, but that Bobby girl
which
was,
is like,
Mm-hmm.
you know. We can talk about the more nefarious aspect of like botting likes and views and things like that. But I think the kind of like the more traditional route, right, is there are a lot of people out there, especially in the podcast world, that own podcasts, right? Like, and people don't realize that a lot of podcasts that are popular are owned by a media company, just like a rapper has a music contract, right? And they're not independent. And so the problem is somebody sees potential in you and then they invest in you so that they can make a return on their investment. And like, I'm not necessarily against that, right? Like, why would I be against that? But at the same time, there's this kind of psychological trick that is being played because we have this mechanism of, a popularity fallacy, right? Like we have this heuristic that, if a bunch of people are watching this, then this must be good. Or if they're on a famous podcast, then they must be talking about something, like really important.
Such a millennial
and
take.
Well, no, that's not a millennial thing.
No. I'm saying like we're arguing it. Gen Z sees right through like a lot of this shit. A lot of the plants and a lot of like the AI shit. They're kind of just cutting through it.
Maybe the AI.
I don't know.
The plants are most obvious.
I think it's 50-50.
Yeah.
I think the more egregious ones, Gen Z absolutely does see through, and then there's some that are more subtle and they don't notice.
Who'd ever heard of Lotto before 3 weeks ago? Like
I don't even know who Lotto is.
I still don't know what you're talking about.
Lotto was known.
Oh, come on, she's a
Lotto
plant.
had a whole no.
Now you're messing up. You're saying that I just figured out who she is.
No,
But-
it's not. I just figured out. There's a lot of people I just figured out all the time.
Some people.
I know a lot of. She's a plant. Like same thing with Ice Spice.
I mean, here's the thing: you're using her second name. She was going by Mulatto for a while, and you don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like the fact that you only know her by her second name, and after the name change,
okay, that's rebranding. And rebranding
yeah,
is literally
she had controversy around. She's been around.
Rebranding is literally the definition of industry planning, almost. Like if you rebrand. Hold on, if I was Admiral Gibbs for years and years, right, and all of a sudden I disappeared for like a short period of time and came back as like I don't know. John
you were
Conran
better off saying Drake.
Yeah, John Conran or something, and then suddenly they fucking pushed me on all the conservative channels. That would be industry planning. Just like with Lotto, she disappeared for a short little period
then the
and
words
came
are
back with all these people.
No. Listen, an industry plant is when you pick up a nobody, you fill them with all the information and the propaganda that you need to the talking points that they need, and you have them go out and do all of that, and then and you fuel it by connecting them to like all the celebrity and
they feel kind of like him and Bond.
Wait.
If Vanilla Ice started a podcast,
I got interrupted about Lotto, and I was trying to make this point.
Go ahead, Fabian. Sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
And so what I'm trying to say is like there is what is or isn't an industry plan is something that like we kind of vibe out, because there isn't really like there is a no. Hear me out. There, you can pick an extreme example, which is a nobody picked up, and then they give them all of their talking points. And it's like, okay, that's obviously an industry plan. But there is like a threshold that is ill-defined, where we kind of recognize that if somebody is picked up and then somebody helps them make better content, gives them a studio, gives them, puts them on podcasts or places that they wouldn't be because they have connections, right? And then that money influences to some degree what they think or what they do, because they want to make sure that the people that own their podcast and are giving them opportunities are happy, right? Now they have this, now they're no longer just have audience capture, but they also have a capture by the contract that they're in. And like, there's going to be varying degrees to like what level of freedom. Like, for example, Spotify, when they purchased Joe Rogan, for example, they really didn't give a fuck what Joe Rogan did. And everyone was like, oh, that's not a big deal. And then like a couple things got taken down from Alex Jones, and then people were worried, right? Like that's on one end of it, where it's like they have very little control over the content that's made. And so like there's this kind of weird threshold where there's this very large gray area where it's like, are they an industry plant, or is this just how incentives work in business and in a like where we're all kind of trying to
for like 4 years. For 4 years they've said Lotto's the industry plant. Like this is not something I came up with. I'm going
to
go
to
Tali.
4 years to be industry plant.
But very quickly. No worries, friend. Tali and then Lacto, but very quickly. The reason why I brought this up is just because Gibbs had said it, right, and reacted to that. So that's why I brought it up. But like this term industry plant, I never truly understood it myself. That like I'm not exactly sure the difference between that and like advertising. Like, hey, I'm a music exec. I see a person who has enough skills to do what I need, and then I'm going to put her wherever I can, wherever I can, to build up her portfolio, and then push her out, right? I'm going to like build a huge media push behind her. Like, I don't know like what the difference might be. Like, let's say she didn't have a following before, but lots of the celebrities never had a following before, right? And then they got the record deal. That's what the record deal was for, right? So,
have you ever watched Community?
Yeah. Okay,
so remember the arc where the Subway had that guy in the college being he was Subway. He was like the visual representative of Subway, and then he would walk around.
I barely remember this, but
that's kind of what a media, like that's what an industry plant is. It's like they get this person, they just implement them somewhere, and it's just like they're just basically like talking points for the person. It's just like the connection. It is advertising to an extent. It's just making money.
There's a lot to prove there. So you have to prove that they have literally stuffed this person with all this information, and that information is contrary to what that person already believed or would have said on their own. Because if you find someone, hold on. But then what's the point of the label? I do think I'm more inclined to agree with Fabian and Liberty here that this is about incentive structures, just natural business incentive structures. Because if the person already believes these things and you then give them money because you want that belief system to be projected out to the the population. I don't see like, and because it's like, who is the they here? It's like, oh yeah, the industry wants this person there, like because they own
media companies that make money off of the with all these 360 deals, with all these 360 deals where they own a person's persona, they own everything about it. Like the media industry is just like there doesn't have to be an Illuminati, it doesn't have to be a group of people, it isn't like, the Jews, it's just the media industry. Like there's the media industry that makes a lot of money off these individuals, and like
but the media industry is even like a huge thing to say. So yes, media company. I think like what we really could and should be asking for is just essentially transparency.
Fine, Universal Records.
A lot of these podcasts that are owned by like podcast conglomerates and media companies, they have that. So like podcasts that are owned by the Free Press, podcasts that are owned by Megyn Kelly's new venture, podcasts that are owned by the Manhattan Institute. Most of them have this type of information given out as an ad in the beginning somewhere, or even on their branding. So we could just push for more type of
transparency.
Yeah.
I don't know why you're making.
I just want to say super quick because you were confused. I can clean it up. So it's like one sentence. You were like, "What is an industry plant?" And like to make sense, it's the difference between Jay-Z creating Rockefeller Records because he couldn't get a record deal, and Tekashi 6ix9ine pretending he was in a gang, and then in his racketeering trial realizing that he wasn't in the gang until he was already famous. Like that's like that. I think that's the difference between like an industry plant and someone that isn't.
Okay. Let's go to Lactoid, Bam, Gibbs, and Ali. Yeah.
I think we're all kind of searching for analogies, and the one that I think that I've sort of figured out that I think is most closely related to this is it feels kind of like a human Ponzi scheme, where in a Ponzi scheme, right, you'll make up there'll be some stock that you either completely made up or found somewhere, and then you'll hype it up, and then you'll dump it, right, and you'll make a bunch of money, and then you'll just walk away and let whoever invested in it kind of crash and burn. And the reason that's a problem is because the stock in of itself has no value, other than the fact that you've hyped it up so much to where people think that it has value. But left on its own standing, it can't stand up to, what a stock should be able to do. So I think the transparency thing is I think that's probably just the solution, right? If you have somebody who is like, I looked down at this person. I saw talent, I discovered them, and that's why I gave them a platform. And I think that they can kind of run on their own, and that's clear to the viewer. I think that's one thing, but I think the concern I have is when there's like these shadowy behind the scenes figures that are like selecting people and saying, okay, you fit the bill for XYZ project that we have. And we're going to thrust you into the spotlight, and we're going to make sure you dominate your competition because we got more money than all your competition.
So
even though this person might suck and not have any personality.
Okay, hold on. But there's
got
to be a limit to this, right? So I think it's a really good analogy. Basically, you're talking about crypto, right? I think that's a
human cryptocurrencies. That's another good example. Yeah.
Yeah. So I hear what you're saying, right?
New conservative pundits are just rug pulls.
But yeah, but like at some point, let's say this Ice Spice, right? I don't know what a record sales is, but I imagine they're pretty good, right? At this point,
they were they dropped.
Okay, well,
fucked up and lost that ass.
Okay, well, my problem is I don't know, I don't really follow the music industry all that much. But in any case,
like blood ran out.
Like it seems like the only difference between I'm just like trying to gather my thoughts here. It's like you're saying you put this effort into to them, and now they have value where they wouldn't have before. But again, through the music industry, I'm not sure how that's very different, because there's like millions of like really talented artists out there, right? Who just like never get that big break. Right? The difference between them and someone else who did make it is that they met that the record label and they got the deal. And so you can say in that case, well, like if not for that record deal, they wouldn't have made millions of dollars. Without that, the millions of advertising put behind them, right, and the media training that goes along with it, right? You guys saying putting facts in their head, yeah, that sounds like media training to me. Yeah. That sounds like
It makes it less likely they're a good musician.
Everything you're saying is correct. Like they are just finding someone and their media training them. They're like it's once again. It's I don't think there's anything like necessarily nefarious or like conspiratorial about it. It's just like there are record labels they want to make
then
money.
what's even wrong?
They're
with
boosting
it?
this
What's
person.
even-
I mean, what's
It's a
wrong with it?
little-
What's
it's a
wrong with
little
it for a lot of
nefarious.
people is honestly a lot of the time artists like themselves, the people who do
Authenticity.
want to be famous,
It's
the people who do
authenticity.
want to grow
That's what it is.
organically or are trying to grow organically. They're looking at these people. They're like, hey, these people aren't even putting in the work, and they're just getting famous due to the fact that there's money
Yeah,
behind them.
You're
Yeah, but
bragging
if you're
about
so-
sleeping with a hot
artist,
chick when
You're
you
so
paid her.
That's the only
talented.
issue, really.
You're so talented and putting in the work. Then go try to get noticed by somebody who's got some money who can invest in you, so you can make it big too. And I agree with you about the authenticity point. But
Well, I
that's
mean,
why if you have a
that
true
can take
media
a bad
plant who
take
is
in the media
inauthentic,
industry.
if you have a true media plant who's inauthentic and sucks, they're
Right.
going to fail because they're not authentic. So
Wait,
it
let
still
me-
does matter the competency of this person.
Let's go.
It
Especially when you guys are
matters.
bragging-
The issue with that is
especially if
I
you're
don't think they'll
bragging- hold on,
necessarily fail.
Especially
Yeah.
if you're bragging that Gen Z can see through all the bullshit and stuff. Well, then okay.
What-
If the person is a plant who doesn't have any of these opinions on their own, then they're probably not going to go very far.
True, but like that, but then like the issue with that is like if you're willing to like let's just say blow an industry exec and get a deal, right? There we go. Now you're telling other artists to
Bella's
just
old
go
as
ahead
time.
and get a deal.
Bella's old
Now
as
that
time.
complicates
Yeah,
things.
they put the work
Wait a
in.
minute.
Why
wait a
does
minute.
that
Oh, yeah, they did put
complicate
the work in,
things,
actually.
They put the. I mean,
they
I
did
guess
put the
go
work in.
ahead, put the work
Actually,
in.
they did.
work
Hold
in.
on.
Really hard
I
to
don't see
watch,
this.
Ian.
Look, I would
Let
never.
Harvey
You be able to
want
brag about the
Wait,
prostitutes that you've slept with?
wait, wait, what?
How dare you call out Kamala
Would you-
Harris
wait,
like
no,
that?
no. Would you be able like? Do you think it's like makes sense if somebody's like, oh yeah, look at this really hot chick that I slept with, and then you find out later that like this person paid that woman? Doesn't that kind of take away a little bit of like the wow, that's kind of like not nearly as impressive anymore?
Oh no, actually, no, it doesn't. Hold on.
Can I just go?
No, okay, sorry. I'm gonna say one last thing. Inflammatory thing. I'm gonna let you go, all right? Because actually, no, I don't think there's a difference, right? What's the other way? Either I go to this. I'm gonna get in trouble for this one. Either I go to this woman, right, this escort, and then I pay her directly, and then have sex with her, or I go on a dating site, then I pay for her dinner, then I pay for all kinds of other shit.
You don't have to pay for
multiple
it. You don't
dates, and then I
might
slept
be
with her.
cheaper.
I don't know.
Yeah, but
I don't
if
know.
you
Yeah,
rinse
actually,
her off
Dude,
without
that's
paying for anything,
Dude, I
that's
did.
incredibly impressive.
I did.
You obviously have a very strong force of personality.
I'm just. Hold on.
That's why I don't pay for any of my
Great
dates.
frame,
That's
great
why.
game.
Plenty of guys get the credit. They get the credit. Like after, listen, it's just 3 dates. 3 dates of putting a lot of money into it, and then they get sex. I'm just saying.
3 dates?
Okay, I
Sometimes
think
less than that. Yes, I know.
this is
Sometimes
a-
less than that. I don't know.
This
Go
is
ahead.
this is
Go
a
ahead.
really boondocks ass talking point. Like I think that like women aren't that hungry. Like I'm about to say, it's not the like you know what? I guess I'll sleep with this man. He gave me sustenance.
He bought.
like
No, actually, you're wrong. I literally read articles talking about that.
I know you're talking about it like an extreme thing, but like most people who end up having sex with someone isn't because they were fed. Like they, you know,
No,
they.
no, no,
I'm
no,
not
no,
saying. No,
I wasn't saying
I
you was-
actually want to make a point. I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about it. What I'll say is, in relationship to industry plants, I think it's nefarious. I don't think it's.
Cut out for anybody else.
You cut out.
Industry drunk again.
Yeah, the industry unplanted
No, sorry.
We
man.
can't hear you.
We can't hear
No.
you.
You're just totally out now.
It wasn't me. I swear
You
to
waited
God.
so
you.
long.
Speak against the industry, man.
Well,
I
Let's
think
go
we
to-
just.
let's go to-
I think we're using these terms too loosely. Like Prime, you messaged me the other day
No!
about
He's
a
back.
potential
Hello?
Tim Pool
Can you hear me?
thing, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Had I accepted,
Okay, then
had
we
I
go again
accepted and gone on, I would be called an industry plant because I appeared out of nowhere like a month ago doing some of these things. It's like, oh, she doesn't even have a following, and now she's over here sitting on Tim Pool giving her opinions. So I think
Not
people
off one
jump to
interview.
these
Oh,
labels.
Goodness. Wait, just let me just start back before I lose it. Okay,
it would
so
have to be a
I believe.
series, a large
oh,
enough
no,
series.
goodness,
of
please.
just
Let
one
Bam-
thing,
let
just
Bam
real
go.
quick.
I'm
What if I
sorry.
got picked up
The-
from that after?
Okay. So the thing about industry plans, like I said, it is at the end of the day advertising. And I think the difference is there is a route to becoming an A-list celebrity in whatever industry it is, whether that be music, acting, whatever. Like there's gonna be a time where like, wow, this is the first time I've seen them. But there is typically
Or blackmailing through having sex with underage children on an island.
No,
There's
I'm
a
just
lot of
saying
routes
that
you can take.
I'm just saying that there's like it's very, very rarely a legitimate zero to hero situation. There's usually like, oh, I did a project with this person, I connected with this other person, I did this TV show as a background character, and then someone gave me a movie and I worked on it. What people talk about with industry plants, it's not necessarily they've done absolutely nothing. It's not necessarily that they have zero talent. It's that I guess the word is literally capitalization off of a moment in history. A perfect example, I'm going to give 3 examples that I think should be almost indisputable. The number 1 example I would say is the talk to a girl. The like spit on that thing, hot to it. It was a crazy TikTok, fun moment. Within 2 months, she had the 5th largest podcast in the world.
And then she scammed a bunch of people.
Oh, hold on.
Sure,
You know who? Yeah, it was Jake Paul. That's like a back there. The Jake Paul's massive. But go ahead. Yeah.
Sure, but I'm saying that to going from like, oh, okay, a funny 30-second clip to like, it would be one thing like, oh, she started a podcast. I want to hear her say, that's fine, she started a podcast, but she didn't just start a podcast. Again, it was like competing with Joe Rogan. It was like one of the largest podcasts in the world.
Because she got money.
Immediately.
Well, no, because she got money in all the interviews and all of
that. A cute girl
and it sucked.
Saying,
it doesn't have to suck.
And then it failed, and it got a lot smaller, right? Because if people aren't actually
after a rug pull,
a human Ponzi scheme.
That's
exactly what I'm talking about.
So that would be one. Like I said, that to me is the most blatant. I don't think I think something's getting missed in the conversation. We're making it out to be just a woman thing. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think that
I brought up Tekashi 6ix9ine.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Lil Nas X, I think, is a perfect example, and he even plays on himself. He literally has a song called "Industry Plant." I think Old Town Road is fun, but I like it doesn't. I'm about to say from people that have spoken about him in the industry, it doesn't seem that he writes music. It doesn't seem that he produces music. It seems that he's literally part of a studio that provides him songs.
He's an actor.
He records them.
And that's a great
He's an actor.
And
I'm just finding out about this. It's very upsetting.
Musicians don't write their own music. Don't produce
Sabrina
their
Carpenter
own music.
doesn't
But
do that.
but he's not a vocalist. It would be like he's a rapper.
She doesn't make that god awful music.
Singers don't need to write songs necessarily, because you're in there for the vocals. But if you consider yourself to be a rapper, then and you don't write your raps.
There are plenty of rappers who got
they get help. Yes, yes, you have writers on raps, but if you don't do anything related to your music, yes, you get that's a bad thing for the rap
rappers
industry.
who are.
I think Kanye writes all of his own lyrics.
Who were rappers who were bragging about like how they don't do lyrics, right? Like they don't care about lyrics at all. Like
not caring about lyrics isn't the same thing as not writing.
I think
you're talking about mumble rap. Like every rapper doesn't rap into like a deep thing, but there's not somebody that says they're like, oh, I want to be a rapper. It's like, oh, okay, spit some bars. Like, oh, I don't do that. You just give me with the rap. That no one's gonna get acknowledged or respected for doing that, because at that point, what do you? You are, like I said, you're a face put on for someone.
Let's go to Gibbs and then QB.
I do think that actually the Lil Nas one is a really good example for the music industry. But I think there's also something that we need to talk about that makes it a little different when we talk about like streaming versus the music industry, right? Music industry is different. With streaming, part of what makes it so appealing to streamers and people that watch streams is this like Wild West maverick mentality. Like these are self-made people. They're like outside the industry control. They're like you're just giving your opinion. Like there's
a social relationship.
And like say.
Authentic.
Right, yeah. Say like I'll use me as an example, right? So say I tomorrow somehow got like on the Logan Paul team and they fucking pushed me out everywhere, or like I don't know, the Ben Shapiro team, they pushed me out everywhere. I would still probably not be called an industry plant, because you could go look at 10 years of content that I made and me struggled and finally going in there. And like I had even a higher peak at one point where I was doing the Halo announcing, right? That it's like you could go and look at these and they go, okay, this guy has the body of work, this guy grinded on this, and then he finally caught a big break, right? That's different than say
you change your views.
Well, yeah, if you change your view, but hold on, my views are selling out already. So anyway, what I'm saying though is, if you go and look and see, if you go and look and see somebody else though that's only been around for like a month or 3 months, like, and they have, like, I think the Talk To Her girl's a good example as well, actually. She only had the one viral moment. She goes in there and all these people come in, and then she's given her own unique opinion. Now, I think what fucked her was all the scamming and whatever. But, like, if she hadn't done the scamming, I would still argue that's an industry plant, right? Like, and that's, I think why this is a label is because, like, with streaming in particular, that people want to feel like they're not watching the industry. They're trying to watch, like, the Mavericks that are giving authentic their views, because they already have this like feel with mainstream media that is disingenuous, it's produced, and then whenever you go and watch a streamer and all of a sudden you're like, oh, this guy's being produced, now you're like, that's a plant, and that's the negative connotation. So that's why
we don't think it exists in streaming. I'm about to say I'll disagree with that hard.
I think it exists heavily in streaming. I'm saying that's why people call you an industry plant in streaming, because they're saying you're not authentic, you're not original.
What was she planted to do? Wasn't she just planted to make money because whoever invested in her thought she would make money? Like, what is
that's what all plants to do. To make someone else money.
Jake Paul's not like trying to.
Why do we even call it an? I just think that's a weird term for
because there's people who have genuine growth outside, and there's people who have financial.
Well, I don't want to name political streamers and be like, this guy here in politics is just different industry plant, and then really start the drama. But like we want to do that, we can. But like we were using like a like.
I don't like using that for streamers, because I think that the streaming world right now, I mean, it's becoming more insulated, but it's still kind of a Wild West thing. Like, people go from no views to all their views really, really quickly in this space particular, and it all happened, and it is a lot of like, oh wow, he ended up like being fun, had a funny clip on this largest screamers podcast, and people and especially because it's dealing with like younger kids, they're gonna be like, oh, I want to follow this person, I want to see them do well, or like, what is it, like I said, AMP, you were talking about Castanet's crew. AMP has actually been streaming a really long time as a group. Like, Castanet was actually a late add to their addition to the group. He was smaller than all the other members at the time of him being added, but he ended up exploding from it. And I'm about to say, now he's found people that he personally likes, and people who are friends who like Kai's content are going to want to support the things that he supports. I don't necessarily call that planting. Like, he has his Korean friend Ray, or no, he's not Korean. He's
that's exactly
Taiwanese.
He's Taiwanese. Yeah, he's Taiwanese.
Okay.
Yeah, he's Taiwanese. But he like met him in Japan, and he was like, "Oh man, we're gonna be best friends." And I think just people watching that, like,
now there's
wow,
Toto from Brazil.
I just want to, and Toto, whatever. I don't consider that planting. I just think that's a natural, that's a natural next step for someone at large.
Oh, yeah, just because it's organic doesn't mean it's not a plant, though. Like, that's a prime
example. I think that's exactly what it means. I think if it's organic, it's not.
Wait, before you get into it, it's not like Kai Cenat went to China to find Ray, to bring him, to put him on the stream so he can have a Taiwanese person.
How do you know that?
Well, dog.
Come on, man. How do you know that?
That's a pretty weird. That's a pretty weird guess. Listen, if he did that, he's the greatest marketing mind on earth.
No, that's
absolutely
illogical. Hold on. If I was as rich as Kai and as smart as Kai, he's a very smart man. If I went to Japan and I found an Asian guy that I got along with, I would obviously, that would be an
alternative. This is why Tali thinks it's conspiratorial.
Honestly, if I was Kai, anytime I
was a whole country and can't find one Asian he likes.
You can't find one guy you like, suddenly bring on your team, and like all of a sudden open up a new market to you. That's dumb. You're dumb not to do that.
Tali, my bad.
It doesn't even matter if you went there with that intention or not, because everyone here pretty much agreed that you could just find someone happenstance who you think is good or funny or whatever and give them money. That would still be an industry plan. So it doesn't actually matter if your intention for the trip was to go find a funny Asian.
I think there's a reverse.
There's a reverse of this as well. I'm not a Japanese man.
There's like 7 people yelling.
Before you go, Doobie, let me go, Scott, I want to send it off to Doobie. But like, very quickly, before I give it to Doobie, I'll use my own privilege here. Quickly, like, one, I think the Hog Tua girl is actually pretty interesting for that, because Hog Tua, she had the one viral moment. But like, we very quickly found out, right, like through her podcast, that this is not an interesting person who like has like nothing to say, right, at all. Like, surprisingly little like comes out of her mouth, right? It's amazing.
It's from
right?
nowhere, bro.
But at the same time, right, like,
it's like a $20 million contract.
There's also just like bad investments, right? Like from like, was it Logan Paul's standpoint, he's like, okay, maybe I can take this person somewhere, right? There's a good opportunity. She's hot right now. Let me strike while the iron is hot, and then go with it. And then it just didn't turn out well. And that happens for a bunch of music artists too, right? Who had never heard previously. And then they put out one record, right? Maybe they have one hot song, maybe they don't, right? And then they're gone. So like it's hard for me to call that an industry plan. However, the thing that Scott said previously, talking about Tekashi 6ix9ine, saying that like, well, parts of his biographical data were lied or built up, right, specifically to give an image that didn't exist in the first place, right? That seems like a more useful definition, like including that, like outright lies to it. So hold on, let me go to.
I just want to say, Tupac lie.
Waiting.
So I mean, I feel like you guys are. I mean, I'm surprised nobody's mentioned Milli Vanilli. I don't know if you guys remember that. I wasn't. I don't think I was even alive for this. This was like a huge industry plan thing where they were like pretending to sing. Right? They weren't even doing the vocals on their song. It's all lip sync. Some other artists were doing it, and the industry absolutely knew about this. The company knew about this. Right? And they're pushing these people out there as like the face of this music. Fucking Vanilla Ice was similar, right? Where they like invented a whole backstory for him. It was total bullshit, but he really could rap. But the whole backstory was bullshit. I think Drake was similar, right? When he blew up, his whole backstory was like grassroots. You know, came from nothing. But he grew up in a pretty affluent household. Didn't
he came from Degrassi? He was about to say, he was already in the media. I don't think that. I don't consider that an industry.
Well, hold on. Hold on.
Now here was like
exactly. You know, he was never at the bottom. What I'm saying is, he's never at the bottom, right? Like he's not that kind of. Didn't have that kind of life. Okay, I don't think growing up in like an affluent suburb, going to an affluent school is the bottom. Okay, like maybe it's the bottom for you.
Is.
Bam, your mic.
No one's hearing you, Bam. No one's hearing you.
Sorry, Bam.
Your mic cut out again. I just want to say quickly.
Okay, I was about to say he grew up lower middle class.
Quickly that.
Like, but I don't even think that like.
He lived in the bottom. He lived like him and his mom lived in like the under the basement of his uncle's house. Like they didn't own a home.
His wealthy, wealthy white uncle's house.
His uncle wasn't even wealthy. His uncle probably
raised him. I saw the house. It was actually pretty nice.
Yeah, they're living in the house. Yeah, they're pretty. Hold on, but this is the first part of what I was going to say. So what I was going to say next is, I think that what industry plans, quote unquote, actually are is just the industry thinking, hey, this type of person might do well in the current environment, so they find a person like that. If they can't, they try to concoct a person like that, and they push them. And if the person's actually talented in some way, they might do well. If not, then they don't do well. So I mean, I guess it's a plant in that the industry is pushing a certain like persona, right? But I mean, beyond that, it seems like most of these people do have some kind of talent, right? Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's why I was saying with the streaming.
So what I was going to say, so what I was saying is like there is a flip side. Kind of, Doobie, you were kind of in the same line of thinking as I was, right? And it's like by virtue of what we're discussing and the idea of like finding someone, they didn't struggle, they didn't put in a lot of work, they just kind of got discovered very quickly, and then were astroturfed everywhere. Chris Brown is a perfect example of this. Chris Brown, 100%, right? His mom figures out he's good at singing and then immediately connects him with the industry. And then he's immediately pushed everywhere on 106 in Park and MTV programs and is force fed to everybody. But nobody really cares. I don't know why, because his wife beat her, but I'll set that aside, right? But yeah, I was about to say, fuck Chris Brown for that. But again,
let it go, Reggie.
He's very clearly incredibly talented dancer, singer, and even like when he did that stuff with Joyner Lucas, like, and started trying to like rap a little bit and prove that he had a capacity to rap. And he's a very talented individual in what he does, and so nobody cares that he was plucked because his mom had connections and was like, oh, you can sing? Well, I'll just connect you with all of the people that will allow you to become instantly famous without ever having to struggle in this. Because I think exactly what Doobie was saying is that like the concept of industry plant, I think, is one of those words where we're trying to define the to define it as, this, the industry picks up, and we're trying to do a checklist. But at the end of the day, what it really is I think it's about fraud and inauthenticity that we vibe out, and then we do post hoc rationalizations about where they started, or like how much work they had to put in, and compare them to people that actually struggled, etc. But at the end of the day, it's not really about that. It's like when the music industry puts someone forward that is fake, or that is lying about some of their things, or exaggerating about things, and then they're blown and kind of force fed to us when we don't like their content that much, and you're just like, oh my God, I'm so sick of this stupid fucking song, right? And again, with art being kind of like subjective in interpretation, at least to the listener, you're kind of going to get that everywhere. And so it is more of like as much as I hate to be, as an objectivist, I hate to say this, it is a kind of a vibe-based thing that we kind of like settle upon or don't settle upon.
So
I think that's what I was saying with streaming, though. I was just saying though, y'all keep bringing it back to music, right? And like, I think music's got a very different definition of what an industry plant is. Like, and that's why I brought it to streaming. Like, whenever if you call someone an industry plant in the streaming world, like, you could honestly kill their career, right? Because like, there is a value that is added in the streaming world to you being authentic, original, and I put in the work, and maybe you got to discover some of the other, right? Yeah, but if you suddenly people like, oh, you're an industry plant, I can think of like Twitch, TikTok creators that suddenly they started getting that accusation. And they just went downhill immediately. There's all this stuff. Like streamers, same thing. Like people,
if you
suck
and if you seem inauthentic.
Sure, okay. I'll give you an example here. Like, right, hold on. Right here in Twitch poll. Let's use this example. Do y'all remember how big of a deal it was? Like for all these people in stream world when all the progressive victory stuff came out. Some of the people here were involved with some of that. Like all of a sudden, people were making accusations. Look, they're plants.
Killed
they're
no one's career.
It did hurt some of them. Yes, it did. It definitely hurt some of those people.
Especially, I don't think this is true. Especially because within this world, the way that you get famous is by there is some level of association. You go on someone larger than you onto their stream, or someone larger than you watches your work on their stream, and then more people find you, and that's how you get famous. It's not just like you just grind and stay in your bubble and you keep putting out amazing content, and slowly every day you get 10 more viewers. Rarely.
The collabs
most
help,
people who are actually
collabs
successful
help,
in
but
this
you can
sphere,
do it with no.
You collab and you get that's how most.
No, there's a girl that streamed for eight years straight. She's famous for just doing that with no collabs.
But all of the famous streamers like started
the exception
as an orbiter
proves
of
the
another
rule,
streamer.
No, wait,
they have their own.
She's a meme. She's not famous. Wait. She's not. She doesn't have like a huge.
She has hundreds of viewers. She's like one of the top creators. Like, what do you mean? She's just a meme?
Hundreds of viewers.
I don't know if there's an industry in the streaming world.
I think the exception proves the rule. Tally's right? Like
no, that's not correct at all.
With you.
I disagree with that statement.
No, there are definitely people. There are definitely people that get famous on their own without doing networking or getting on other people's streams. Nevertheless, even those people are often going to get something because of reaction content and things of that nature.
You just don't know the history of streaming then, because like look at FaZe Clan, Final Boss, look at any of these big gaming orgs. All these people,
streaming was a major platform.
All those people came from their own, right? You can pick them all. They all came from their own. And some of them, like FaZe now, have the ability to make their own industry plants.
This is resentment hazing. This is resentment hazing from people who were around. This is like the people who are, part of old media getting mad at people involved in like alt or new media, and the people you're saying, oh, in the olden days of streaming. Okay, but we're living in the current days of streaming right now.
The current meta is the industry can't get people in that easily because people identify that they're plants and then they get crashed, and that's why people refer back to the
who is planting them. I just want to know who's doing the planting. Like streaming is a very independent industry. Like yes, people have managers and stuff, but generally
streaming management companies.
But I'm saying that.
Wait, hold on. There were like
even
I don't know if you guys remember. There was like well, hold on. Yeah, so they're like TikTok. These young white kids who are like pushing Biden Democrat Party nonstop, and they would make like videos that were like what's the word I'm looking for? Had like a gay, but also they seemed like very professional, right? They were like very scripted, had strong talking points put together. These were like young guys, right? And there was like 3 or 4 of them. And I think it came out that those guys were actually like plants, as in they were being paid
They
by
were
some
paid by the
Democrat
administration. Yeah.
No, not the administration directly, I don't think, but by some Democrat lobby group to push the administration's message, right? So like that's kind of a plan, I think.
Sure, I understand. Yeah, I can understand TikTok and stuff like that, but I'm saying that like streaming is literally based on viewership. It's based on like, oh, how long people watch you do things. I don't know. I just don't know if it's fair to consider that a plant. Like people do things for attention and people go on collabs, but it's weird to say that like, oh, the largest, like some of the original largest streamers that started streaming in 2013 initially, but whenever streaming picked up as an industry around 2018, they ended up being the largest people initially. It's just because they were the only ones there initially. It's like we're still in a really new space. As far as now, it seems that people who do grow, like there's an unfortunate reality that in the streaming space that you probably you need someone else to see you, but it's also probably you have it or you don't as far as like entertainment personality. Like there's some people that can go on this stream consistently, do 8 hours a day for the next 7 years, you know, 7 for the next decade if they want to, and for whatever reason they may find a few regulars, but they just don't have it to be that large level, you know, 10K streamer. It's just not for them. Unfortunately, it's just like I said. So I don't like saying that for the streaming industry. The last thing I'll say is,
it's not just you, though.
Wait, just let me respond to Scott. Okay, just let me respond to Scott though. I don't think minors can be considered planted. I think it would just be discovered. When you talk about like, oh wow, like I don't think you can plant Chris Brown at 14. It's like the motherfucker just started singing like that. He was 12.
Well, no,
Bow Wow. Justin Bieber.
I don't disagree with you. I don't necessarily
Cheese is?
disagree. Hold on. Black Band called me out specifically on that, so I just want to respond very quickly. I'm not saying that he is an industry plant. I brought him up specifically to showcase that like the criterion that we use to define an industry plant is really more often than not a post hoc rationalization, because we have a feeling that somebody is a plant. And then we look at those things and often we're kind of just describing how the business works, because we have a hard time putting our thumb or, you know, our finger on like on like what it is that is inauthentic and makes them feel astroturfed when we don't feel that they deserve it, or where they feel like they're like what they're saying is bullshit, right? And Chris Brown is someone that kind of meets the checklist, at least in a lot of parts. It's fair to say, well, he's a kid, right? But nobody would consider him a plant because he obviously proved with his talent and everything that like he was a force to be reckoned with in the industry, and as well as, you know, in a car if you're his passenger.
No, I'm saying that even if you fail, like even if you end up not being talented, like I say, I just don't think it categorically makes sense to include children in that. Like, because I include all of the Disney kids or whatnot. Like, oh, you get to put on a Disney show, like, wow, they were planted. It's like, well, they probably just didn't audition, and like that, you know, maybe they like the Disney execs or whoever, you know, the music industry thought they may have a future, and then you realize, like, oh, they didn't catch on. But I don't consider children to be plants. Like I said, I think it's specifically an adult thing.
I'll let Gibbs go, but quickly, I gotta get some. There were 2 super chats. I want to read those. So one was from our friend Sean, who usually gives a sub, but give $5 Canadian. So you know, says looking forward to the super geniuses duking it out tonight. A reference from earlier before, because this was a while ago. But thank you, Sean. And then more recently, Mori Moment Zero says Gunna?
It's Memento Mori. That's cool. That's cool. Play on words.
You talking about Gunna, Gunna, the rapper?
Mori, yeah, Gunna. Gunna is a good example of an artist that had a good ear for music that people liked, but needed Young Thug's label to help build them. Thank you for that, Mori Mental. I hope you're still here. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he just has that typical Atlanta sound. A lot of people love Gunna, but I don't think he's that unique musically. I think he's talented, but like I said, he sounds really. If you're a Young Thug fan and you heard Gunna, you would be like, oh, okay, this person's in that same category or niche of types of things I like. Ooh, that's actually a good breakaway. Like, do we consider the niche people like who come in and like catch the wave of whatever is popular, and they're like just doing a variation of like, wow, you sound like X other person. Does that I don't want to say planty, but I mean, I guess will we put that in the same category?
I'll let Gibbs answer that. But just quickly before you do, Gibbs, actually, just a side note on this Chris Brown thing, because on ABE, like months and months ago, right, we broke out in a discussion about Chris Brown, and I took the stance that you guys did, right, the stance that everyone takes, that, you know, Chris Brown was at fault for what happened in that car. But like Lactoid, I think this will be like one of those cases you'd love to like dig into and actually see what happened, right?
Didn't she attack him first?
Yeah, like it's like really crazy what happened in that car. Like that compared to what was reported in the media is like really different. And I kind of feel guilty about that as well. So that would be something you might enjoy looking into. This is like, you know,
There's
you
a reason
like to
she
like dunk
forgave
on the
him.
media. And I think this is a good case for that. But anyway, which way? Tips.
Yeah, I mean, with the niche people, I don't know. I feel like with Gunna, I feel like Young Thug did make him. I mean, yeah, but they're also the same genre. I also feel like it depends on the city. Like Houston is really good about like helping its own rappers out, like versus like San Antonio is not. Like they have a support structure. I don't know if that makes you an industry plant. I also want to take umbrance with how y'all are describing in streaming what success is. First of all, only 8% of streamers are affiliated. And if you get over 10 viewers, guess what, guys? You're in the top like 3%, 2% of streamers online. And I'm going to give you an example of somebody who's not an industry plant, and their average is 20 to 40 viewers every month, and they make more money than God. His name is Scary Cheese. If you don't know him, you should check him out. He does cool things like $5,000, and he'll do a sardine bath on stream, or like other wild shit, just like whatever. And he's got about like 8, 9, I guess, Saudi princes that just hang out in his chat and make it rain thousands and thousands and thousands. Like, bro, if you watch a Scary, I honestly thought it was money laundering for a while, because they would be paying him outrageous things. One guy paid him like $40K for him to like go to a sauna and then like cover himself in like cow mucus or some bullshit, like, and like just like, you know, shit like that. And then they bought him the sauna to do it, like, and it was just like, you're like, okay, these guys like it's crazy shit. And he's been doing this for ever since the Austin show, so for at least 5-6 years. So like when
It's just live OnlyFans.
Sure, I guess. But like when I see this guy, 20 to 40 viewer Andy, top 8 like some months in Twitch earnings reported wise, right? Like this guy, okay, not an industry plant, clearly doing it on his own. He's been doing it for years. He's probably never gonna break his 40 viewer average or whatever it actually is, but he's getting paid, right? Significant where that is success.
Yeah, but he's not famous.
Sure, well,
Not
hold on.
Not really.
He is,
That's
hold
actually
on,
not
still in the,
streaming.
hold on,
He's
hold
talking
on.
about
He's
success.
Financial.
He's in the top 3% of streamers,
Success. I'll take that success.
and he's making the top 8% or top 8 like money wise some months, like off streamers. So when you're sitting here saying that's not success, that absolutely is success. It just depends on how you define the metric, right? Like if I'm making 80 grand a month and I'm averaging the top 3% in my industry viewers wise, guess what? You are a pillar in that industry. Like no matter what you're
that's an exception. That's
so
a
hold on,
weird
that is an exception. Hold on, but there's a lot of people like this guy. When you start looking into it, there's a lot of people that do this that are like in that kind of old. There were for a while. Now it's kind of like there's still a
It's
few
true.
of them.
Wick will
but,
take
like,
his shirt off for $50.
Hey, see, exactly. I mean, that's not exactly what I'm talking about. But like,
Yeah,
there's
like Gibbs, what you're describing sounds like this guy on my server who used to pay women to step on bugs on video. Like, that's what that sounds like.
I don't know about.
He would send them.
Yeah,
he would
this
send
is
them
just
bugs
like
in the mail and get them to step on them on video. Like
The point that I'm
that's,
making here is
People who are paying this man
I
are
don't
getting
think it is. I
sexual
think
gratification.
maybe. I don't know.
from it.
That's not the point I'm making though. The point I'm making.
How much did he
is-
pay them? How much did he pay them?
it was $50 a video.
40,000. Oh,
You know,
So
sorry.
$50 a bug basically, but he wanted like close-ups of the bug squishing
Well,
through the toes,
Did
everything.
it have her
There is one-
heels? That's another
Oh,
one.
that
Where they
is
did-
sexual.
No,
That
the
is
toes.
Yeah, she's
obviously
definitely
a-
sexual.
Yeah, 100%
Okay,
sexual.
hold on. There
Yeah.
is a point that I'm making here with this, right? So, like, this guy's done this. There's other examples of streamers, numerous that do this in a percentage range, right? And y'all are going, oh, well, they're not famous. Well, what is fame really? Like, if you go to TwitchCon, right? You go and talk to people. People immediately pull up your stats, right? They'll literally pull up Twitch tracker in front of you, and they'll go, oh shit, you got 3,000 followers. Oh shit, you're kind of famous. And then I'm like, oh, that's nothing. Then you go watch Ethan Klein. He's making fun of 100 viewer Andes. And then you go watch like somebody else. Like, it depends on what. It's all relative, right? Like, people are gonna be like, oh, this guy's a plant because he went from 100 followers to like 10,000 in like 3 months, and now he's making whatever money. Like, I think there's a difference here that y'all are just like blowing past, and it really matters in streaming that people see you as authentic, because I think if you get the label as a plant in streaming, it can really hurt your brand a lot. Like, people are gonna go, if you're a plant, you might have like hot fire for a while, but then you see them fizzle off. And we see this all the time. We see it all the time.
No, it also depends on
Exactly,
who's
true.
calling you a plant. Everything is so negatively polarized right now that it actually, if the other side is calling you a plant or saying these things about you, it doesn't matter. It really matters if the people who you're trying to reach out to, if they view you as authentic and worthwhile.
Yeah, I don't know
really,
if the people who watch streams care about that. I think they just don't like, is the content good? Is this person fun to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm closer to that one. Okay.
Also, fame and financial success just are different. You can be very financially successful and not be famous.
Yeah, there's one with sugar daddies.
So
they have one man that gives them person that gives them $80,000 to view them. Like I said, I don't know if that's considered like a success.
Hold on.
Can y'all find me one of these?
We can like decide what success is. Success looks like a lot of different things. And yes, like if I could have a few salty princes in here or whatever, right?
If this keeps staying boring, I'm just going to turn it into an Austrian economics conversation and talk about how value is subjective.
And sure. Anyway, but I would exchange that. Like that would be great success for me. If I was being paid $20,000 to do some random shit, like fuck yeah. I'm broke as shit. Of course I do that. Well, yeah, and I would call that success, right? Like my bills are paid. That's success, right? In the streaming world, like come on, that's crazy. I think otherwise, right? Like, but yeah, you can. Like there are a lot of small streamers, right, who don't make a lot of money, who like have like a really fun audience, and they really appreciate them. They have a really good time, like every time they show up, right? Don't make enough to living, right? This is just a side hustle for them, and they call that a success. And I wouldn't take that away from them. They don't have the money, they don't have the numbers, but like they really enjoy their community. That's a success. Sure, you can define it as that.
This is boring.
And I would define it as making a fuck ton of money per night. Actually, yeah.
If nobody's watching you and nobody's paying you, you're not a success. You might have a really fulfilling hobby, and that's great. I do this because I enjoy it.
I mean, like if someone signed a contract and said like, oh yeah, I'm gonna bring on, like you signed a deal, like give me $10,000, I'm gonna bring on a really successful streamer or bring on a really successful anything to your thing, and then you bring them on like, oh they have fun. Like you want to judge success, you would be
you
like,
think
oh,
the song counts as an industry plant?
No, I was about to say just nepotism. I wouldn't consider him industry plant though. Like I said, he came into the country.
That might actually be fair.
He goes helped out by his uncle who supported him. I was about to say, but he also happens to be really handsome and in the industry that he can like make a voice that relates to him sometimes.
I mean, he worked for TYT. He actually produced segments for TYT. He like did the work there, right?
Yeah, but
he
laid
that into streaming, right? Like his uncle didn't tell him to do that, right? And uncle had no idea he could make that much money there. He
that's right. Destiny made him famous. That's
and then he like got
on Twitch,
But Destiny would have like got involved in because he's a known name previously, right? On like constantly on the longest running,
has connections.
The longest running, one of the biggest, longest running political show
YouTube
on
YouTube,
channel, right? On YouTube at all, and just one of the bigger ones out there. So he's a known quantity, shows up on Destiny, right? And then they, have their drama, and then that only helps. So like it'd be hard to say that's a plant. Like, it seems like he did the work, and he was working like 16-hour like days or whatever the fuck, how long he ever streams.
Yeah, that's true.
Hard to say it's can't say that.
But also the only reason he got the only reason he was given the opportunity to do the segments was because of his uncle, because he wasn't even doing political content at first. He was doing dating, like dude bro content. I mean, and none of that's bad. I'm just saying, like I said, it doesn't take away from any of the work he's did. It's just nepotism. And I don't think nepotism is bad. I think that's something that I wish black people had more of.
Base.
That's my goal.
We love nepotism.
You guys think it's what do you guys think about that story that he was held up at the airport for his political views?
I've heard vaguely about it, but I decided I don't care about the drama stuff, so I didn't.
Well, that's not really drama stuff. That's like First Amendment stuff. That's like that affects everybody.
There's
right?
not
it's
enough
like
evidence. There's really not enough information out for anyone to be making confident analysis of what happened there.
I mean, we all know what really happened.
I mean, it seems pretty like
I can see him getting stopped at the airport.
I feel like the Hassan thing with the airport is like a narrative that works with people's predispositions on the left. And like when as a right winger, I was like, oh, he got stopped. The guy that like brought on a terrorist and ended his stream with "We support you" after going to a Middle Eastern country where his dad is a billionaire and his brother has contracts with Boeing, and like
France.
he had to. and like he got stopped at the airport for a conversation for an hour, and I'm supposed to be like, "Woe is me, fascism is here."
Well, no, it's not
I
just
was
that.
like,
They
I don't know,
revoked his
this
global
country-
entry.
was
It's like
he in a
it just
middle- was he
seemed
in a
like
middle- Was he in a Middle Eastern country? I thought he was in France.
I thought he did a stayover or something in Turkey. Even
See,
even
that's
if
not-
it
I don't
was-
think so.
even
Hold
if
on, but
it was
even
France,
prior
even
to
if it
that,
wasn't,
they
it's just
revoked
like-
his.
He's
it-
Turkish.
They revoked
It's just
his.
like
They
the whole
revoked
thing
his.
just sounds like a fucking nothing story to me. It just sounds so silly that anybody would care.
I've been
Come
stopped
on.
in the
I think
airport.
it's
Yeah, that
actually
sounds- that
possible.
sounds
I think
crazy
it's
to me.
actually
It's huge,
possible.
That sounds crazy
I
to
think
me.
it's possible that the reason that he was pulled aside was because, as Doobie was about to say, they revoked his global entry, but they actually
Yeah.
revoked it before he went to the airport. He just didn't check his email. So it's actually, to me, it seems possible that he was in the global entry line. They scanned through his shit. He's ineligible for global entry, so they pull him to the side to go have someone talk to him, go have a TSA agent speak to him because he was trying to get through global entry where he's already been denied and notified about his denial. So I think that's a possible explanation for what we saw here.
Yeah, so then you went into like the earlier issue of like, why was his global entry like revoked, right? And it was revoked like
They
a,
can-
like a
they don't
month.
need to have.
I know they don't need to, but I mean, we can kind of put one and two together, right? So Trump is currently
I'm okay.
Trump is
I'm
currently
okay with
having
the
his
global
his
entry for
his
someone who says America deserved 9/11. That's okay. That's
well, that's stupid.
by me.
That's stupid. I
Okay.
think it's dumb. That's
Global
obviously
entry
a
is
violation. Obviously a
privilege. It's
violation
way
of the
to
First
get
Amendment.
through-
Clearly a
It's- no,
violation of the
it's not.
First Amendment. Of course it
global
is.
entry-
How is it
no,
not?
No, it's not.
Hold on.
Global entry-
How is
global entry
how is
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you
discrimination
why. Hold on,
based
I'll
on
tell
like
you why.
political
I'll tell
leanings
you
or
why,
political ideologies?
because it's
Not
because global
a violation. Not a violation of the First Amendment.
Because sure, because global entry is not a right; it's a privilege to get through the airport
Irrelevant.
quicker. No one is preventing him from flying. He's not on a no-fly list. He was not given the privilege of getting through the airport quicker. That's not a right that's covered by the First Amendment. In fact, global entry makes that very clear, right? They can have lots of reasons to deny someone the privilege of getting through the airport quicker. And Hassan could actually just like go sign up for one of the other global entry like systems potentially to get through the airport quicker on a different line.
Well,
So I
I
don't
just-
see how there's a clear 1A violation here.
I don't like the argument. I hate when people do the it's not a right thing because
That's irrelevant.
there's very few
but it's
times.
not.
I'm not disagreeing with the fact of the matter. I'm
He
saying
literally asked
it's-
how it wasn't a violation of rights. What a
No,
retarded response to
No, okay. Well, just let me
immediate
make
goalpost shift.
just let me make it then. I'm saying that I don't like that when people engage with those type of arguments because it almost never gets to the core value of what's being discussed. Like people don't care about what's right, what is actually a factual right or wrong. They care about if someone was
You
done.
don't care because you're an evil piece of shit
Shut
socialist.
the fuck
but
up. Shut
some
the
of
fuck
us
up.
actually care about
Just shut
rights.
the fuck up and let me
He's
finish
not
what
a
I'm saying.
socialist. I'm a socialist, right?
Yeah.
So go ahead, please.
Okay, so I'm saying that
You're all socialists.
I'm saying that I'm saying that people don't actually care about that. They care about what was done was meaningfully right or wrong. Like people have gotten morally upset about like who say stuff about it's not a right protected about Twitter bans. Like they're like, oh, they said something dumb and they got banned on Twitter. And if the response is Twitter's not a right, then like you would understand like, oh, okay, well I'm still upset about the tangible.
It's literally
the
not
tangible behind it.
relevant to the question asked, though. It's just a goalpost shift by you. to
No,
bring
I'm
in
saying
some
that I'm
other
saying that I'm
bullshit.
saying it's never a good argument to make. It's just bad. That's not a right argument. It's
He
stupid.
asked
Every
her.
time.
He
Unless
asked
it's
Sally,
unless
how
it's
is
a
this a violation of
conversation.
this right? Then she answers that, and then you're like, oh,
Yeah,
like when
that's a
people
bad answer.
engage with this.
Yeah, that's what I said. So I said that to her, and she
Yeah,
can just
so
respond
hold
to it
on.
if she wants to.
Oh,
But
go ahead,
that
Ben.
made my argument. No,
Yeah,
you're
but how is
fine.
it a bad answer to the question of like Scott
Because you
saying,
don't care
how is
about
that a
that.
bad
I don't
answer?
because I think I don't believe you. I don't even know you, but I don't
Okay,
believe
hold
that's
on.
what you care
So to be
about.
clear, hold on.
vibes are
So to be
off, bro.
So to be very clear, right? It doesn't. The reason I keep saying it's irrelevant is because it is irrelevant. So whether or not it's a privilege or not a privilege to have the global entry badge or access to whatever the fuck, the fact is that the government cannot discriminate based on this kind of like political thought. They just can't. Right? Whether it's a privilege
Global
or not a
entry can.
privilege.
Where
No,
is that?
global
Where is
No,
that in
they
the
can't.
Constitution? What law
Where?
is that?
When?
What law is
Look
it?
at their
that-
criteria.
Hold on.
Where-
When?
What law is
Hold
that?
on.
Again, no one cares about what can happen.
What do you mean? What law is that?
And you don't
Well,
care
Doobie
about what
apparently
can happen.
does because he's making the claim that this is going against people's rights, that the government protects First Amendment speech for things like global entry. So
I don't
the
think Doobie's
conversation
talking
is
about the
actually about
Constitution.
whether sure, but okay, well then you shouldn't use the First Amendment if you're not talking about
No,
the
but you don't-
Constitution. The question
why-
is literally
Stop being
couldn't
boring.
we just no
Okay,
no
hold on.
I'm
Does
not
the-
boring. I'm not being
Hold on.
boring.
It's just a yes or no. It's just a yes or
Change
no.
the question. You could change
Okay.
the question to do you think this is fair? Do you think it's nice? Do you think it's cool? But if the question is this constitutional? Is this going against someone's First Amendment rights? Then the scope of the answer I'm going to give.
Okay, hold on. So it's just a yes or no question. It's just a yes or no question.
It's the first girl you brought on that I like.
Stop. It's just a yes or no question. Yes or no? Does the government have the ability or the right, the ability to discriminate based on political thought?
Well, I want to jump in here. I
just answer the question. It's a yes or no.
I'm jumping in.
Hold on. Hold on. Does the government, when it's evaluating applications,
get the yes or no question, and we'll go to you.
Depending on
I'll be even more clear. I'll be even more clear. Right. So, what does the government, when it's evaluating the applications of American citizens, have the ability to or does it have the right? Yeah, I'm just going to say the ability to favor one viewpoint over the other when the viewpoints themselves are not criminal. There's nothing inciting any criminal acts. There's nothing that's totally legal to have this viewpoint to express his opinion. Can the government favor one opinion over the other?
With regards to global entry, yes. And you
have to show me that. It's total bullshit.
Government have the should the government be able to discriminate based on viewpoint when they receive an application? Application for what? For a high level position in the
I'm an anarchist. I'm no longer allowed top secret security clearance. I had top secret security clearance when I was in the army, and I had it when I worked for the U.S. Census. Okay, but I don't qualify anymore because I'm an anarchist.
How is this not punishment for speech that isn't criminal?
Yes, it is punishment for speech that I can't get a fucking GS-13 job.
That seems like a clear violation of the First Amendment.
That's not a violation of my First Amendment rights.
How?
You can
in any way to say that I can't get top secret security clearance.
You don't get certain privileges within society.
Okay, and that's a punishment. You're being cut off from a privilege that other Americans have access to, specifically for political thought or beliefs that are not. Stop. I understand that the privilege is relevant. I already explained why this is relevant. So you're being denied access to a privilege that other Americans have access to and can apply for if they have the correct political opinions. That is absolutely a violation of a First Amendment.
Wait a minute, hold on. But
can I ask a clarifying
question? We do this on, like for cops, and we do it for like teachers all the time, right? When we find out these people are in white supremacist groups, like we fire cops,
we fire everything.
We fire teachers, right, who are hired by the government, but they get tossed out, right? Should that not be the case?
If it impacts their like actual work potentially.
Yeah, I think that makes more sense because you're dealing with like the trust, like you need to build public trust between this police officer and the community. So if they're an open Nazi, that will damage their ability to build that trust. We're talking about somebody's ability to just to just prove that they can get their TSA quickly, right? Get through the airport quickly. They go through all the other background checks. They all go through all the other background checks. There's no other issues. It's just this political opinion that they have. That's fucking ridiculous.
Into a fucking retarded Jew spurt.
Let's go.
How the fuck should you get to Jews? Who's talking about Jews?
I don't know.
So what the fuck are you talking about?
Exactly why you're so passionately defending Hassan's free speech.
Everybody go back. We got.
I care about the First Amendment, but I'm sorry,
guys. We got to go to Gibbs.
No, you don't.
He's been waiting patiently. Then we'll go to Lactoid.
I gotta say, this is a big L take. I mean, let me give you an example. Say I decided I was gonna go and have, I don't know, a fucking neo-Nazi that blew up churches on my stream, or I don't know, hijack ships and have them in there, and I interviewed them in person and I promoted them, and it turned out, oh yeah, they're actually terrorists. I would be real surprised if I wasn't on a no-fly list. However, but since Hassan's rich and famous, he only got taken off priority. Oh yeah, well, he turned out he is a terrorist. And listen, so if we're gonna sit here and go, hey,
no, he's not a terrorist.
He's absolutely a terrorist. The guy was literally on the boat.
No, he's not.
We know he was. Yes, we do.
The boat is a tourist attraction. He's not a terrorist.
Listen, I know you hate Israel. The guy was a terrorist.
Irrelevant. Hold on. He's not a terrorist. You just keep saying this over and over again. It's not true.
It's absolutely true. Listen, you can keep saying he's not. I'm 100% he is. He's associated with the Houthis. He's a terrorist. In the story. Now, back to what I'm saying here. After I've been waiting, I gotta say it's ridiculous to expect me, if I brought, I don't know, someone that was a white supremacist on that had been allegedly a part of I don't know, pirate actions against people, that y'all wouldn't be like, oh, he probably shouldn't be on a no-fly list. I feel like that'd be a pretty reasonable thing. But since Hassan is super famous and rich and connected, they just took him off priority boarding. And for you to go,
you think he should be in jail or something for having that guy on?
Hold on, let me finish. For you to sit here and go, oh my God, it's because he got his political speech infringed. No, it's just because you hate the Jews. That's really what this is. Fabian was absolutely right. And like you're just sitting here screaming that every single time, and you're just
how are you running to the jury? What the fuck are you talking about?
Hold on, this is exactly what it is. You just no. It is. This is what you're doing. You're literally.
It's like transparent. You have a bad. You're making a bad argument. You know it's bad. So you're gonna try to go all the Jews. Nobody's fucking talking about Jews.
This is what you're doing. You're literally only saying this about Hassan because he has your same viewpoint with Israel. Like it's ridiculous.
No, it's not.
Hold on. That's why I gave the example I gave. No one disputed that. Everybody agreed. If I had a white supremacist that was accused of piracy on my channel, they would obviously ban me from being on like a no-fly list. Yes, they absolutely would.
That's ridiculous. That's stupid. What are you talking about? Hold on. So if a news anchor interviews
no, it's not if they interviews. This guy went and found a terrorist and brought him on after supporting their policy.
You keep saying terrorist. For years, no evidence of this whatsoever.
Absolutely terrorist. It's 100%.
Okay, so again, so to be clear, Gibbs, to be
verified.
I mean, he's literally said he was part of the Yankees. It's like not a debate.
God, you're just going to boring. I was about to say because both of y'all.
Hold on, no, stop. So Gibbs, to be clear, you're saying
I was part of the Klan,
you're saying that if a news anchor, that if fucking Tucker Carlson or someone, or like name Brett Baer, whatever the fuck the news anchors are right now, they interview some guy from the Houthis, right?
Okay.
From actually from the Houthis, they interview him. You think Brett Baer or whoever the fuck should lose their global entry access? They should lose. They should put on a no-fly list. How?
Can you tell me last time Brett Baer?
He just interviewed. He said, "His base, bro."
When's the last time you saw Brett Baer watch a music video dedicated to the Houthis, sitting here proclaiming how good and right?
Is that illegal in the United States?
No, hold on. There's a difference between Brett Baer going overseas.
You're punishing things that are not illegal.
Hold on. You're the difference, and you can't tell me there's not between Brett Baer going overseas.
The reality is,
hold on, stop talking. No, the reality is, I'm responding. I'm responding. No, I don't have Arabs. No, I'm responding now. Here's the deal. There's totally something different between Brett Baer going overseas and interviewing somebody. Hold on. I'm going to answer this now. There's something totally different between Brett Baer going overseas and interviewing somebody and somebody that's sitting here, and somebody that's expelled. Hold on. I'm saying there's total difference. Even if he brought him over here, I guess they brought him over here.
No, hold on. There's just something in the wrong right now. You can interview somebody from thousands of miles away, which is what Hassan did, by the way.
Once again, if we sit here, there's a total difference between, hey, I'm going to proclaim that I believe in all these views of a known terrorist group, and then interview a terrorist.
He didn't say that either.
Oh, he did. He's absolutely said he
didn't.
Supports all these. He says, "Oh my God, are you fucking?"
He literally ended the stream that way.
Bro,
this is what does he say? What does he say he supports the Houthis?
You're literally, bro.
Yeah, bro, what does he say he supports the Houthis? Yeah, I have. What does he say he supports the Houthis?
Everything about Hassan.
What does he say he supports? So in that interview that you're referencing, what did he say he supported?
Bro, I can literally watch up a million clips. If I click Google right now.
I'm asking the same question over and over. Just answer the fucking question. That interview you're talking about, what did he say he supports?
Let me finish my point.
I want to spend all night on this.
You keep interrupting me every time I try to finish my point.
Answer the question directly.
Well, I can't. I am answering, and he keeps interrupting me. Here's the thing.
You're rambling on full of shit. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I'm rambling on because you keep interrupting me. Literally every time I
finish in like 2 sentences so I can respond to your dumb shit.
Okay, it's like you just talk. I can finish it. No, it's not on me. I will. No, I'm not going to give you a fucking quote because he literally ended the thing with it. Just like Fabian said, there's about 1 million videos of him saying supporting things. This is ludicrous to say he doesn't support. Hold on. I've been interrupted 15 times trying to just get 2 sentences out here. It's outrageous. Let me just say, we all know that he supports the Houthis. We've seen 1 million clips. You can just type in Hassan supporting the Houthis and you'll see about 5,000 clips. And to act like that's not true is a lie and just bad framing and bad faith, Doobie, and you know it. Secondly, if I did that thing and did the same thing, they would absolutely put me on a no-fly list and no one would bitch about it. Except y'all are going here, because he hates the Jews, then you're going to be fine with it. That's what's happening, Doobie, and you know
okay, if you're done now, I'll respond to all the stupid shit you said.
I mean,
so one, shut up. So one, shut up. I let you ramble on. I let you ramble on. Now it's my turn. I let you ramble on. Now it's my turn. Get it out. Get your attention, Go ahead.
Is it hard to talk?
Hey, stop. Knock it off. I do want to move past this, and I got to get Lactoid and Scott in, and I want to move on. I want to get started on the topic a little early. Okay.
So I'll respond. I'll respond. So one, Hassan's never said that I'm aware of that he supports the Houthis generally. What he says is he supports the blockade that they're imposing. That's what he says that he supports, and I think I support that too. I think any rational, reasonable person should support that. I think the blockade is good. Okay, that doesn't mean that I support everything the fucking Houthis do. These are entirely separate claims. Okay, yeah, Scott, I know you think that's funny for some stupid reason. Great. So secondly,
the stupid reason is you, dude.
Okay,
you're
thanks.
the stupid reason.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, if you support a thing a group does, you suddenly support everything they've ever fucking done. Yeah, that makes total sense.
That's not what I said. But
yeah, then shut the fuck up. You didn't say anything. Just laugh like a bitch. Shut the fuck up. So secondly,
I'm a bitch now.
You laugh like a bitch. Yes, you laugh like a bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Is that what happens when you get bodied every time we talk?
Yeah, that's when you yap. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, so secondly, the issue isn't that it's not like a right winger, it's not like or that it's like not a pro-Israel person. That isn't my problem. My problem is this is linked to Trump's other cracks down on free speech. I think other things he's done to chill the First Amendment in the United States. This is like one part of a bigger fucking problem, which is that Trump is suppressing political speech in our country. He's this way, other way in the fucking universities pushing rules to suppress or to discourage political speech that he disagrees with. I think this is wrong. I think this is obviously a violation of our rights, and I don't like it. So I don't know why the fuck you guys. I think if we had like some Biden doing this, right, and he was in fucking office, and he was doing this to right wingers, you'd be flipping the fuck out. Of course you would, and you'd be right to. It'd be wrong for him to do this. So I think that the only reason you're not flipping out right now is because it's Hassan, and you think he hates the Jews, and you think I hate the Jews, and you're obsessed with Jews for some reason. I don't give a fuck about the Jews here. Okay,
just layers.
Shut up! Shut the fuck up! Shut up! What I care about is that Trump is doing things that are I think violating the First Amendment, severely damaging the First Amendment, biasing the government against certain political thought that is totally illegal. I think this is disgusting.
Okay, so we're gonna go to Lactoid. No. Sorry, I'm sorry, friend. We'll go to Lactoid, and we'll go to end with Scott. I do want to get started on the second discussion early because I want to do a thing. Lactoid.
Yeah, I actually completely agree with Doobie on this. Like, if you just take a step back and think about this for a second, like, would you guys feel comfortable if, let's say, Trump did like some kind of sweeping program where he's like, no Democrats can be on global entry anymore? It's just like a thing now. Or if Biden got in power, he said no Republicans whatsoever. Anybody who supports Trump, a quote unquote known insurrectionist, is therefore a threat to the United States and cannot be on global entry. This would be insane. What if I was denied global entry because of, I'm critical of Ukraine? I'm critical of the
What
US
if you said you
Ukraine.
wanted a new 9/11?
What if hold on. What if like I'm critical of really, is the point here that you only get this privilege if you happen to toe the United States foreign policy's talking points? Or is it that you can disagree with the United States foreign policy's talking points, even if you're wrong, or if you're right, it doesn't matter. And you still have access to the same privileges that other Americans have, regardless of their political orientation. I can see if you're like posing a threat, like if let's say somebody who's like, I don't know, convicted of crime, or
9/11 too.
Yeah, but like
9/11
are you going to look me in their eye and directly tell me that you think Hassan Piker is a threat to America? Like,
well, I mean,
him doing some kind of attack.
I don't know, man. He's rich enough. He
Oh
can
my!
easily,
No, he's
hold
not.
on. How do you
He's
know?
a fucking
hold on.
frat, bro.
I think a reasonable person. I think a reasonable person could say that it's possible that he would have connections, or that he might be used as some type of like, what's the word when you're unwitting?
A proxy?
To do what?
Sure, maybe they think. So I think there would be.
Hold
on. Can I just say? I think that we're kind of blending things together that aren't the same thing. So things like Trump cracking down on speech on college campuses, and Congress trying to pass things like no anti-Semitism. That's ridiculous. That's crossing the line. People should not be punished for their speech in the university by the government and things like this. You shouldn't be punished. Be arrested or something like that. Have the government infringe upon you you be deported because you say anti-Semitic things or things that are perceived to be anti-Semitic, even if they're not. However, that is different to me, characteristically different from this global entry program. We're saying, yeah, this is a privilege that all Americans are supposed to have access to, but actually it's not, because then it wouldn't be a privilege anymore. It's a VIP process for the airport. If everyone has global entry means nothing. Then everyone is just on the same standard TSA line.
Well, then answer the question that I asked before. Then
that definitionally has to be exclusive for it to have any value.
Well, no. But wait. But it's exclusive based on like viewpoint neutral categories of like who is a actual threat to America. Hold on, who is like an actual threat to America? Well, I think. Wait. I think it should be though. Again, do you think that it would be perfectly? I can give you a quote that he's. Hold on for a second. We got it. Well, it's for the quote. Do you think it would?
You found a random article. I'm watching the video. He hasn't said it yet, and it's been.
Literally the direct.
Do you think?
Okay, hold on. Hey, knock it off.
Give Saudi Arabia nukes. So we can
do you think?
You think that should be on a plane?
Knock it off. Hold on.
Yeah, please. I don't give a fuck. Like, unless
you shouldn't be able to say that.
Unless
knock it off. Lactoid. I want Lactoid talking. Only Canadian Swedish people talk. Go ahead.
Oh my god. Unless what he said specifically is like indicative of Hassan Piker being involved in some kind of plot or some kind of like criminal threat to America, then I don't give a fuck what he said.
No.
Because unless wait. Answer the question I asked. Tolly, answer the question. You said global entry is a privilege. So you are perfectly fine. It's all above board if Biden said every Trump supporter, and we're going to look up how you voted, every Trump supporter does not have access to global entry. You'd be fine with that.
Or a driver's license.
That's totally different than
driver's licenses are also privileges.
That's
a good point, Doobie. Those can be revoked.
That's not what's happening, though. This guy literally, and I quote, said on, oh my God, 9/11/2 is going to be so strict. The streamer said, give Saudi Arabia nuke so they can do 9/11. You think he's planning that? Hold on, Lactoid. So you're telling me when 9/11 was committed with planes, lo and behold, after someone advocates that and has a known terrorist, I can find other articles. I went from Forbes saying this guy's a known Yemeni pirate. 100%. This guy said, hold on, has these connections with these people, is supportive of them, saying, Hezbollah, a terrorist group, is just a resistance fighter. We have these known connections. Hey, maybe we shouldn't let that guy on our fucking plane, or maybe at minimum.
You want to ban him from planes in general? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
They're not going that far.
Or at minimum, let's maybe not give him.
Wait. Nobody's answered my fucking question.
I'm trying.
At minimum, don't give them.
I'm waiting because it's supposed to be my turn next, right?
At minimum, don't give them fast track privileges where they don't go through as much security. I think it's reasonable not to give them fast track. Are you crazy?
I'm not crazy. It's not reasonable at all.
So I'll go since it's my turn, right? And I'll answer the question. So first and foremost, I think your question is absolutely disanalogous, right? I think Biden saying that he would get rid of the fast pass, we'll call it, right? Global entry program for all Republicans is not the same thing as a streamer who has family in a country that is known for funneling weapons to Al-Nusra and Al-Qaeda.
That's stupid.
And as someone,
are you serious?
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
I'm Lebanese. I can't get
Turkey. No, Turkey is a well-known that we sell weapons through them, and the weapons that we
NATO.
sell go to Al-Nusra.
NATO, Turkey's the reason why NATO's bad.
Again, that's one check. Okay, I'm not giving you just one example. Someone that has said I see no problem with Hezbollah and I support Hezbollah on stream. Someone that brought on a terrorist, or actually technically he's not a terrorist. Well, he thought he was, and he supported it, and he supported the actions of the Houthis, and he has said so many crazy things. Okay, so I'm going to make an analogy that I think is. So So I'm gonna make an analogy that I think is analogous, okay, which would be Tucker Carlson having gone to Russia, having potentially received Russian money in some way or in some other aspect, and having gone in on a big propaganda tour about their fucking grocery stores, like it was the goddamn opposite of like when they first came over, when the Berlin Wall was about to fall, to American grocery stores. If he got stopped on his way back, even maybe if it's not from Russia, but it's because of those ties, and said, hey, you no longer get the fast pass, you've said some crazy shit, we got to make sure everything is above board. I would be perfectly fine with that. Now, if he
Me
got
too.
detained for more than an hour, or if he like was put on a no-fly list without any actual evidence, no. But as it stands, global entry, one of the fucking things that they say in the application process and that they can revoke it is you can have no ties to terrorism and you can have no ties to anything that could be a potential security threat. And he said so much shit and interviewed people
That's so
and has
stupid.
family across the
What
world
are his
that
ties?
it's not crazy to say you don't get the fast pass. And if he
Yeah, it's
tried
not
to go through the
What
fast
are
pass
his
when he
ties?
wasn't supposed to, that he gets into fucking interview.
You just said you have to have ties. What are the ties?
I literally just gave him, and then you laughed
He has
about him
family
because
in
he's on
Turkey?
your side. He has family with extremely wealthy connections that are both tied to U.S. government interests.
His family's rich and in
weapons
Turkey, so he
manufacturing.
can't have global entry. What the fuck are you talking about?
I want to respond to
You
this.
fucking
You just assume
lying
every
sack of
you
shit.
just assume that's what you
Like,
said.
I'm
You
so
stupid.
sick-
No,
You just
no,
assume
no.
every
You
rich.
interrupt to subvert.
Okay, yep.
Because you have no
You
positive
just assume
positions.
every
You-
rich
you
Turkish
inter- no,
person is like a
no,
fucking
shut the-
terrorist.
dude. No,
Like, what are you saying?
this
You're saying
try-
Ali
this
can't get global entry because his family's in Lebanon.
Doobie.
I'm from the south. too.
You
You must
and
be Hezbollah.
Sociologic
You're
right now,
Hezbollah
both
agent.
of you.
True.
You are both of you. Shut the fuck up and stop acting like toddlers. You are interrupting me to take one thing that I'm saying, immediately yell over me a straw man of what my argument is, so that you
That
can
is what
try
you
and
said.
dunk on me and stop my argumentation. It is so bad faith and so fucking annoying and so childish. Why would
I don't know
I
why
have
you're
no
surprised.
respect
That's
for
already
you.
happened
Yeah,
Whatever
yep,
respect
yep.
I had.
So
is-
other than his rich family in Turkey,
very
what other
quickly going
connections does he
away.
have?
So he already
The
but
other
Scott
ones
gave
I've
more
already
examples.
mentioned.
Like what?
Yeah, he was
Hold
put
on.
on.
When you give
He had-
speech-
hold on.
when you're
None-
on stream
okay.
saying that you support
God.
terrorist organizations, not one but multiple, when you bring on someone that either is or is
None of this
questionably
makes any
isn't
sense.
a terrorist, and then say that you support him and you support his actions,
Call him
and that
Luffy.
you support the actions of a terrorist organization in blocking world trade, and then you yourself say every rational
Blocking world
person
trade.
should support.
Yeah, I
terrorist
think they should. I think they should
organizations
support a
in-
blockade,
in
yes.
blockading it. Yeah. Okay. Cool. You shouldn't get a fucking fast pass through TSA.
Yeah.
Because
Maybe
I
we
think
have
they
to
should
check your
support a
shit.
blockade of a country committing a
It's
genocide.
not a
You're fucking
violation
crazy.
of the First
You're a
Amendment.
crazy
That's
person.
That's
Hold
just,
on.
That's just.
Let
that's
me know when you're done.
I'm not crazy because
You're
I
a
think
crazy
the
person.
U.S. government that tracks
This is
whether or
thinking
not
you have the
people coming
opposite
in are a potential threat doesn't give a fast pass to somebody that said a bunch of wild shit
Wild
and
shit.
has family and money all throughout the world and could potentially be an issue. That doesn't mean he is an issue. That doesn't mean he deserves on a no-fly list. That doesn't mean we need to prosecute for anything. It just means you don't get a fucking fast pass. And if you try and go through something
red
that's
flag.
suspicious, and we
Yeah, it's
ask you
definitely a
some
red flag.
fucking questions.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'd like to
Well,
respond.
That's not
global entry-
irrational
The
global
or
entry is
crazy.
not a-
Yep. Let me know when you're done.
It does matter that global entry is not.
You just
a
say
right.
yap,
It is
yap,
a
yap because you
program
Yeah,
want to
yap,
be
yap,
able
yap. Let
to
me know when you're
interrupt
done.
somebody's argumentation.
Let me know when you're
with
done.
fake
Our
program
bullshit.
by U.S. Customs and Borders for low-risk, pre-approved travelers. It's not a guarantee for anybody. There are a bunch of different things that can cause you to not qualify for global entry. And once again, if everybody qualified for global entry, it would no longer
But
be
what
global entry. It would just be
disqualified
the
him?
TSA
Prime,
line.
can I have a second?
Hold on. I'd
Second.
like to. Okay.
It doesn't matter
Yeah, I just
because
wanna
again,
respond.
they are not beholden by First Amendment laws because they're not throwing anybody in jail because of their beliefs. They're
Well, that's not the standard.
what's not
It's
the
not,
standard?
it's not the standard. Like only First Amendment only applies.
They're
to
not
jail.
abridging. They're not quote abridging free speech in any way by not giving
Of
you
course
a
they are.
fast pass.
No, they're
No,
not.
a-
Okay, I'd like to respond to all the
Wait,
stupid shit
wait,
these
hold on.
people say.
I had to ban a bunch of
Nobody gets
fucking
fast-
gay porn spammers in my server. Okay, so I heard most of what was said, but just give me a little bit of time to elaborate.
Why did you
And I
end the
disabled
party so
invites.
quickly?
I disabled invites, so you know whatever. Okay. Two things.
That's
First of
rough.
all,
I'm sorry
Scott,
that
I
happened to you.
I
It sucks
lost
when that
myself
happens.
into it. I know, whatever. Scott, so forgive me if I missed anything because I was trying to figure out some shit. But you're saying that it's different because XYZ circumstance to explain why Hassan Piker actually poses more of a national security threat than Republicans.
No, that's not the standard. It's not that you pose a threat. It's that you're no longer classified as low risk of opposing. A threat.
Well,
That
low
that
risk
you're
would
not-
mean that you posed no threat or low threat.
It's a difference between positive and negative. It's not saying that you pose a threat. It's saying that you can be when you get global entry, you have been evaluated as someone is low risk.
Right, but if you pose no threat, if you've been evaluated and you pose no threat, then you are a low risk individual. And so the question for me is Hasan Piker, is the evidence behind his history like indicate that he is a threat? And if you can look me dead in the eye and say, I think Hasan Piker.
Well, no, you're changing it. You're changing it.
I'm not changing shit.
Yes,
posing a threat. If you do not pose a threat, would you agree this person?
You're playing word games.
This is it's not playing word games. You're playing word games.
Absolutely. No, you're playing word games because what we are talking about is the person.
They're not low risk. They just don't pose a threat. That is a word game.
That's not what we're saying. No, that we're not. What we're saying is you don't have to pose a threat to have certain things that say this person might be more likely
I'm
more
saying
of a
if you
risk
get
than
evaluated,
the average or low risk person.
If you get
the evaluation can change.
That's a good
it can change at any moment.
Wait. If you get evaluated, I understand the evaluation can change.
It may not apply to the specific
that's irrelevant.
Behaviors or actions.
No, that's specifically relevant because he lost his global entry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll respond to Tali in a second.
But we're going to do you beat? And then we'll move on. We got to move on because we got time.
If you have somebody,
we're going to go into the subject that will touch on this. But go ahead. Sorry, lactoid.
If you have somebody who has been evaluated contemporarily, like in some kind of immediate scenario, they've been evaluated. I understand people can be reevaluated. That was never any kind of reference to any argument. Hold on.
No, he was.
Great. Now the question is, are you telling me that when he got reevaluated, that the people responsible for his reevaluation, that was based on a genuine concern that Hasan Piker was no longer low risk?
This is
ergo that he posed something of a threat, more so than he did before. That's the question. I think that you have
it's
to
a bullshit question. I'll answer.
No,
don't go. No. Fuck you. You don't ask a question and then go into a diatribe to hide the question. Okay. All you're doing at that moment is bearing the fact that I'm going to respond to the question. Are you asking a question?
Prime said that you get some time to respond.
Yeah.
Right now you're going to fluff up your shit.
Ask the question. I'll answer the question.
Okay. All right.
I got to respond to Tali as well because Tali made a point that I got to respond to. Because I think that if you start answering, we're going to get caught up in that.
Go ahead.
And nothing is going to get addressed there. So I will await your answer as to why the reevaluation means that Hasan Piker is no longer low risk. Then my question to you, Tali, it really is kind of a similar question because, or actually it's a little bit different because you seem to hold the position that it's only a First Amendment concern if there is the risk of legal punishment for saying it. And so going back to Doobie's example of a driver's license, which is a privilege granted by the states to operate a motor vehicle on roadways, you would then say, not only is there technically no First Amendment rights violation if Trump said no Democrats get global entry, but you would also say, well, I guess there's also no First Amendment problem if Donald Trump stopped all Democrats from having driver's licenses. This would also not technically be a First Amendment violation. Is that your argument?
Okay, so I think, again, we just need to be, these things are characteristically different and that matters. So preventing an entire group of people based on their beliefs from getting a driver's license means you are preventing all of those people from legally driving. Taking somebody off of a global entry list does not prevent them from legally traveling whatsoever. They're
but
still
it's not
able
a right.
to travel.
Either way, it's not a right. That's my point.
Okay, but these are characteristically different things. So I do think that amount or extent matters here.
Well,
and
I understand they're different risks. You said that
they're different risks.
Sure, I understand that they're different things, but you said the reason why it's not a First Amendment issue is because it's a privilege, not a right. Driver's licenses are also a privilege, not a right. Doesn't this share the essential element with the global entry program of being a privilege and not a right?
Sure, yeah, and I wouldn't hinge my entire argument on just it being a privilege versus a right. Again, I do think that it matters, the specific area that we're talking about. So even, again, like if we were talking about flying is a right in theory, right? Or sorry, a privilege, not a right in theory. But I would have a different bar for putting somebody on the no-fly list than I would for taking somebody off of a global entry list. Because again, we're not preventing these people from traveling. We're saying, okay, little red flag. There are some risk factors here. We don't want this person to be able to go through without going through security every time they travel, right? So it's a different burden that should be necessary, and it's a different punishment. If we're calling removal from global entry a punishment, they're characteristically different. And so in this case, at least, I'm okay with it. And like Scott said, I would also be okay with it if it had to do with somebody who was completely ideologically opposed to Hassan for similar reasons. Someone who has said a bunch of weird things about some of our enemies abroad and travels to some of these countries and maybe has family connections. Yeah, red flag. Maybe they don't get to go through the airport without going through security. Maybe we just want these people to travel normally through security like everybody else.
As long as you acknowledge there is a First Amendment concern here, as long as we're at that, it's not just First Amendment doesn't apply. Like this is a First Amendment concern.
No, I said before. I said I would go to Lactoid, and Lactoid's having this conversation with these two, and then Scott
gets to respond to me.
No one else. Scott will get to respond. But like, I'm sorry, we don't have time. We've already run out. Like, I mean,
the next topic deals with Israel.
Yeah, we're close to it anyway. Yeah. So, Scott.
Yeah. So I'll try and be quick. The reason your question is bullshit is because it would require me to have knowledge of what the application process or reevaluation occurred by government officials that nobody has knowledge of. So I can't answer that question. What I'm saying is that if it is true, okay, that he was reevaluated, and with all of these additional things that have come out in the last year or two, with his speech changing, with his wealth, with his family connections, right? Like like for example, I was friends with a soldier who lost his security clearance and had to change MOSs in the United States Army because his Filipino wife had a cousin who was a Muslim extremist in the Philippines. Okay. Now, it is perfectly rational and reasonable that certain things that have additional levels of risk that deal with, entry into our border or access to classified documents and things like that are restricted in some capacity. That this is not a First Amendment issue. Right? Like you brought up the car situation as a privilege, and all that highlights is the problem of the United States, having public property in the
we're talking about laws. The First Amendment applies to the government of the United States.
Okay, but by your definition, if it is a First Amendment issue that Hassan Piker, having supported multiple terrorist organizations live on stream, being very wealthy, having family in countries of origin that, that terrorist, things go through, having family that's connected with Boeing, right? And having interviewed a terrorist live and said that he supported them, all of these connections. It is your contention that it is a First Amendment issue if this person is no longer allowed to go through the fast lane and not go through regular security. Then would you say that it is a First Amendment issue if someone marries or, someone that has family connected to terrorist organizations and they lose their security clearance? Wouldn't that also be a privilege granted by the government? You can start go if we follow this through to logical conclusion, the only time we don't reach contradiction is if we abolish the state. And I'm cool.
We're not. No. We don't have to go through that analysis right now. But Scott,
sure.
But it is a First Amendment analysis, is what I'm trying to say. The First Amendment is not ultimate. It's not inviolable, right? You can have in sufficient security interests that you can violate somebody's First Amendment rights. Yes, you can. And so while I do think it's a First Amendment issue, the question is the evidence against Hassan Piker, if we're looking at what Hassan Piker's done and who he is as a person, are we really credibly saying here that the reason his global press pass was revoked was because our global entry was revoked, was because he genuinely poses some kind of threat, as in no longer no risk? Or
you're repeating the same
maybe thing. Some kind of purely, we don't like what this motherfucker's saying.
It's a potential threat, which is again the distinction between being removed from global entry.
He's not even a potential threat. He's a frat bro.
I'll respond and then I'll shut the fuck up.
I guess I don't.
We don't know. No, hold on. I'll respond quickly and I'll shut the fuck up. I'll respond quickly and then I'll shut the fuck up.
Moving on, then do these next.
It's very simple. We don't know what evidence they have. I don't. Maybe they found something that we don't know. We only know what's publicly available, which is that we know none of what occurred in the process of reevaluating him, and we don't know what evidence they may or may not have had. You can paint it as this is just silly and ridiculous that we think this. I think it's silly and ridiculous to even think that like Trump is involved in this, because people keep trying to be like Trump is doing this and this. It's like Trump has been retarded when it comes to social media so many times. It would not surprise me at all to learn that Trump has no idea who the fuck Hassan is. Like,
oh, no doubt.
Again, it's this idea that there's this nefarious First Amendment speech issue is just. You're hinging upon understanding what the process looked like in the background and using
look at Mahmoud Khalil.
We got to move on. Sorry. Okay. Doobie, you brought this up, so last word, and then we'll get started.
Okay. So
just to be clear, please.
I want to ask questions. So just to be clear about what is actually like looked into when the global entry, like what databases, what lists are looked at, right? When somebody applies for global entry, it is there's a fuck ton of them. The TECS, which is a primary operation database for traveler screening and risk assessment, stores flags such as suspicious activity reports, previous inadmissibility, and law enforcement encounters. The NCIC, the National Crime Information Center, the APIS, the Advanced Passenger Information System, was biographical info, flight details, name, passports submitted by carriers before arrival. The IDENT, the DHS Automated Biometric Identification System, the ESTA, Electric System for Travel Authorization, the ATS, Automated Targeting System, which is a terrorist screening database and watch list and uses intelligence indicators to find potential terrorists or high-risk people. Like the IBIS, the Integrated Border Intelligence System, which does basically what it aggregates data from the NCIC and the IBIS watch lists and other CBP databases. The passenger name record.
Oh, you can read Grok.
No,
can you make an argument, please?
Shut the fuck up. No, shut the fuck up. So all these databases, right, and that's not even all of them, right, are searched, right? And when they did the search, they didn't find anything that would deny him global entry, which is why he got it almost, I think, over a year after he had that alleged Houthi guy on the stream. Years after his 9/11 statements, years after all this problematic shit you guys are pointing to, he'd already done this shit. They looked into his background, looked into all these databases and screened all these intelligence indicators for terrorist screening or harass people, and they gave it to him anyway. And then he gets approved. A month later, he's reassessed, quote unquote, and suddenly stripped away with no fucking explanation. You know who else had their global entry removed in that time? Fuck Chris Krebs. Right, former CISA director who refuted Trump's claims about the election fraud in 2020. In May, he had his revoked. No fucking reason. No justification. And this isn't even the first time Trump has used global entry to punish political opponents or people who disagree with him politically. He revoked it from all of New York State in 2020 for the green light law that they passed. Like this he obviously
the whole state.
Yeah, and recently they've also made announcements that people's social media are going to be going through for anti-Israel sentiments, right? With their like applying for visas or applying for entry into the United States. So obviously there is a trend of political motivation behind restricting people's ability to enter the country easily and also leave the country easily. Obviously, I don't know why the fuck we're denying this.
Okay.
More easily than I mean, again, it's not actually preventing people from entering or
yeah, you just don't care about political bias in the government. I get it.
Yeah,
because it's convenient to right now. Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
right.
that's what it is.
We gotta move on.
I want to yell about it too, but we gotta stop.
Yeah. All right. First of all, thanks all for being here. We clearly have a motivated, excited group of people here. Stumbled on to Doobie took us to that particular topic with Hassan. I didn't think it was going to blow up, but it did. And it's sort of related, tangentially related to what we're going to be talking about in a second. Guys, if you're out there and you've been enjoying this content, please consider supporting the channel. Sub to the channel, gift bits, or gift subs. I do need your help out there, right? So if you're out there, consider helping out. I know you guys found that one entertaining. So consider helping out the channel so that I can keep going. Our Twitch subs have been quite low. We've been surviving on a YouTube super chat. Shout out to our few YouTube super chatters. But yeah, if you're on Twitch, Twitch Land, consider supporting the channel to keep us up and running. Okay, so moving on. We gotta go through this quick. I wanted to like get to the topic fast because I wanted to do a thing here. But now we got to it late. So here it is. So I'm gonna read the topic. We're gonna do opening statements. We will do them quickly, Scott. And then
And only Scott.
Like I'm the only long-winded one here tonight. Fuck off.
Yeah, actually, I don't know. Who else? Well, Gibbs too sometimes, yeah.
You screamed at Gibbs for like 15 minutes to stop talking.
Well, I couldn't get my words out. I mean, I get one sentence, and I know everybody hates my first sentence. But
Well, that's because you got COPD, brother. Go get an oxygen tank.
No, it's crazy. It's crazy. I say one sentence, and I get interrupted, and people are like, he's not making a point. I'm like, well, if you let me get 3 sentences out, you don't understand my point. But of course, people ask me a question, then I answer. They're like, nope, I don't like that he's actually answering my question, so they're going to give me the rigmarole. It's outstanding. I love it. And then I get blamed for the long
you, Admiral.
I love it. I love it.
Like right now, you're long-winded.
Well, I just had to say it right there. I had to get it out because
Corey, pipe down. You're talking too much.
I know, as always. My reputation precedes me.
Okay. The topic. All right. The topic is a lot of date. I didn't rewrite this yet, but we're just gonna go with it. The United States is at war with Iran. The United States is at war with Iran. On Saturday, the U.S. Initiated a bombing campaign against Iran's nuclear facilities. This action follows the decades-long strenuous urging of Israel to end Iran's supposedly peaceful nuclear development. However, Trump ran as an anti-war candidate. His supporters boasted about how he hadn't gotten the U.S. into any new wars in his previous administration. Is this a betrayal of the MAGA movement? Or is this a president who is properly responding to the dangers of today? And do you personally support this military engagement? Was it unavoidable? As Scott kindly added, there was a ceasefire that happened. But anyway, this happened. Let me rephrase that. Trump reported that there's a ceasefire happening on Truth Social. Let's get confirmation on that first. And see how that shakes out. And even if there is a proposed ceasefire, doesn't mean it's actually going to work itself out. It requires both parties to do certain things, right? In any case, yes, Israel attacks Iran. We'll talk about that later on. Go more in detail about that part. Attacks Iran supposedly over its nuclear program. And so it starts bombing, and then a very obvious urging and begging and demanding of the U.S. to follow suit. While the U.S. currently in treaty talks with Iran to have a second nuclear deal, after the one Trump already tore up. There were talks, and the U.S. said that, hey. For Trump said specifically, hey, we'll consider bombing them. We'll give them 2 weeks, right? Then you'll get a decision. Then, the next day, he actually bombs Iran at 3 nuclear sites, at least those targets. That's the thing that happened. And then Iran responded also, you should know, by bombing a CENTCOM, I believe, the CENTCOM base in Qatar. So that's all happened, and then negotiations behind the scenes, possibly a ceasefire deal incoming. We'll see, right? We want to discuss all of that, and I got more to say, but we got to keep it moving. Lactoid, please.
Yeah. So I opposed. Maybe I'm just too much of a peacenik, but I opposed the U.S. bombing of Iran. I am very skeptical as to the claims of Iran imminently developing a nuclear weapon. My understanding is that this has been a claim repeated since 1994. I think it does kind of bear a lot of resemblance to the claims about Iraq. And I do also think that this is very obvious because now a lot of the more pro-war people are repeating like that. This is like a meme. They're saying like, "Oh, this guy's got like a rock syndrome." But I do think that was like, being I think the single greatest American geopolitical fuck up of this century, after 2000. I think it definitely is worth trying to learn a lesson from that. And the lesson from that is, double check your information and don't just start going off of hunches. I think it does. It's true that Iran. I'm not a big fan of Iran. I know that there definitely is some concern. They were enriching uranium to like 60%, which is above any kind of peaceful purpose. I'm not a big fan of that. I don't think that that necessarily means, oh shit, we got to bomb them now. I think that I would have liked to see more, I guess, diplomatic efforts than the ones that were attempted, and perhaps even putting sanctions relief on the table if it meant getting some kind of concessions. But I mean, that's basically was attempted to be done in the Iran deal, which I know Trump pulled us out of. Iran was sticking to that as long as it was active, or at least before the U.S. pulled out. So, but yeah, generally not a big fan of this. I think no new wars means that we shouldn't be bombing new countries.
Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Scott.
Yeah, obviously, I would say, if they are developing nuclear tech, which I think we can kind of assume they almost certainly were, to what degree they were is going to be difficult. Is it a negotiating tactic, right, to kind of like scare Israel and America into a better deal, right? Or are they actually attempting to develop weapons technology? Because, before they were sending their enriched uranium to France to have it turned into fuel rods and brought back, and now they're, they can't really do that, so they're doing it in house, and maybe they're, doing something to like, stir the pot, thinking they won't get bombed, whatever. If that is the case, though, it's perfectly justified to bomb them. Anyone saying that like it would be like a violation of the NAP or like a violation of rights to bomb a nuclear facility that's making nuclear weapons is full of shit. I just don't want my fucking tax dollars going to it. I don't want to be involved anymore. I'm sick of this fucking game. I'm sick of the regime change stuff. But to say that like Israel is like the great Satan, I'm sorry, they're the little Satan because we're the great Satan according to Iran, is like the little Satan, that is like evil for bombing a nuclear facility. Like, no, it's perfectly rational. It's just not something that I think leads to good outcomes in the long term. The one thing that I do think is really important to this conversation, because I agree with most of what Lactoid said and what a lot of the anti-war right-wingers are going to say, is I keep hearing this line of like, oh, Iraq was this big fuck up, right? And you said it again, right? And like, oh my God, this is, these quagmires, et cetera, et cetera. It is a fundamental misunderstanding of the U.S. economy to claim that regime change is unsuccessful and a waste of money because we don't get a liberal democracy there, because that's never the goal, right? It doesn't help you, the American, but what's important to understand is that within 6 months of Nixon taking the US dollar off of the gold standard, we had a deal set up with Saudi Arabia so that all of the oil in the region would be traded through US dollars. And what this means is about $2.9 trillion is held by other countries so that they can buy and sell oil. And what this means is that if we have inflation, we export our inflation, that our inflation of the United States dollar is not isolated in our country, rather the entire world economy inflates. That is what it means when we say we fight wars for oil. That is what it means when we're talking about the petrodollar. And we knew that Iraq and Saddam Hussein was likely to start pulling out of OPEC and start selling in yuan or into Europe in euros. That's where the term the petro euro comes from. Every single time that we do this and we destabilize regions, it's not so we can set up liberal democracies. It's so that weapons manufacturers can make millions, and so that all of these large corporations can make billions by ensuring that no one is selling to China or Russia using currency other than our own currency, because this is what allows us to have a massive trade deficit and an economy that doesn't actually produce anything material, only sells services and does things like stocks and banking. Okay, the moment we lose that and they all start trading in another currency is the moment trillions of dollars flood the American economy. We get hyperinflation almost certainly, because because it's a massive increase in the money supply, and this whole fake fucking email jobs, service industry, 17 different managers economy comes crumbling down, and we enter a depression. That's why we do this shit. And to say that those were failures is to not understand why we do those wars.
So much, Corey.
Yeah, so I actually also agree with a lot of things that Lactoid said, even though everything he said was just AI slop. Just kidding. I don't accuse people of that. That's not good, especially with no evidence whatsoever. But yes, to, let's say, answer the question of the prompt, do I think this is a betrayal of the MAGA movement? Yes, at least, again, I think Trump, it's fair to say, he ran on no new wars, and he kept on boasting how, things that happened during Biden would have never happened on his watch, and is like, is he going to take counting for this? And, I think you're already seeing, even though there's definitely a split in the MAGA movement of those who support and oppose what's currently happening, but you're also seeing those who support, already sort of like shifting the goalpost of like, well, it's not a war, or like they'll say, until there's like troops or, tanks on the ground, it's not a war. But then like, as far as I know, I might have my history incorrect, but I think the last time officially the United States declared war was like in the 40s or 50s or something along those lines. So, you can arguably say that the Iraq war wasn't a war by some sort of definition. But all that to say, I think it's a betrayal. And like, do I think it was justified? Ultimately, no, based off of the evidence that I've seen. But obviously, I think just like everybody else, except for those in actual intelligence, are operating on incomplete evidence. But so far, I don't think the actions were justified. And I'll leave it there for now. And all I'll say is I like the fact that in Scott, keeping it short, he also worked in the etymology of the petro-euro, just to keep it short.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I aim to educate and please.
I don't say it's a bad thing. I just find it interesting.
Our new friend Tali, please.
Okay. I support the U.S. bombing campaign on the Iranian nuclear facilities. I think it's very clear that the IRGC was looking to make a nuclear weapon. They've been doing this pretty brazenly for a long period of time. It seems to have potentially escalated more recently. But I do think that a lot of the people who are screaming about the Iraq War are making disanalogous comparisons here. This was not speculation about whether or not there are WMDs where the government is denying having them. The IRGC proudly talks about having all of the necessary components for a nuclear weapon. They just need to put it together. The IAEA, who is supposed to be monitoring the nuclear development in Iran, has said that that the IRGC has hid things from them, could have entire areas where they're doing things off the books, where they're not allowing people to come in and inspect, that they have not been entirely open and transparent, and that they do have good evidence that they have a weapons program. So I think all of these things considered, yeah, it's not in the interest of America or Israel, for that matter, for the IRGC to develop a nuclear weapon. Heck, I think regime change in Iran would be a great thing, although I'm inclined to agree with Scott that I don't necessarily think that this needs to be an American adventure to go in and do regime change. But Iran is different than some of these other places that we commonly talk about regime change. Iran had a thriving parliamentary democracy system for hundreds of years before the revolution. They have a truly disgruntled civilian population who has shown for years that they will go out in the street and fight, and that they do want a change in their government. So I hope regime change comes of this, frankly, although I don't think that that should be America's war to fight necessarily. I think it's Israel's war to fight, though, and more power to them.
Thank you so much. God, make me finest. But thank you so much, Tali. I appreciate it, friend. Let's go to our friend Gibbs.
Yeah, so if you'd asked me a couple of years ago, like if I thought the Iraq War was a success, I would say maybe there were some middling results. We succeeded in getting rid of the Ba'ath Party. Long term, it's kind of hurt Syria, whatever. Well, now I would say today, as of today, that the Iraq War is been vindicated Bush. It's actually been a wild success. Like the Middle East, listen, people talk about multipolarity all the time. multipolarity. Scott was right when he talked about some of these reasons why we go in and invade countries with the petrodollar. But another reason we go in and invade these countries is it's called, you got to go in there and cut the weeds before these countries get too strong or too powerful. And Saddam, problem. He's over here talking about alliances with Syria and with Egypt, potentially turning into a three-country power. They're a traditional polarity pole, like in that area of the Mideast is one. They usually have a couple of them. Saudi Arabia being one, Iran being another. Iran has been like one of part of the great evil empire for a while here, and so if you'd asked even a year ago, I'd been like, maybe stuff's going down, and I'd probably been whatever. But since Iraq is not a power anymore, great, okay, what happened? Well, they became a client state to Iran. Iran's building this coalition in the Mideast against the U.S. They got Hezbollah, they got the Houthis, Syria's on their team. Well, then Syria. Well, guess what? Now their government don't exist, okay? That's a direct result of ISIS partially, which is a direct result of the Iraq War. Hey, so that's a two-bird, one-stone movement right there. We took out two countries by just taking out one country, and then, hey, the natives did the rest. That's good for us, okay? Cool. Next, we see Iran. I almost am of the opinion, I think we should bomb the shit out of them more. I think that while they're sitting here going, what's happening? Our boys are sitting there going, oh, see, can you see? And they're flying up in the wild blue yonder and bomb the shit out of them, and they can't do nothing. I think that this regime is evil. I don't even care about the nukes. They like to kill people all the time for all sorts of bullshit reasons. They're an evil actor. They fund terrorism worldwide. They're opposed to us diametrically. They just hate us all outright. They call us the great Satan, just like somebody said earlier. They actively call for our destruction. These people aren't our friends. You know what? Fuck them. And I think we need to take them out. And it hurts Russia. So if you're pro Ukraine, then you should be applauding this. Also, I want to make sure, I think somebody said it in my chat, and they're absolutely correct. This wasn't us starting the war. Israel started the war. I'll give them credit for that. And they beat their ass. It was such a bad whooping that they're sitting here crying home to daddy Satan over here to stop little Satan from beating their ass no more. And we said, no, you want to see what they can do? Well, I'll wait till you see what we can do. And then we sent the bombers from across the world. They don't even have the tech to shoot at these bitches. And we dropped new bombs just to test them out and blow up their facilities. Fantastic stuff. Big fan. We need more of that. And then our intelligence operatives, along with Israel, sent letters under the leadership that's left alive because we choose to allow them to live and said, hey, if you don't go tits up, we're going to get trust. That's called flexing. We need more of that and not limp dick like seizures and Alzheimer's. We need more of, hey, if you fuck with us, we're taking you the fuck out. People need to know that we're still the big dog on campus. And I'm a big fan of it. And I honestly don't even give a shit if they have the nukes. I don't give a shit. Iran's evil. Take him out. It's good. I hope they don't. And I hope that all of us are justified for sitting here going, look at all this evil shit they've been doing. And I think that's good enough. And the fact that they probably have been trying to build the nukes, well, cool. I don't want Osama bin Laden to have nukes. Don't particularly want Kim Jong-un to have them. He's got them. I know someone's going to sit here and say I'm a Zionist, but I don't like fucking Israel have them. So you know what? You know who's the only people who should have nukes? It's us. So that's who should the only people is. And we should bomb all these other countries that come against us cattywampus.
Well, amen to that last part. But before we continue, there's no one like them. Gibbs is one of a kind. Alexander Wynn, $20 super chat. He says, for those who that think we shouldn't have struck, what percentage is the line for you? Or are you okay with them building one if it means we don't attack them ourselves? So I believe what they're saying is that what percentage of either danger or maybe like enrichment, which maybe would be the same thing, honestly, would be the line for you. And then are you okay with them building a atomic bomb if it means that the America itself doesn't attack? We got two more people. They can respond to that. Other people can respond afterwards. Thank you, Alexander Wynn, for being a real one, for constantly helping the channel through your super chats. Anyone else, guys, super chat? We will read your super chats. We'll respond to your super chats. So help us out there on YouTube if you can. All right, let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah. So Iran is like Schrodinger's like danger. I always hear that they're either the greatest threat to, Israel and America, and then they're also a paper tiger. So I don't think they're a threat to America. They're barely a threat to Israel. But because they are a threat to Israel, that's kind of like the only issue here. We don't need to necessarily be involved, but we did get involved. So, okay, we bombed their nuclear facility. I think at this point, just going forward, we understand that there's a problem with Israel and the greater Middle Eastern countries. Just have Saudi Arabia build the Israeli Isles, take the Israelis, put them there. Everyone will be happy at that point. I think that'll solve most contentious problems, and I'll just pass it to Doobie.
Okay, Doobie, yeah, love to hear you.
Okay, so in 2024, our intelligence agencies determined that the reason they're stockpiling this uranium that's enriched beyond civilian levels, yes, but nowhere, it's not at weaponized levels yet, is because they need leverage to force the United States back into the JCPOA, to remove the sanctions that Trump reinstated after he pulled out for no fucking reason. I guess because Obama's name was on it. So that's what our intelligence community said in 2024. In 2025, they said that there's no evidence that they've have a weapons program. They haven't since 2003. No evidence that they are building a nuclear weapon or seeking a nuclear weapon. No evidence that even the religious ruling against nuclear weapons. So the Supreme Leader issued a religious ruling against weapons of mass destruction. He says they're incompatible with Islam. I think over a decade ago he said this. Right? I think like 2 decades ago he said this. So he's made it very clear they do not want a nuclear weapon. They're not seeking a nuclear weapon. It is incompatible with their version of Islam. So Iran agreed in April to give up that stockpile everybody's afraid of. They agreed to the daily inspections. They agreed to everything that was in the JCPOA in April, right? What Trump has been pushing for is no uranium enrichment at all, even for civilian purposes, which is fucking ridiculous. The other thing that so when they did have a weapons program, when it was shut down, what our intelligence committees determined then and even last year or the year before is that when they shut that program down, they hadn't even mastered the tech needed to build a warhead with enriched uranium. So even if they had the 97% enriched uranium that they needed to make a nuclear weapon, which they could get in I think 2 weeks. I think it's a breakout period for that. They could get enough of that to make a nuclear weapon. But even if they had that, they don't have the know-how to make a nuclear warhead. Even if once they have that, they don't have the missile platform capable of surviving reentry, right? Which is what you need with a nuclear weapon. So all these things are, I think that the lowest estimate, the best case scenario for Iran is that they're 3 to 5 years away from producing an actual functional nuclear weapon, even if they were pursuing it. And again, there's no evidence that they have been since 2003. So all this stuff about, what if they're building one, yada, yada, it's all ridiculous. There's no evidence of this. The IAEA, I think it is. They say, so they announced this year that Iran is out of, for the first time in 20 years, by the way, they're out of compliance with the nuclear non-proliferation treaty for the first time in 20 years, right? And they didn't say they're out of compliance because they're building a nuclear weapon. They didn't say that. They said, hey, they haven't explained why they have this enriched uranium or the stockpile of enriched uranium. They're not explaining why they're moving the shit around, et cetera, right? So they're out of compliance with that. That's true. Right? They're also out of compliance with their obligations under the JCPOA, and they have been since the U.S. pulled out and reinstated sanctions. But like I said, all the evidence points to them using this for leverage to get the U.S. back into the JCPOA because they don't want the sanctions. And again, they agreed to give up the stockpile everybody's afraid of. They agreed to give that up in fucking April. They agreed to commit to never building a nuclear weapon. All they wanted, right? Their demands were, we want the sanctions lifted by the United States. And we want a binding commitment from the United States not to pull out the sun. That's what they're looking for. It's very clear. They don't want a nuclear weapon. There's no evidence they want a nuclear weapon. Everything points to them not having or wanting or pursuing a nuclear weapon. So all this is delusional bullshit.
Okay.
Lactoid.
Panel.
Yeah, I mean, if we take out their leadership completely, you know what's going to happen? The Taliban and the Kurds are going to carve them up, and then Turkey's going to keep the Kurds down. Iran's going to be in chaos. We no longer have to worry about that part of the Middle East being a problem for us anymore. Saudi Arabia and Israel, which are our allies, could just run shop, take over. I think this is a big win all around for us. We get the petrodollar going over there in that area for whatever eventually pops up. Big win. I don't really see any loss from this for us. We literally dropped 4 bombs, and they just rolled over like a bunch of bitches. I mean, they can barely handle Israel. They can't handle us at all. I don't even think we should send one troop. Every time they act up and they get threatening, we should just send some bombers and just keep doing that to them and just keep them down. And I think that's the long-term solution. And we'll never have to worry about them again. I think this has been the Bush era is now totally vindicated.
What do you want to bomb them for? What do you want to bomb them for?
They're evil.
Because they're evil.
Because they're evil. What the fuck is that mean? You
know
don't think it's evil to just bomb people for your convenience? Okay,
yeah, I see.
Not if you're America doing it.
I see.
Not if you're America, superpower first.
Not if you're America doing it. America does no terrorism. It's just one side. Terrorism just goes one way, not the other way around.
Well,
It's
that's
just
why
one
we're
way
the
street.
superpower.
Just terrorism to people just means Muslim makes things go boom. That's what
Basically, yeah.
terrorism
That's basically how it's used.
I
Yeah.
don't care if you're an adversarial
Angry
power,
Muslim
it's
makes
good for
things go
America.
boom.
Yeah. It's
That's
not if you're Muslim. I don't
terrorism.
care if you're Muslim or not. This could be like China. If we can
No,
take
no,
out
I don't.
China,
I don't
think
know
it's
about
actually
you
in the
saying
dictionary.
it's
But
terrorism.
Iran has been trying to normalize relations for fucking decades. Why are they an adversary?
Have it. Come on.
Yes, they have.
No,
Hold on. Why did they say? Why did they sign onto the JCPOA and then comply with the JCPOA?
And then they hid the fucking.
That's
shit
not.
from
That's
the
not an
line.
attempt to
They
normalize
wanted
relations.
the money that they were
God.
getting, and they
And they
did.
Hold
on.
Literally after signing
That's not
in
an
on the
attempt. That's not an
JCPOA, they
attempt to
literally
normalize
got-
relations.
Obama
No.
literally sent them an airplane full of cash, literally
Exactly.
immediately after they signed on to the JCPOA. So actually, I think what's possibly happened here is the JCPOA allowed short-term stalling of their nuclear program so that they could fund the long-term.
It hasn't been active for fucking over 20 years. What do you talk? What nuclear
That's not
program?
true, Juby. And
And
the
to be clear,
IAEA
and
does not
no,
agree with
yes,
you at all.
no, that's
You're
not
making
true.
all of
Pull
these
it up.
claims. No,
Pull it up.
no,
Pull it
you're
up.
ma-
Pull it up.
I have it
The
pulled up on my
IAEA
screen
says
right now.
no
I have it pulled
credible
up on
evidence
my
to
screen
pursue a
right
nuclear
now.
weapon. Cool, read it
You
to
are
me.
choosing one sentence. You obviously did not read the entire
Read it to
report.
me.
That is one sentence from
Okay,
the
read
report.
it.
And they also say in multiple parts in the report that going back to 2003, the earliest of 2003, they were let me pull up the actual report here so I can read from it, but they were not
Hold on, you said you were reading from it right now.
even the sites. No, I said it's up on my computer.
No, you
screen.
said you
I'm
were
not
reading from it right now.
Okay,
Don't.
okay,
Really?
No,
This
you
is just
guys
like the
said it's up
Hassan
on my
didn't say
computer
anything.
pull back.
Jesus Christ. I'm saying I can read you the
Oh, have
direct
it pulled
language
ready.
if you want
Tally, go
because
get the
it's up
report.
on my computer.
One second, Tally. Go get the
This is
report.
so fucking stupid.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Tally,
bad
just-
taste.
just what
Tally-
Doobie
You don't have the
does.
quote ready?
Hey,
They were in compliance between 2015 and 18.
Hey,
Yeah, they were in
Come
compliance.
on,
Knock it off.
Come on.
Whoa. Hey, I told you to knock it off. When I say knock it off, shut the fuck up, please. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. So Alexander Wynn gives another super chat, $10 super chat. This one's specifically to Doobie. It says, so even if they, meaning Iran, achieved 90 to 95% enrichment, you trust their religious leaders enough to do nothing. Thank you, Alexander Wynn.
No, I don't. I don't trust any world leader, just like as a rule. Okay, what I'm saying is I trust our intelligence community. What our intelligence community is saying is even if they had the 90% enriched uranium, they don't have the ability to make a warhead. They don't have the ability to make a missile. So, and both of those things would take like 1 to 3 years each. So they and again, there's no evidence, according to our intelligence community, that there even is a nuclear program. All the evidence, they believe that it's been shut down since 2003. So for over 20 years,
This is just not
they have
true.
not. Yes, it is true.
No, it's
Okay,
not
I'll
true.
post a
You are
report for you guys.
cherry-picking from
You can
these
read
reports.
it. Then read it to me.
What do you want me to read to you? So, for example, I can read
First you said you were reading it. Then first you
The
said
part
you were
that's
reading
not
it. Then you said you could pull it up and read it to us.
Doobie, please.
I said it was up on my screen. I had to
So
fucking
read it for. It's on your screen. Read it to
Okay,
us.
then read the part that
Jesus
contravenes what
Christ.
Weber Doobie said, okay? So just read the
Yeah.
part that you feel contravenes what he said, okay?
Okay, sure. So here, literally, I'm just picking fucking sentences at random here. But okay, so having exhausted all of the available safeguard measures and with no further questions beyond those to which Iran had refused to provide any response, the Director General reported to the board on March 5th, 2002, that the issue could be considered no longer outstanding at that stage. The agency notes, however, that no longer outstanding at that stage does not mean resolved. The agency assessment, in fact, remains unchanged. That this whatever location where undeclared nuclear material was stored and processed to produce components for nuclear device-related testing, and that Iran has not declared the nuclear material and nuclear-related activities associated with this location. And there are hundreds of examples like this, where Iran was not reporting these things, not allowing the IAEA access to these things. And the IAEA is very clear about this. They say that, yes, they did not find like a book that said, here is our nuclear proliferation plan. We are planning to make a warhead at this time and this date. But what else are you? They have all of the components there. Enriching up to 60%. The process of enriching from 60% to 90% is a much simpler process than the process from enriching to 2% to 60%. Okay, so they have accelerated this program to a point where the only use for it, the only potential use for it, would be weaponry. And the IAEA talks specifically about the weaponry capacity of the IRGC. They just say that they didn't find specific plans to create the weapon, but they have all of the components, and they talk very explicitly about how the leaders of the IRGC, they talk about their intent. They state their explicit intent to put together a nuclear warhead, and to
Okay,
claim
you
that
need
they
to post
already
that.
have the components.
You're lying. You need to post that.
Okay. Okay.
Damn, that was a
This
war.
is in the IAEA
You're lying.
report.
You're lying.
Literally,
Post
the
it.
Director General
Post
of
it.
the IAEA said this
Awesome, post it.
themselves. Okay.
Awesome,
Let me go
post it.
find it for you.
Okay. So
Yeah, you were lying. Post
there's
it.
something I want to.
I just can I
Oh,
just
Doobie.
very quickly
One
correct
second.
one more piece of misinformation from Doobie.
Okay, you do that,
claim
and then I want to
nuclear warhead requires reentry. That's just not true. Like, you can drop it from an airplane and you can do
Dirty
short
bomb.
range missiles, and they already have the payload capacity in some of their missiles for short range. Right now, being able to shoot a missile from Iran to America, you're correct. That would require reentry. But being able to drop a nuclear warhead from a plane or short range missiles that already have that payload capacity. So this idea that it would take 1 to 2 years for them to be able to nuke anybody is just more misinformation that you're cherry picking so that you can try and
just put it in a truck,
instead of just standing by your actual arguments like a fucking man.
So okay. And Doobie can respond to that if they like. So something I want to like separate out for everyone is like being nuclear capable and being nuclear armed. Those are two different things, right? Mm-hmm. So like if you are nuclear capable, then you have like the industry, you have the components to reach nuclear armament, right? You're at that industrial level. Not all countries are there, right? Like Mozambique or Belize or something, they're not there. But Japan is nuclear capable, right? There are certain European countries nuclear capable, but they're not nuclear armed. So those are two different things, right? So Iran.
We don't know with Iran because we never went to Fordo. So like,
I'm willing to say no. To be clear, what I'm willing to say is that Iran, at this point, is nuclear capable, and is specifically positioned themselves to be there, right? Like what the IEA say that they've broken their obligations to a treaty that got broken previously any which way, but whatever, right? But in any case, like they're not reporting or anything like that, but they have all those components. Now, what the advantages, what Doobie was trying to say, the advantages of being nuclear capable is now you can posture and you can have a level of leverage in international negotiations. You are simply treated differently at that point, right? When there's the threat of these things. But I get conflicting reports on what has actually been said by the leadership. All right, I'll let Doobie and Tali fight this out. I can't say I have a deep understanding.
Y'all agree a dirty bomb is a news?
I don't speak Farsi. I don't fucking know. Reports.
Prime. Do you think like Prime?
I'm just gonna finish the last. Do you think I'll go trick you out last thing? Yeah. So I don't have a firm grasp. I've heard what Doobie has talked about before about like the leadership pushing back, saying we aren't building a nuclear weapon. That's not our goal to do so, even though they've postured themselves again nuclear capable. But I've also heard people say the opposite, that like there have been statements of like commanders in the IRGC who have said like the Zionist land will burn, a nuclear fire or whatever the fuck, right? So I don't know. So these two have a better idea of that, so I'll let them fight that out. But Gibbs, you want to say something?
Yeah, Prime. Would you agree that like a dirty bomb would count as a nuclear attack?
I would say that is a WMD, right? It's a specific kind. It wouldn't. I think it's simply a different class than a nuclear weapon. But I see what you're saying. That there's a danger that nuclear material could be used for that.
So my thing is, right, like 60%. Not only is 60% pretty close to like 90, and it's easy to enrich it. The hard part for these countries, for the most part, is one, you have to get the scientific know-how. We know that they were already testing trigger mechanisms back as far as like 2003 or some shit. I think like it's been a while, right? We know they've been interested in it. We've seen like evidence them trying to talk to like other governments like Pakistan and North Korea to try to get information. Like this is something that we've known has happened over the course of like how many years. Whether or not you think they're doing it now is a whole different thing. We also know they had 800 pounds or some shit of enriched uranium up to 60%. That's the hard part right there. Getting the enriched uranium. If they have that, are you telling me, right now that Iran, with their extensive hybrid warfare network with Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas, they wouldn't be able to sneak a car in, a 2,000-pound car, which is what a normal car, put a bunch of fucking uranium material in there or whatever, and move it in there, and then blow that bitch up in the middle of Jerusalem. They absolutely could.
I can answer your question. Of course, they could
to
do
Israel,
that.
not America.
No,
Not America.
No. I can answer your question. Of course, they could. Right?
Cool.
They could absolutely do that. However, I don't think they would because of all the reasons. Because one of the reasons why they haven't done that already. Right? Because they are an isolated country, already under a ton of sanctions, and understanding that the response would be fierce. I mean, this would be not compared to a response like that they've currently just experienced, right? It would be nothing compared to what would happen afterwards, right? Like guns blazing, right? Like weapons free United States Army. Like something like that happened. No, this part it's important, right? The reason why I am inclined to believe that they aren't going for a bomb is because they happen to be rational actors. That unlike the way that we're constantly portraying the Iranian leadership, right, as if they're some sort of special monsters, is that no, they can see from their people. They can understand that their rule is tenuous, right? Even though they're authoritarian, they're still their rule is tenuous, and you have to respond to their people. And their people don't want to. At least
Islam isn't a special monster.
Let me finish. So, their people don't want that level of attention. That might change after this bullshit. And also they understand the global positioning, right? Yeah. And so, okay, I'll save that other part for later because that's just going to.
Prawn, the reason I bring this up, right, is like, sure, Iran itself may be a rational actor, and that could be debatable. I think countries could be irrational. I would also say that ISIS was probably rational leadership level, right? They implemented a quasi country. They were trying to start their own caliphate, right? I would say Hezbollah has probably got rational actors in it, right?
Yeah.
So does Hamas, right? So do all these, right? They all probably have rational actors. Here's the thing, though. What Iran has been doing consistently is the plausible deniability thing, where they have their proxy step in. It's very easy in my mind for them to be like, oh,
like the US
sure, I agree. But unlike the US, I think it's far more likely for them to give the fiscal material to Hezbollah, who they know probably has agents in Israel, and then Hezbollah blows it up, and then Iran goes, we didn't know they were going to do that.
My boy, we currently don't actually have proof that they were going to. I'm going to respond. We don't have proof, right? Literally, our DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, made the statement, no, they're not trying to build a bomb. We don't have evidence they're trying to build a bomb. They have materials.
Everyone's citing...
Whoa, hon. I thought I was talking.
That doesn't change my point.
Excuse me. I thought I was talking, right? Was I mistaken? No, I wasn't. Thank you. All right? So I'm going to finish my point. Tulsi Gabbard made that statement. The U.S. intelligence agency does not believe... did not believe...
When you're being sassy.
Oh my God, please. Knock it off. The U.S. intelligence agency does not. Oh my God! All right. Shut up, stop. All right.
Like a TikTok girl in a car seat.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna do a different motion. Okay. I'm gonna do a different motion. All right. I'm gonna do this. Okay. This is how I'm gonna get rid of my nervous energy. Okay. All right. So the U.S. intelligence agency did not. Did not believe that they had a nuclear. That they had aspirations to build that nuclear weapon. They had no evidence of that, right? That's our agency. That's not the lying Israelis. This is the American, the position of the American intelligence agencies under Tulsi Gabbard. That's what they said. And then you're saying, well, yeah, they could have worked on their proxies, right? Like, it's not like the entire world doesn't know that Hezbollah is funded by Iran. It's not like everyone doesn't understand that. Where would Hezbollah have gotten the fucking nuclear material? Obviously, to go to Iran. Like, even if they went to their proxies, we're not dumb as fuck, right? And the results would be the exact same. And in fact, of course, it would go to Hezbollah to make the delivery. That would be the easiest way of doing that. But no, they wouldn't do that for all the reasons I fucking listed, right? And I love this coming from individuals defending Israel, right? The only one who's been attacking its neighbors belligerently this entire time, right? Bombing and bombing, right?
The only one attacking its neighbors belligerently.
As we speak, right?
Slaughtering civilians. You're supposed to be getting me that source.
I have it pulled up. I'm sitting
Okay.
here ready. I've
Sure.
been ready.
Hold on.
In
Before you
June
move on, oh, God.
2023, Khomeini warned world powers that they cannot stop his regime if it desires to build nuclear weapons, a threat echoed by Iran's former nuclear chief, Ali Akbar Salehi. In February, Salehi boasted that the regime has all of the components necessary for building a bomb. Then the, what is his title? The Director General of the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, seconded this and said that he was very concerned that Iran was not being transparent and very concerned specifically by Salehi's comments about having all of the components that they were not allowing the IAEA into inspect. So this idea that Iranian government officials have never claimed that they wanted to make a nuke or that they planned to make a nuke, Khomeini said it himself, and so did the former head of their nuclear program in Tehran. The former head of the Tehran nuclear program said the exact same thing, said they have all of the components, they just need to put it together. Now, you
but not that they want to.
You could argue, hold on really quickly. No, that they have, okay. And Khomeini said that they can do it if they want to, okay?
Yeah, they can do it if they want to, yes.
You could argue that they were lying or that they were bluffing about what their actual
they were telling the truth.
But then fuck around and find out. It's not like they're denying having the ability and then everyone's speculating that they do. They are claiming explicitly to have the ability.
No, you're speculating that they have the weapon. The speculation is that they have the weapons. They've had the weapons. They have 20 weapons. They have 10 weapons, whatever it may be.
No one has ever said that.
Weapons.
No one has ever said that. They said they have the components to put together at least 10 weapons. No one is claiming that they have 10 nuclear warheads underground that no one knows about. That's not a claim that anyone's making.
The claim isn't that Iran has nukes, just that they have the ability to have nukes.
No, the claim is that Iran is correct. The claim is that Iran is way too close to having nukes, that they have all the components to put together a nuke, and that they would have.
I mean, how long has that claim been going for, though? The claim's been going for what, like 20 years, 30 years now?
Like, 30 plus years.
Does that make it untrue?
Yes. If you say something for 30 years and it's not happening, it doesn't happen the 30th year magically.
2 years away for 30 years.
They were 2 weeks, they were a month, they can have, it's like.
The increase of the uranium enrichment is more recent than 30 years ago, but okay, so for 30 years.
So why do we believe them now if it wasn't there before?
People are saying that the IRGC
I'd like to respond when she's done
build a nuclear weapon, and then slowly, while they get financial assistance from the world leaders, 20 years later they actually bump up their enrichment.
So they've been 2 weeks away for 20 years.
There?
So
why did it take them so long?
Yeah, I'd like to respond when she's done.
I thought they were weeks away, months away.
They had much less funding for their nuclear enrichment program.
But they were always months away.
Well,
they always were right there.
That's okay. You're saying okay again, and this is like okay. So Bibi Netanyahu claimed that they were months away, right? Okay, but let's look at the agencies that you're talking about, the American agencies, the UN agencies. Let's look at the IAEA. Okay, their analysis has changed. They are explicitly talking about Iran not giving them access to certain facilities, lying about certain metals that they had, hiding and remelting those metals into other disks and stuff so that they could evade the IAEA. These are all reasons, cumulative reasons, to suspect that Iran is much closer to a nuclear weapon now than they were then. Then we didn't have evidence of 60% uranium enrichment. So obviously
they don't have the ability or capability, or they're not close. I'm just saying they don't have it.
Let's go to
no one's saying
you can get from 60 to 90 like extremely quickly, by the way. Like,
so
exactly. It's
much different. It takes 40 years. Apparently it takes 30 years.
It's the same. It's the exact same tech.
Not.
Let's go to
the exact same tech to go from 60 to 90.
Let's go to our friend Gibbs and we'll go to Doobie. Also, we have a super chat for Doobie. So before Doobie goes, I'll read that super chat, then you can respond to everything. So Gibbs first.
So a part of this is what is the IRGC
the debate he's in?
Yeah, so the IRGC, right? What are their stated goals? Is they help like train up the militias that you want to. Do y'all remember General Salami, the guy that got turned into Salami by Trump? Listen, so that guy, right? He came out and he stated that, yeah, this is his exact quote. This is exactly the sinister regime referring to Israel must be wiped off this map. This is no longer a dream, but it is an achievable goal, Salami said. All right, let's go over here to a different general. That was in 2019. Here's one from 2021. Our top Iranian general vowed that Iran will annihilate Israel and boasted that Iran could easily defeat Saudi Arabia with in a reign of nuclear final. This is also a guy from the IRGC, right? I I'll find his name. Reza Nakdi. I don't know, whatever. That's his name, Brigadier General. All right, these are two higher ups. Both of these guys, what the IRGC does is they train the terrorist groups, Hezbollah. They have ties to the ones in Syria. They have ties to Hamas. They're directly assigned, like training with it. Now, when they're both saying these things, right? This is their outright stated goal.
Don't forget Yemen.
They said, oh yeah, hold on, yeah. Well, we can go to them, but yeah, at the top, yeah, I guess the Houthis too, right? These are their stated goals. This is no longer a dream, but an achievable goal. And then one of them directly references nuclear fire, right? It doesn't seem like a far-fetched stretch of the mind for them to go, we made a dirty bomb, we made a nuke, give it to a proxy, they blow it up, we go, oh God, they did it for their own protection against this evil regime. And Israel's kind of small. I assume if you detonate a big nuke in the middle of Israel, that's probably going to devastate Israel overall. If you detonate a dirty bomb in like the capital, that would probably bring them to a standstill. It's not a far idea. And for you to act like it's just out of the realm of possibility for them to do something
out of the realm
like
of possibility. I'm just saying the country that's been making the claim for 30 years also has nukes and nuclear facilities that were not allowed
these
to
are their quotes. This is their hold on. This is the leaders. These are the leaders. Hold on. These are the leaders of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard stating their stated achievable goal is to do this, and working through their proxies. And you're going, nah. And this is within the last 5 years.
So let's go to our friend. Sorry, we're gonna go to our friend Doobie. But I see your hand, Scott. Let me read that super chat quickly. Super chat from Alexander Wynn, $20 says, Doobie, just a reminder, we'd have no credible evidence if we're not allowed to look at it. I mean, I guess inspections, look at their facilities. Additionally, terrorist organizations could bring tech to them, and other countries could serve it to them, send it to them, I think he says, send it to them, or sell the material to terrorists. So yeah, you can respond to that if you like.
Okay. So yeah, what that Alexander Wynn guy said is, I think on its face retarded. But I think I'll demonstrate that with everything I'm about to go through. So Talia said she was going to post something for us. So in the time it took her to find that one thing, I found all this other shit that you guys can see in a group chat. Multiple ODNI reports, multiple years. The IAEA report. That statement that she made, that she came up with from Khomeini, right? Which is not what she said it is. So I'll just go through them. So again, Iran's nuclear program has generated widespread concern. According to U.S. intelligence assets, Tehran has a capacity to produce nuclear weapons at some point, but has halted its nuclear weapons program and has not mastered all the necessary technologies for building such weapons. So that's report one. Report two, which is what it says to reference, right, in that first screenshot that I posted, says, again, that we've assessed that Tehran possesses the technological and industrial capacity to produce nuclear weapons, but they have not yet mastered all the necessary technologies to build such weapons. And again, their program was shut down in 2003, right? So, and it even says here, right? National intelligence estimate made public in 2007 assessed that Tehran halted its nuclear weapons program in 2003. The estimate, however, also assessed that Tehran is keeping its options open, and that the decision to end the nuclear program is inherently reversible. Right, so they acknowledge that Iran could make a nuclear weapon; they could decide to do that. Right. The next thing, I think this is the 2024 ODNI report that I referenced, right? Which is talking about their why they're stockpiling. Iran is using its nuclear program for negotiation leverage and to respond to perceived international pressure. During the last year, it has modulated its production and inventory of 60% uranium. Tehran has said it would restore the JCPOA limits if the United States fulfilled its JCPOA commitments and the IAEA closed its outstanding safeguards investigation. They continue to increase the size of the stockpile. No evidence of weapons. Okay. This is the 2025 report, right? The next one. We continue to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and that Khomeini has not reauthorized the nuclear weapons program he suspended in 2003. The pressure has probably built on him to do so. Next one. So they acknowledge that there might be pressure internally to pursue nuclear weapons, but Khomeini remains a final decision maker, and he has not made any decision to pursue nuclear weapons. Right. Next one. This is the overall assessment from the IAEA. Right. This is where it says that the agency has no credible indications of ongoing undeclared structured nuclear program of the type described above in Iran, and notes that the highest officials in Iran that the use of nuclear. Notes the statements of the highest officials in Iran that the use of nuclear weapons is incompatible with Islamic law. However, repeated statements by former high-level officials in Iran have stated that in Iran, related to Iran having all capabilities to manufacture nuclear weapons, continue to provide concerns in this area. Okay, now we go to the Khamenei quote. All right, so I found the specific quote that you said, right? So if we wanted to build nuclear weapons, America could not stop us. The rest of that quote is that the reason we do not have nuclear weapons and are not pursuing them is that we ourselves do not want to for certain reasons. It was our own decision not to pursue them. Otherwise, if we had wanted to, they would not have been able to stop us. Now, if that's actually a translation, right? Because he put this out in Persian, right? So if you go to the actual website to where they put this statement was originally put out, right? It says the Iranian nation has never sought nuclear weapons and will never seek them, and will also prove to the world that nuclear weapons do not create authority, but rather a nation relying on its high human and natural talents and capacities has the ability to break the authority that relies on nuclear weapons. It's very fucking clear and cut and dry, okay? There's no evidence whatsoever. Okay, I was going to post a fatwa for you. I think I did post a fatwa for you. Or maybe I didn't. I haven't yet, okay? The fatwa. Nuclear weapons, WMDs generally, including biological weapons, by the way, are incompatible with Islamic law. He's the highest authority in Iran. That is his ruling. He has stuck to that ruling for decades now. There's no evidence anywhere that is no longer the case. And in fact, again, I can post this for you if you don't believe this. They agreed to give up that stockpile in April, as long as the United States goes back to the JCPOA commitments and lifts the sanctions and commits to a binding agreement that they won't pull out again because they don't want the sanctions imposed. That's it. There's no fucking evidence. This nuclear weapon thing is a fucking delusion. It's a lie.
Scott?
I mean, did you want Tali to respond first
Oh,
before
I
I
don't
go
know.
into like a
Tali-
separate thing?
Well, Tali didn't. But if you want to go, Tali.
I mean, yeah, sure. I'll just respond really quickly. So it's not a lie. And if they weren't interested at all, then they wouldn't continue enriching their uranium up to levels that are way beyond any type of civilian or peaceful purpose. That's number one. And number two, even this idea that the IAEA has no evidence, if you read the report closely, essentially every section of the report ends with something along the lines of what I read before. Having exhausted all the safeguards and measures available and with no further questions beyond those to which Iran had not provided any response, the Director General in this report, dated blah, 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 informed the board that the issue, and specifically the matter of depleted uranium, could no longer be considered outstanding at that stage. The agency notes that no longer outstanding at that stage does not mean resolved. The agency's assessment, in fact, continues to be that in 2003, Iran conducted a number of explosive tests at this specific location.
In 2003, when the weapons program was active.
Did you read this?
Yes, again.
Hold on, 2003 is when we said that the weapons program stopped.
Hold on, my point is, I was just reading, this is literally just the page that I have open. My point being that if you read these reports closely, every section ends with, this is our assessment based on what they gave us access to, but it should be noted, they didn't give us access to XYZ and they didn't answer questions XYZ. So to say that, yes, this is indisputable proof that they do not have these capacities and they're not working towards this is not an accurate representation of the data given to us from the IAEA, who has they're not Israeli shills. They're not trying to push some Zionist propaganda, okay? This is their honest assessment that, yes, based on the information that they have access to, they don't have evidence in that direction, but they note how much information they don't have access to because of IRGC involvement or resistance to that refusal, in fact. Okay.
Okay. So tell me, why is it you think that our intelligence agencies determined that the reason they're going up to 60% is for leverage, and they were willing to give that up again in fucking April. They were willing to give that up that entire stockpile.
Leverage.
To get us back into the JCPOA, which they were in compliance with. No, that's ridiculous. Hold on, that isn't what they said. Hold on.
Don't enrich closer to weapons level.
Do you just know better than our intelligence agencies? What they said is they're building leverage.
I would say the IAEA probably knows better than our intelligence agencies because they're actually on the ground.
That's stupid.
Doobie is trying to interrupt you and keep you
during the past year. No, I'm not.
Let him interrupt you.
No, I'm trying to get her to stop lying. Okay, I'm trying to get her to stop fucking lying. Okay, so again, stop in 2024. Again, I'll read it again. I'll read it again in 2024. A year ago, during the past year, it has modulated its production and inventory of 60% uranium. This is what we're talking about, the 60% uranium that everybody's afraid of. Please stop. Tehran has said it would restore. Tehran has said.
Knock it off, please.
Tehran has said it would restore.
Hey. Answer the question. The Iranian general's lying. Were they lying?
Post the quote by the Iranian general. Post it. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Post it.
I just read them
Yeah,
to you.
you just heard it. Yeah, post it.
It was
Post
the former head of their nuclear program.
And President Ahmadinejad
okay,
said
hold
it.
on. The former head of the nuclear program that ended in 2003.
No.
What do you?
No.
What nuclear program?
General Salami. We just had a whole laugh about it. Was he lying when he said this was the goal?
No, hold on. Hold on. No, stop. So hold on. I'm not lying. Hold on. I don't think he was lying. No, hold on. I don't think he was lying about wanting to wipe Israel off the face of the earth. I think it's reasonable. Hold on. Gibbs, you're advocating for this to happen in Iran because they're inconvenient to you for some fucking reason. Like I don't know what the fuck. Israel's been advocating for war with Iran for fucking decades. Of course they want this country gone. Okay, then what are you bitching about? Why do you get to advocate for this and they can't?
You're sitting here saying this is not their goal, and I quoted
the fact that you don't think any kind of like sense of like morality or any kind of response to the crazy shit that you spew is justified. It's fucking ridiculous. It's childish as fuck.
Two generals said the exact same thing, and you are just sitting here going, "Nope, didn't happen."
No, I'm not. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say it didn't happen.
Oh, okay. So then
no, I didn't say it didn't happen. Right. Well, I'm talking the supreme leader is the highest authority. No, our intelligence agencies, no evidence of a weapons program. It shut down in 2003. At the IAEA, no credible evidence of a weapons program. And again, in 2024, they said our intelligence agencies said the reason they're enriching the uranium to 60% is for leverage to get the U.S. back into the JCPOA, which they were in compliance with. So it's fucking. What are you guys afraid? If you guys are afraid of the 60% uranium, they agreed to give it up months ago. They agreed that our intelligence agencies knew they'd give it up in 2024 if we went back into the JCPOA and stop the sanction. What do you want from that?
They're lying. They're Muslims. Takia Doobie.
Specifically, the Russians. The Russians have agreed to take.
Thank you for bringing it up before me.
The Russians have agreed to take away their excess fuel, right? There's an article talking about this, how the Russians specifically said, like, to help maintain peace in the area, that we will take away their excess fuel. This is over beyond what they need for civilian purposes. And this mirrors a plan that was in place in 2005, I believe, specifically for one reactor that they were using previously. This was a previous deal where Russia would just it was ongoing transfer, right, to keep them below whatever IAEA threshold was necessary at the time. Yet another viable path forward. Instead, the path forward we chose was to bomb. And so I'm going to move this conversation forward just a little bit here, right? And we can see, and we'll go to Scott and back to it. Hey, I'm gonna say the thing. Iran should absolutely build the bomb. They should absolutely do it.
If people like Gibbs are in charge of the country, absolutely yes.
100%, they should do it, right? Your choice, they made an incorrect decision previously. Your choices when you're an enemy of America, or even an ally sometimes actually, is that you are either Libya or you're North Korea, right? Libya, who wasn't our enemy, decided to give up their nuclear stockpile. And what happened to Muammar Gaddafi? Oh yeah, last time I saw him, his corpse was on a truck bed being anally raped by bayonets. Do you remember that? I remember that. That's how he ended up, for giving up his nuclear stockpile. And then Kim Jong-il and then Un seem to be sitting pretty in North Korea, right? And whenever they saber rattle, all of a sudden the U.S. is at their door. Please, what do you need this time, Kim Jong-un? What do you need this time? Clearly the right decision would have been to nuclearize, right? That's the only way to protect their people. Let's get this straight. The agreements of Americans aren't worth the paper they're printed on. I think that's what this situation showed us. The agreements of Americans aren't worth the paper they're printed on. Ask Native Americans about that. Ask so many other allies we betrayed, we've abandoned throughout the years. Ask the Kurds, right? Last time during the Trump administration, what happened to them? What happened to them? If you cannot defend your people against, right, Western aggression, right, and specifically Israeli butchery, well then, yeah, this is going to happen. Of course it's happened. If they had that bomb, we wouldn't be in this situation right now, right? Then they came to the peace table. They came to the table with us, right? And what happened? We assassinated their negotiators, right? Just like Israel assassinated Hamas's negotiator. We're in Tehran, right? That happened last year. They assassinated their negotiator in Tehran, right? Israeli butchery, fascism, right? And so, but they get to do this. They get to launch. These attacks, right, with no reprisals. Fucking JD Vance was on TV. I believe it was JD Vance. Either that was Hegseth. I'm pretty sure it was JD Vance, right? And he was asked, "Hey, are we at war with Iran?" And he says, "No, no, no. In fact, instead, we are at war with Iran's nuclear facilities." That's how that works, right? If China bombed our nuclear sites, right, of course, right, they could just put out a statement and say, well, of course we're not at war with America. Only their nuclear capabilities. We just want to, mow the lawn there, right? Just, keep that under control. And we'd all accept that. But some reason we're talking about our Muslim brothers and sisters, that makes sense. You can actually go on the statement and not be laughed out of the room for that nonsense. No, Iran should have built the bomb. They should build the bomb. They should build the bomb. It's the only way to protect their people, right? The U.S.
If that's what you believe, then they are going to get all the bombing that's coming to us. So you're not really helping the Iranian people.
Until they have a bomb, until they make the bomb, and then you'll respect them. Which is absolutely what would happen, right? So great. So anyway,
more reason to not let them make the bomb.
And the last thing I'll say before I move on to our other friends, right? The last thing I'll say is that during was it 2015? I forget the 2016, 17, whatever the original Iran nuclear deal was being created, right? What happened then? Iran had previously had a president who was insane. I forget his name, right? But the guy, he was a very death to America type person, right? He made all kinds of crazy.
Unlike the rest of their leadership.
Yeah, actually, unlike the rest of the leadership, unlike the man who came after him. That's actually very important, right? Because that's how we end up with the Iran nuclear deal. So we had a hardline extremist coming. I forget his name. I'm sorry, everyone. But he came in, right, and he was like a meme, like a laughing stock, and saying crazy shit all the goddamn time, right? He gets voted out. The guy who replaces him is a moderate, right? He's a moderate, and he recognizes an opportunity for Obama, and he pushes for this, right? And he gets elected on the thought that we have to make peace with the West. He has a conversation with the Ayatollah. The Ayatollah tells him,
when did they call for peace with the West? That feels like a stretch there.
You're literally during this time period. Well, the first Iranian nuclear deal. But excuse me, let me finish my point. Right now,
okay. So during that time, they were taking all of the
Did you not hear what I just said? Okay, let me. Hey, I'm going to finish my point. It's going to happen. You're not going to interrupt me. I will mute you. Knock it off. Okay, don't worry. I'll do it for you. Okay, if you're having trouble, no worries. I can assist you. Right. So when I tell you to shut the fuck up, I mean shut the fuck up. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Okay. So back to it. Hey, so
thank you for your support.
He goes to he has a conversation with Ayatollah, right? And the Ayatollah says, look, the people clearly demand this, right? They voted you in, right? I'm gonna let you do this deal. But I'm telling you right now, the Americans cannot be trusted. They will betray. They absolutely will betray. And that's what happened. So in this, and when Trump tore up the first deal, and then in this one, when they came back to the negotiate table in good faith, right? It has undermined the moderates, right? The people you'd want to work with. The people, if there was going to be regime change, these are the people you'd actually want in charge, right? These are the people who would be credible to be in charge. And they've been undermined at every single turn. This is our result. This is our foreign policy. Undermining them at every single turn. The moderates who are looking for peace. Nonsense. Craziness. They should have the bomb. Absolutely. All right. Now I'm done. So we'll go to Scott. We'll go to Lactoid. Yeah. Oh, Corey. And I'll unmute Tali.
Yeah. So I think your kind of telling of history is exactly why sometimes in order to be able to have rational understanding of the thing, we have to use analogies and individuate the situation, because I think it's very clear that there's a lot of different biases towards or against Israel or towards or against Iran or Americans' foreign policy. I'm not a supporter of this war. Right. I don't want my fucking tax dollars as a part of it. And I don't want the increased risk that comes with attacking Iran. But when we're talking about well, is this justified? Is this like the great America being the great Satan, or, Israel being the little Satan? Is Iran, just fighting against Western imperialism, but at the same time, on the back foot trying to make peace deals? So I think the best way to like view this situation is at at an individual level. And what I mean by that is, imagine for a second, one of your frenemies and then a guy you really, really hate that hates you are kind of in scuffles in like your local town bars from time to time. They get in fights, they sling insults at each other. They say things that maybe they mean or they don't mean, right? And then you guys show up for an agreed upon, like, hey, we're going to do our thing where we duke it out again, where we fist fight again. Because like, you said some shit about my mom, I'm ready to kick your ass. Or, you said this other shit, etc. Now, imagine person A is our frenemy, right? Like sometimes they're cool with us. We're friends. Sometimes they stab us in the fucking back and lie. They fucked our girlfriend once, or, they fucked our girlfriend once. We don't fucking like them. But at the same time, we've been through thick and thin. So we're kind of buddies. And then the other guy is just, we've hated them forever and they've hated us. And that's just how it is. Now, imagine person B is brought a gun to the fight. And me and person A, we've brought guns before for 30 years, but we never shot the gun. We never pulled out the gun. We've always, with honor, fought with our fucking fists and kicked their ass and then told them to get the fuck out. Now, person B has, for the last couple of times, has just been saying they're going to fucking kill us over and over again, that we're the greatest evil. And once they fucking fix their gun, they're going to blow our brains out. And then they have like a friend with them that we also don't like. And that friend's like, actually, no, he's just saying that. He's kind of crazy today. He doesn't really mean it. And we show up to the fight and then someone starts loading the firearm and saying, I'm going to kill you. And then their other friend is like, he's not serious. He doesn't really mean it. Is it justified at that point to pull out your gun and stop that guy from loading his gun? Is it or do we have to wait until the gun's loaded and he chambers around and points the gun and pulls the trigger and kills our frenemy before we can fire the gun? Because I think this situation is pretty similar to what we have, right? We've had guns the whole time. We've never shot anybody. We've gotten into a bunch of fights. We hate each other. And we're getting conflicting messages from like him and his boys, whether or not they're actually going to blow our brains out. But they brought a gun this time. And then they start loading the gun and they're like, hey, we're going to blow your fucking brains out. Now, that's why I think it is technically justified for Israel to take out the fucking gun,
Scott,
and get rid of the goddamn gun.
Israel did
just quick question: when Israel bombs Iran, right? When they just like do terrorist attacks within Iran's border, does that count as shooting the gun or not? Or is
what terrorist
he means
attacks
nuke?
are
The
you
gun is a
talking
nuke.
about?
Literally, when they blew up an apartment building,
the gun is a nuke. I think
an apartment
Scott.
within Tehran, killing the Hamas leader. Right? You remember that? You remember that?
So I would in this analogy.
So if they're targeting
right,
a Hamas
this would be
leader,
in
that's
this
not a
analogy.
Yeah,
terrorist
just like
attack.
Hold on.
yeah, and
In this-
and
hold on,
hold
no,
a
no.
second.
In this
Hold on.
analogy,
and
you asked me to clean up. In this analogy,
respond to
it's
Tyler
fist
just for a
fighting.
quick second. Just like right, China could just like blow up a dissident in Manhattan, right? And it would be like no big deal, right? I guess it just blew up a dissident.
The reason I made this
nuke is a
analogy is because we all have a lot of really fucking strong feelings about these countries, right? So in this analogy, the difference between a nuclear weapon and fucking, targeting a building somewhere is beating the shit out of it's a fist fight.
Okay.
Right. We're talking about the gun.
Let me ask you this
right.
then, Scott, because like my understanding, and this is the limits of like analogies, right, and metaphors, but like I'm just gonna go through for a quick second.
The real world has gotten complicated,
Friend, I hear you. I'm not trying to undermine you.
Yeah.
I'm saying that like when we are what was I gonna say? Shit.
Run.
We beat up their friends sometimes just because they're standing around. All right, like we get in fistfights. We hate each other. But now this guy is making like the Second Amendment, right? And loading a firearm.
My understanding is that like when you are approached, right? They got a bunch of people here who have guns. That when you are being threatened, not necessarily with another weapon, right? When your family is being threatened by various means, you have the right to defend yourself. Am I correct or incorrect, right? Whether they have another gun or not, when they've proved themselves a threat to you, you would have you should in fact be armed, right? The whole idea of the Second Amendment is that like you should be armed and prepared for that aggression at any point in time, correct?
Yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing. That would be Iran's
Okay.
perspective. It's
So
like,
Iran
you guys
should-
have nukes, you keep fucking attacking us, we attack you,
Yeah, Fabian, you're-
and then you want to
So
keep us from having
it
a
seems like
level
that makes
playing
sense.
field here. I want the level playing field.
Wait,
That's
Scott,
why I'm
Scott,
using
the only
this analogy.
problem-
I'm trying to take away ideology
yeah,
out
Scott,
of
the only
it.
problem with your
and I'm
analogy.
working
Wait,
with
Scott, the
it.
only problem with your analogy is that you instantly applied that they were loading the gun to shoot versus just loading the gun to have a gun also.
Exactly.
Well, but no, I'm not implying that. I'm saying they're loading a gun and they're making threats, and their buddy is saying, dude, he's just saying wild shit. He's like this. And
You
so we
said
don't
they were
really
gonna
know
shoot.
whether or not the
You
threat
said
is
wait
credible.
until they shoot.
No, I said, ought we, right? Which would be like in the ought scenario is
Yeah.
Israel, America, we don't bomb. We just wait and we wait and we wait. We let them develop the weapons technology. Should we wait until that moment to see if whether or not they're
Well,
going to nuke us or not?
should Iran,
Or
should
we get rid of
Iran
the gun while they're loading it?
I'm saying
Again, no evidence to loading the gun. No evidence to have a gun or building a gun. No evidence of any of this.
Not
Yeah, but
loading the
Doobie,
gun.
you're just a misinformation piece of shit liar. this
Okay,
whole time.
well, hold on.
So
What
it's
if I
like
said?
your opinion
Hold on.
doesn't
What
really
if I said
matter.
this incorrect? What if I said this incorrect?
You have cherry picked stuff. throughout
Okay,
the entire
show me how
time.
I've cherry picked
Holly
it.
has taken
Go
you to
through this.
task
No,
several
no,
times.
she hasn't.
There's no reason
No,
for me to
she
rehash.
hasn't.
He just
your
outright
bullshit.
that's
acknowledged
such
the general
bullshit.
saying these
Hold on,
things.
I've
lied.
demonstrated
You
that she's
lied.
that she's
You
lied
lied.
repeatedly.
Hold on. Oh, here
What are
you
you
go. Here you go.
talking?
You lied. You lied saying that Khomeini was the one that issued the fatwa. That might have been a mistake because it was his.
No,
second.
well, okay.
And you
Now you
lied
know what the
about-
fuck you're
and
talking
you
about.
lied about. And you
Now you
lied
know what the
about
fuck you're
the fact
talking
that
about.
nuclear weapons require reentry, which they do not. But you ran away from those things so that you could nitpick Tali's description of things because you understand that if you interrupt and bullshit and spew misinformation and don't let people finish, that you can run from the fact that you're a coward from your own arguments. So I don't give a fuck what your opinion is here because it's useless because everything that comes out of your mouth is a potential lie. So I can't trust any of your opinions.
Well, the great because I posted a ton of sources for you. I posted a ton of sources for you, but really quickly, you said that I lied about a committee making the fatwa. No, he didn't. I posted that in chat for you. It's right there. What the fuck do you think I'm lying about? Can you not fucking read?
It's Hassan Rouhani that was the
one. No. Ali Khamenei's fatwa against nuclear weapons. I posted it. Are you just not looking at what I'm posting and calling me a liar anyway? Because I posted that for you. It's right fucking there.
I'm not going through all of your
Okay,
sources.
so you're calling me a liar despite me posting all these fucking sources for you, and then you just dismiss it all. You just dismiss it all and call me a fucking liar anyway. What the fuck are you talking about? If you can't engage honestly with any of this, just say that you don't like them because they're Muslims and you think Islam is evil.
So which one is
no,
it?
I haven't.
Which one is it? Which one is it?
Okay. Scroll up a little bit. Actually, it's the first one.
Scroll up. You're not looking.
It's literally the first one.
So did President
Go to the bottom. Scroll to the bottom of the message history, Scott. The bottom of the message history. Yeah. What does that say?
Okay, so this is on Wikipedia, a fatwa by Al Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, against the acquisition, development, of use of nuclear weapons. And their source is Asia Times. So we go to the actual source. Obviously, like
he's made multiple public statements about this, by the way. And hold on. And by the way, I the other thing that I posted above is the IAEA acknowledging that there's a fatwa, a religious fatwa against this, and he's held that religious fatwa. That the IAEA says this. They have no reason to fucking lie about this.
What about the generals?
Let's go to
why did the generals
IAEA also says at the conclusion of every section of every one of their reports that this is based on the evidence that Iran has given them access to, and they note that Iran prevents them from having access to specific facilities and they refuse to answer questions. So again, Doobie, so maybe the most honest conclusion that all of us here could come to is we don't actually fucking know. We don't actually know how close they are, but they're saber rattling and we have evidence of a
Why do you think Israel knows?
That can only be used to progress towards weaponization.
They have
so again, this idea that we have evidence that they're not doing any
30
of
years
this,
of research.
Why do you think Israel knows?
When you look at the act, when you look at the, I don't. I'm saying none of us do. That's
then what the fuck? You just want to attack them because you have a feeling? You have a feeling, despite all the evidence against the feeling, you have a feeling you're gonna bomb people? What the fuck are you talking about?
President said the same thing, though,
First of all, maybe it's possible that Israel would know more than, for example, the IAEA.
Where's the evidence?
Because apparently,
where's the fucking evidence?
Apparently, can you let me finish a goddamn motherfucking sentence? Okay.
You
Thank
may.
you. So
as soon as you tell me where the evidence is.
Israel has
doesn't exist.
What's it called? They have human whatever. They have people on the
Human
ground
resources,
undercover, right?
like
that was part of how
assets.
they were. Sure, yeah. I don't think that's the assets. Yes, exactly. They have assets. They have human assets on the ground in Iran. That's how they were able to get all of the heads of the IRGC to convene in a meeting so they could bomb it and blow them all up. So maybe Israel does have information, but I'm not saying they've provided it. My point is you are drawing conclusions, cherry picking from these reports. Exactly what Scott said. So you're saying the IAEA came out and said,
show me some of the reports that disagree with with me.
No evidence at all. The end of every fucking section of their reports, I read it to you verbatim. Almost every section of the report ends with,
hold on.
based on the conclusion.
What about the ODNI
not
reports?
giving us
The multiple
access
years of
to
ODNI reports. There are multiple
XYZ and
administrations.
not answering X, Y, and Z questions.
Tali, it
Hold on.
sounds like
What about the
Yes,
ODNI
if we're
reports?
coming to this
What about the
conclusion
ODNI
with
reports?
insufficient access, then they are tentative conclusions at
But the
best. They are
ODNI
tentative.
What about the
Hold on.
ODNI reports?
Hold on.
Because
Ta-
Iran-
And hold on, and the
if
reports that say they
Iran-
haven't even
sorry,
mastered
if
the
their
technology
fatwa-
to make a
okay,
warhead.
but
What
if
about
their
those fucking
fatwa-
reports?
If their fatwa was so sincere that they would never do that, they have no intention because it goes against their religion, then why are they keeping anything from the IAEA? Why would they hide anything from them?
Actually, luckily, I've already told you why our intelligence agencies think they're doing that. It's to get leverage because they want to go back to the JCPOA, which again they were in compliance with, and they had daily inspections of all these fucking facilities. They want that to happen again. They want to give up the stockpile. They want to give up the stockpile.
For why they enriched to 60%. It's not an explanation for why they are hiding entire facilities from the IAEA. And
No,
why
hold
they're
on. The
refusing to
facility that
answer
you're talking about is in
questions. Those are
2003.
different-
That's from 2003.
No, again, I read one fucking sentence. Go read
And they
the report.
reference,
He literally
and it
goes
referenced.
out-
Hold on,
it
the
goes
thing that
out
you referenced was from
almost every
2003.
section.
If Iran hasn't showed them anything,
Hold
how do
on,
we know
the
that they have
facility that you're
60%?
talking about.
I sent
Hold
you
on,
the
like,
whole
oh god,
report.
you're so
How do we know they
dishonest.
have 60%
Yeah,
enriched if they
you're so
haven't told them
dishonest.
everything?
Okay.
Do
Hold on, you're so dishonest. What they said is that they didn't tell them about this nuclear program that they had in 2003 that is shut down, and it has been since 2003.
I was reading you one
2019,
specific-
2021,
I said to you,
2023,
okay,
Okay, so you're cherry picking. You're cherry picking shit that doesn't even agree with you. How's it relevant?
God, no, it's not that it doesn't agree with me. Again, you are not being honest.
Find me the
about
thing that
amount of
disagrees with me.
Hey, Tali,
information that
Find me the thing that disagrees with me.
Can I ask you a question based on what you read, right? Hold on. After that, we got to go to Lactoid. He's been waiting quite patiently.
Well, I just got to clarify on the fatwa issue.
One second. So Tali, right? It sounds like, and maybe I'm incorrect, maybe because I haven't read it. I've just like been listening to you, and maybe I misheard you. But it sounds like that excerpt you're saying that's at the end of all these sections of the report, right? It says basically that there are sections of the nuclear program that we haven't had access to, and the second thing is that they haven't answered all our questions, right? Those are the things you've been saying. It sounds like what that states is that, all right, we this is our reporting, right, with all the information that we do have. However, because we've been blocked, there's a certain level of mystery here, right? There's like no evidence here. That sounds like what they're doing is not drawing a conclusion. They're saying this is a red flag because we can't see into this. It's a black box. But like the absence of evidence, right, doesn't mean that there's proof positive, correct?
Sure. Tentative conclusions. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
So if I can just clean this up very quickly
Lactoid.
about the fatwa,
Right.
right? Because I called him out on several laws, but he got me in one. I'll give you that. So there is no evidence that Ayatollah Khomeini issued an official fatwa. The evidence that exists, they haven't produced it as an official document. However, Hassan Rouhani, who I thought was making the claim, he was making the claim that a fatwa was issued in negotiations, but they have not presented any evidence that there was an official fatwa that was actually established. So it could be total bullshit that the fatwa exists at all and it was just a negotiation tactic, or it just could be that Iran is like, fuck off. We told you we had a fatwa and we do. So we don't actually know whether or not a fatwa was issued. We just have the word from his negotiator that a fatwa was issued. Again, you didn't deal with multiple things that Tali called you out on.
Okay, hold on. I'll just see what this bullshit that you just said.
Nuclear warheads.
I'll just see what this bullshit you just said.
And the lie that nuclear warheads require re-entry.
Okay, that's fine. Hold on, Scott. I was wrong about that. Hold on, Scott. I was wrong about them requiring re-entry. What I meant to say is what is in the ODNI report from 2024 that I posted for you again, which is that when we found that when this program was active in 2003, when it ended, we found that it actually had not mastered. I highlighted it here for you. Iran has not yet mastered all the necessary technologies for building such weapons, and it goes into detail as to what that fucking means, right? So what they mean is that they haven't.
Yeah, I agree. In 2003, they didn't have that.
But again, that's the end. That's all the evidence that we have shows that they ended their program in 2003. Now, secondly,
Hold on. They don't have enriched uranium.
Stop. They can't have.
What?
No, hold on. When I say
They don't have
program,
weapons grade
don't be dishonest.
enriched
You know what I'm talking about. When I say no, they don't.
You're the one
So
being dishonest. Saying all evidence
listen,
that they ended program 22 years ago. That's clearly not true.
Okay, hold on. A nuclear weapons program is not having uranium enriched to 60%. That's not what that is. Okay. So secondly,
weapons grade enriched uranium is not a weapons program.
It's not weapons grade.
So full of shit.
Hold on. It's not weapons grade. I don't know why I keep saying this. It's almost weapons grade. I agree with you.
Technology to get to 90%.
But again, they've agreed to give that up months ago. Actually, a year ago, our intelligence agencies knew they'd give this up for the removal of sanctions. But again, I don't. No, okay. Sure. They've said this. The chief negotiator said this. The chief negotiator said this in fucking April. This has been their position for a very long fucking time. Now, again, to the fatwa thing, okay? The verbal fatwa, the public statements that he's made are, and you posted this thing by the Atlantic Council, which I'm sure you didn't read, okay? But that's fine, okay? I post things shit I don't read sometimes too.
Really I'm not going through the whole thing.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Towards the bottom,
hold on, but wait, stop. But just really quickly. So the verbal fatwa is considered religiously binding. So him making these statements repeatedly is considered religiously binding within their religion. So they don't need to produce a written document that says, "Hey, this is a fatwa."
We have the
no. Hold on, that's not true. He said it repeatedly. He said it repeatedly. We have a statement. We have fucking quotes from multiple quotes and statements that he's given. Hold on. So in fact, I read one of them earlier. Hold on. I read one of them earlier. I read. Oh god.
Okay. Sorry. Jimmy will finish this statement, and we'll let Lactwood go. Right? Sorry, Scott. We'll just let Lactwood go.
That's fine.
So go ahead, Jimmy. Finish your statement.
Okay. So I read one of them earlier, right? Which is that if we wanted to build nuclear weapons, America could not have stopped us. The reason we do not have nuclear weapons and are not pursuing them is that we ourselves do not want to for certain reasons. It was our own decision not to pursue them. Otherwise, if we had wanted to, they would not have been able to stop us. The reason I'm reading that right now is because in the Atlantic Council report that you posted, it only has the first fucking sentence, which is that if we wanted to build nuclear weapons, America couldn't have stopped us. It leaves out all the rest of it. So it's a dishonest as fuck framing within that article you posted.
Secondly, you're right. We should never.
But that's not an argument against what I said.
Secondly.
Should we get to Lactwood? He's been waiting.
I'm just waiting for him to actually address the argument instead of gish galloping.
I'm not gish galloping at all.
That's literally the definition.
So the other statement we have from him, right, is that where is it? Here it is. So we believe that besides nuclear weapons, other types of weapons of mass destruction, such as chemical and biological weapons, also pose a serious threat to humanity. The Iranian nation, which is itself a victim of chemical weapons, feels more than any other nation the danger that is caused by the production and stockpiling of such weapons, and is prepared to make use of all its facilities to counter such threats. We consider the use of such weapons as haram and believe that it is everyone's duty to make efforts to secure humanity against great disaster. This is religiously binding within their religion. He is a supreme religious leader. He is the not the accountant. He is the considered to be like the custodian of the Mahdi, of the Mahdi. So like him saying that is binding within the 12 religion. They until he retracts that, they cannot build nuclear weapons religiously. And he has not. Again, all of our intelligence reports that he has not retracted it.
Cooperating with the IAEA.
Let's go to. Go ahead.
Gibbs
all
with
right.
Sources.
Well, I got a couple things, and this might
I'm reading from the IAEA report. In fact, I can't wait until it's my turn again, so I can read directly from.
I am an IAEA reporter, cuz don't worry about it.
Blackwood is really feminized over the years.
If you're not of Northern European stock, right? Well, we can't talk. Lactwood, please.
Get him, Lactwood.
Okay. All right. I'm going to give my very spicy middle of the road opinion. I've heard a lot. Okay. And I've heard a lot from a lot of different people here. And I've been fact checking a lot of the claim in the background. I've been fact checking a lot of the claims that have been made and looking at the evidence on both sides. And I'll say this, right? I mean, this is a situation where this war I'm just less educated on. Although I definitely think I'm educated enough, especially for this conversation, to have an opinion.
You've got a high IQ.
But one of the wars that I am educated on is the Ukraine-Russia war, and I'm just noticing what blew me away the most about that is just the pervasiveness of the misframing and lying from the U.S. State Department and hawks when it comes to what they wanted to do still continue to want to do in that conflict. And I also, was thinking back on how much Trump was making fun of Bolton for being such a hawk and wanting to like bomb Iran. Like, what a dork, right? He wants to bomb Iran. This guy, he fired him because this dork wanted to bomb Iran. And I also remember Trump criticizing the Iraq War and all these things together. Trump's sort of more sane kind of anti-deep state policy when it comes to the Ukraine situation, opposition to the Iraq War, opposition to Bolton's idea of bombing Iran was really appealing to me. That's not to say that he can't change his mind, but the question about whether or not I think he's justified in changing his mind is whether or not there's really good evidence that Iran is planning to get a nuke and use it. That's what I think the concern is. And from what I've heard today, there's clearly enough muddled kind of gray where we're looking at right now that I am not comfortable launching attacks on a country based on what I've heard today. It's just not enough. Like, if you showed me definitive proof here, yes, they have the nukes and they're going to use them. But from what I've been fact checking, every single like claim that you can make about them hiding shit from the IAEA is all after 2018 when the U.S. pulled out. Between 2015 and 2018, they were in complete compliance. And Doobie is right.
That's still relevant. That's still relevant for military campaigns today, though. So if since 2018 things have changed, then a military campaign in 2025.
You're right, but it's also relevant when we're trying to look at their motivations. Because what Doobie said is that, hey, look, they claimed that if you lift the sanctions, they'll give up their stockpile. And we got to figure out if they're lying or not. And if the last time they were willing to abide by that when sanctions were lifted, doesn't it maybe seem at least plausible that they're not lying about that part? At least, are you confident enough that they're lying that you're willing to blow them up? That's the question.
Lactoids bought by Qatar. Nice. You Iranian shill. You simp.
Can I add one little thing to your argument?
I'm not a huge fan of Iran.
No, I would just add one little tiny bit, Iran, right? Bro. Which is I also would like to say from your perspective, internal critique, right? And it actually is my perspective. I just nevertheless, Iran doesn't have the weapons technology to be able to nuke anything other than our military assets in the Middle East. They like, even if they were able to develop the nuclear technology and they were doing so in secret, they'd have to get Chinese to like give them missile technology or something under our nose in order to be able to actually nuke us. So I do think that the situation is obviously slightly different, comparing whether or not Israel may or may not be justified in their attacks and whether or not we have any fucking justification in terms of them protecting, American civilians and assets.
Let's go.
Right, but ultimately, my concern here is, again, because really the prompt is about what America.
I don't want to be at war with Iran.
Right, I don't, and the concern I have is perhaps this wasn't a problem before. Maybe Doobie's right, but the other concern is, did we just make it a problem? Because they've made multiple statements now where they're saying, now we're going for the nukes, right? There's been statements, and so. I don't, the whole FATWA thing, I didn't find that super convincing. I mean, the whole idea of, it's a promise that we can revoke at any time. I don't really care about that.
We also,
I'm more interested in, that part was the least convincing argument. But what I think was the most convincing argument was, what are they like? What is their motivation? What have they done in the past when they did get what they are claiming that they're looking for? And what are we willing to do to what are we willing to do to stop them if it turns out that they're lying? And are we even sure that they're lying? It just seems like there's so many what ifs that I'm sorry, we had just as many what ifs when we attacked Iraq, and we were just dead wrong. And I don't want to repeat of that. I just don't want to repeat of that.
Morris, let's go to Gibbs, and I do want to have Tali answer that question you posed later on. But Gibbs.
I do find this interesting because I've been sitting here also fact checking while we've been going through here, and I mentioned the general said directly the opposite of what Doobie said earlier, and he just hand waved it. And then
Post that,
now
please. Post
cool,
that.
yeah, no, you can go and Google it. We already went through.
I
that.
did Google it. I can't find
hold on.
it.
And so I'm saying, hold on. These are famous quotes.
I think he's lying.
In fact, I'm not. I guess I'm lying. But three other people already quoted it before me, and I just happen to find their actual names. Yeah, cool.
One of these three people should be able to post it.
If you let me finish, that's cool. I just posted about 6 or 7 other articles, basically showing they're saying, oh, the head of the state, or the prophet, he's aware of where they're at, and at any time, within a few hours, they could sit here and turn around. Their supreme leader of the religion, as you described them, they could turn around and they could do this within hours. This is from multiple people that are higher ups in his government. This is all throughout. So basically, all you're saying when he says there's fatwa, it's just like something convenient that has plausible deniability. They've absolutely pursued gaining nuclear materials. There's no reason why they would have these materials that are higher enriched. Okay, cool. So you agree then. So here's my next point.
They're gaining nuclear. Wait, no. Listen.
Hold on.
You keep conflating. We could do this thing with we are going to do this thing.
Well, okay. No. That's not what I'm equating. That's not what I'm equating. This is an adversarial power. That's now. Hold on. That's not what I'm saying at all. This is an adversarial power that I don't even care if they have the nuke. They need to be taken out in any way, in my opinion. So when we're sitting here going, oh, an adversarial power who probably should be getting taken out because they're just evil fucks. These be taken out.
China just get taken out.
It's a Muslim nation. That's all you need.
No. First of all, I don't care about the Muslim nation. China, yeah. If we can get to China, sure. But we might as well take out their allies. No. First, we got to take out the Iranians because they're tied to Russia and China. They're adversaries. Next, maybe we start working on North Korea. I'm just saying, it's pretty clear to me they should be taken out. And whenever we see all this conflicting information from all sorts of people at different levels in their government, some the higher ups, some the middle people, some in the administration side, and they're all saying, hey, we've actually been working towards the nukes the whole time, all the way back from 2005, and we have reports during the little treaty we had. We have reports 2019 after. We have reports 2021, 2023. We have reports now. When we have all these different reports, and these people are saying the opposite of what Doobie's saying, it's pretty clear somebody's lying. And I guess I'm going to take the Iranians at their word, and you're just going to go, oh, they don't really mean this. That's the most ridiculous, unserious take I've ever heard.
Gibbs. Right, so I'm sorry, I haven't gone through all your sources yet. I do apologize. But you did post a lot of sources, so fair to you, right?
Yeah, because everybody always quizzes me on sources, but we get one source from anybody else.
I'm not questioning you, right? But just from what I've seen, as I'm trying to skim this, right? You talk about the higher ups that have said it. Well, you posted our good friend President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, right?
Yeah, from 2013, 2012, 2005.
That was the president that I was referring to before. I couldn't remember the first guy's name, right? But the clown, right? There were so many memes about this dude, right? He would go to UN.
He would go to UN
every year. No, he was serious. No, to be very clear, Ahmadinejad was serious. Tel Aviv would be a nuclear wasteland if it was up to him. There's no question about that. 100%. Hold on. But this is important, right? So yes, he was a clown, and he kept doing that, and he was like clockwork, right? Every time he would come on, and then right? I remember in the UN, right? The people would just walk out, when he started talking, and they should have, right? Because he was awful. Fuck him. However, that guy got voted out. That guy was tossed out. He was replaced. He was a place of a moderate, right? And on a platform of engagement of the West, right? The only way we're gonna make progress, he said, by engaging the West, and that's what he did. And that's Obama's nuclear deal, right? We have the deal, and as we established here previously, right? And I don't think anyone has questioned it. During the time that we were under Obama's deal, the Iran followed the terms of the deal. They followed the terms of the deal. The entire time.
Well, we don't know.
From the Europeans, okay, all right. So
we don't know. We don't know anything. We just know they have nukes and they want to blow up Israel and America, but we don't know anything else.
Said that was the case, right? The UN said this. The Europeans, the partners said that, right? America couldn't find a reason. America didn't say otherwise,
I can find a reason.
Trump,
bro.
You're just speaking too broadly. They didn't follow. They didn't follow every single thing for the entirety pretend the JCPOA is active, but you could argue that they were a lot more in line during the 3 years of it being active.
Well, then Lactoid said they were good.
I'll take it, Tali.
I trust Lactoid more than Israel.
I'll take it, Tali. Let's say they weren't perfect. Nope. But I'm gonna go with what Tali said. Right?
Israel be violating that shit all the time.
But friend, that's a dishonest framing.
I think so too, but like, but even using that framing, even then, right? We showed there's progress to be made. That we have a partner that we can work with within the frame of this, right? But then, as we, at least the second thing I thought we established was that after that deal collapsed because Trump pulled us out of it, right? Then, yeah, they broke out of it. They started to enrich the uranium. They started their nuclear program became a black box, right? We can see a clear stimuli that they're reacting to, right? One, when you give them sanctions relief, right? They start opening themselves up, doing the things we want them to do, right? When then you lay the sanctions back out, when you betray them in the deal that they set up, right? Then all of a sudden they clam up, right? And start doing things we don't want to do. And then now it's been repeated. They asked Biden to get to go into the deal. He didn't do it, right? Fuck Biden. Another reason that I hope he burns in hell, right? Biden, being the preeminent Zionist, genocidal Zionist that he is, right? Didn't want to get back in the deal to renegotiate the deal.
Well, God's not real, and that's why Islam is evil. So he's not going to burn in hell.
And then that's fair. And then but then after that, Trump comes to office and he says, hey, why hasn't anyone thought of making this is what he actually said. Why hasn't anyone thought of making a deal with the Iranians? Literally, he doesn't even remember. He didn't even remember he pulled out. He didn't understand why he pulled out. He just made the statement, hey, why didn't anyone even think about making a deal with the Iranians, right? And so they come to the table, right? Once again, showing good faith, and then what do they get? Bombs. Why should anyone trust?
Well,
the
according
American
to the
people?
Trump administration,
Ever.
they didn't meet the prerequisite. They didn't meet the prerequisites for the negotiations. And again, according to the Trump administration, they gave them 60 days for these talks, and Iran was not willing to come to the table. I have no idea.
Yeah, if the prerequisites are
so what's no enrichment at all.
Yes, exactly.
I think
if it's no enrichment at all, that's unacceptable.
I mean, that's
unacceptable.
That's
no enrichment, and also no ballistic missile research. It's also fucking retarded.
Yeah, that's unacceptable.
So when
wait, why is that unacceptable?
Why would that be unacceptable for Iran?
Sure, I'll tell you
constantly
why.
can't stop doing terror attacks.
Why would it be acceptable that a military belligerent neighbor, Israel, right, who's attacked all their neighbors, right, who keeps attacking and again doing an ethnic cleansing campaign as we speak. Let's never forget that. Free Palestine. Like they have those abilities, right? And at a moment's notice, when they decide, when they feel like it, they can attack, right? And then now attack Iran, right? And now they have no way to defend themselves. Of course, right? From the Second Amendment people on the panel, right? You would think that they should have some way to defend themselves.
I don't know. Didn't the Gaddafi?
I'm not even saying a nuke at this point, right? I'm just saying ordinary missile defense. Why shouldn't they be able to defend themselves? Of course they should continue research. Of course.
Are bombing buses with children on it in Tel Aviv defending themselves?
Is bombing guns right? It's like slaughtering them at aid sites?
This is like, have you never been to kindergarten?
Right?
Two wrongs. Did you
crazy ass double standard because you hate
two wrongs don't make a right.
Is Iran a U.S. state?
I don't know.
I don't know Iran.
Just because Israel has done evil shit doesn't mean that Iran is now absolved of any evil.
And continues to do.
Iran is to get 2A because they're not America.
All right, we'll go back to kindergarten. You forgot kindergarten.
Scott, please. They literally bombed Iran beforehand. Not this time. Beforehand, they bombed Iran. They did the terrorist attack in Iran's territory.
Are bombing innocent children in Tel Aviv and discotheques and buses.
It's all wrong.
And funding terrorism.
All wrong.
Okay, so it's wrong. So Iran is wrong in some regard. We can both accept that Israel's done some fucked up shit that I absolutely
So why would
disagree
one side take the sanctions and the other side just walk scot-free?
Well, what? Because we have
because hold on, because the moment that you admit that they are indeed funding and engaging in the killing of innocents, so that they can go on a campaign of terror. It doesn't matter whether Israel or not.
What do you mean?
They've
How doesn't it matter?
Hush, stop interrupting me. Stop trying to interrupt me. Okay, for the love of God, listen. The moment that you engage in funding and causing terror, you've already accepted that it's all a power game, that might makes right. And that if Israel and America has more power, then you sit down and sit on your fucking hands and shut the fuck up.
Or they
because you have no right to say that it's wrong. Or they keep fighting. Agreed.
Yeah.
Right, but this idea that the idea of trying to claim that sponsoring state terror is a form of self-defense, and that if I believe in the Second Amendment, I should be supporting Iran and engaging in state acts of state terrorism, that's not the same fucking thing, dude.
Sorry. Hold on. State terror. Like what? I tell you again. What is terrorism? Terrorism only applies when it's brown people, right?
Muslim
because like we're saying,
so the IRA never engaged in terrorism.
Sorry, is the what the
Irish Republican Army? They never engaged in terrorism. No one ever says that. No one's ever claimed that they were terrorists.
I'm sorry. Go on, no. Lots of people didn't claim they
were white. The Israelis also fund terrorism, Scott. The Israelis also fund terrorism.
Oh, it's a different type of white now. Okay, cool. Shush.
They weren't white. Hold on.
Oh, yes, they fucking were. Italians weren't white at the time. Irish have been white for a long time.
Yeah, they got called gangsters, not terrorists.
Chechenyans white.
Right. Well, probably they weren't considered brown and Muslim, so it's still working.
How about the North Koreans? Are they? How did the North Koreans were brown?
Non-white people. Non-Western powers, non-imperial powers. Hold on, excuse me. Non-imperial powers. No, I'll clean it up for you, right? Because you want to be bitches about this. All right, non-imperial powers. Right, non-imperial powers. They don't get to have the right to self-defense. Israel bombed them. Israel came in and just bombed them without like active aggression going back. So does Iran have right to self-defense?
No, there's active aggression through their proxies.
Does Iran have a right to self-defense? Hey, are you denying
state terrorism is not fucking.
Are you? Hey, Tyler,
terrorism and self-defense are not the same thing.
I know. Hold on.
You just call it terrorism. You just call it terrorism.
But what do we call terrorism?
Iranian people do. The Iranian regime obviously does not have a right to self-defense.
Why?
Now
what the fuck are you talking? Why?
Oh wow!
Does Israel have a right to self-defense?
They're evil and
go. We're at the end of the allotted time. I live in a different time zone. I have to go.
Tally. If you could answer, okay, before you go, if you could answer Lactoid's question. Lactoid, before you were asking about like whether they should be bombed, like if you're sure enough to, you can repeat.
Yeah.
Like, no. This argument, Dave.
The question is like, when they say that they're willing to give up their stockpile for like sanctions relief, are you confident enough that they're lying about that you're willing to launch bombing campaigns? That's the question.
I think so. I think there's a calculation at play, right? So it's how likely do we think that they are to participate in good faith in that effort, and number two, what is the risk if they don't? And so I think there's a reasonable calculation that says we don't know that they would actually commit to that in earnest, and that if they didn't, the risk would be too high. Again, I don't think that this should be America's war, and I don't think that America would have gotten involved if it meant boots on the ground or anything like this. I think Trump likes a win. Israel had done all of the hard hitting basically and needed America to come in for this very specific thing. If America gets further involved, that's not something that I would personally support. But I think that the calculation that people with much more information than any of us sitting here have sounds like it was a reasonable calculation that was made. And again, I would just point everyone to the most recent IAEA report that just came out at the beginning of the month, and just go to section D, where they talk about cooperation between Iran and the agency, and like just every paragraph talks about throughout the years back from 2003, in 2018, since then, all throughout this entire in 2009, that they have hidden things from the inspectors, refused to answer questions, and yeah, so even in that, so
you bounced around the time where they would.
You're right. You're totally right. You're totally right.
They were substantially compliant during that time
period. Also talking about I said, yeah, and when I think I agreed to that they weren't in 100% compliance, but it seems like they were complying more during the time the JCPOA was in effect. They do talk about specific things during that time in 2018, where Iran claimed that they only made change X, Y, or Z after the JCPOA was reneged, but they have evidence from different cameras and different intelligence that actually they were doing this before November of 2018. So there's some conflicting evidence in the report from the IAEA. And again, this is talking about like specific events here, but yeah, I don't know. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I mean, we can. Yeah, you substantially answered the question. I mean, I guess just from what I've read, it does look like they were. You're right that they pointed out that there were like it wasn't 100%, but I think what was kind of important too is they said that like the minor issues, like once they were brought up, like they reached resolution between 2015 and 2018. And then
maybe you could send me that part.
Yeah, I'll look for that. But to Prime's point, I do somewhat, when I asked, well, why can't they give up their ballistic missiles? Because I'd like them to. I mean, that'd be great. But I think you're right that they probably wouldn't. There's probably a hard line for them, and it does sort of make sense why they wouldn't, given the fact that the current government is really the result of a coup that was launched by the CIA and replaced the government of Iran with a literal monarch. Which, I mean, I liked him for a couple reasons, but like we can't deny the fact we can't deny the West did that, and so here is this government that's like, hey, last time we couldn't, hit back, you guys took over our government. It would make sense that this government would have that as a red line. So the question is there a path here for some kind of lasting deal that involves Iran keeping some kind of like ballistic missile stockpile? And I think there has to be. I don't know what the future holds here. I think there has to be.
I'll let Doobie go. But before then, Tali, I know you said you had to leave.
Can I just ask one? I had my hand up like 45 minutes ago. I just want to ask one question to Tali. So from what I understand, okay, you support the bombings that took place from everything that was gone through. So as of now, like from what the data says, like there were no casualties. If it turned out there were like, let's say 1,000 civilian casualties, would that change your opinion or stance on the bombings?
I don't know. The numbers thing is always like when we start talking about numbers, like I would have to see like how reckless it was. Just the number alone, not necessarily. Again, I don't like have all the information.
Okay, but if I go to 10,000, is that all? Like, is that making it more clear for you?
10,000 people died in their attempt to bomb the nuclear facilities. That would concern me. That would very much.
That would not be like the red line for you, though. And let's say 100,000, would that be a red line?
I just try to not speak with complete certainty. Like yes, that 10,000 I'd be very concerned, and I would need to look into that, and I probably wouldn't.
100,000 you couldn't be certain without any other context.
Yes, I'd be extremely concerned. I mean, this goes it's not the same thing, but it's like a similar question to the conversation that everyone's been having about the war with Israel and Gaza right now, which is like, okay, well, what's the number? What makes something proportional? I don't think there is a specific number, right? So if there was evidence that actually there was imminent threat,
I can go up to like 1 billion. You think 1 billion is enough for with the data?
Yeah, like 10 to 1 compared to October 7th. 20.
All of the Iranians.
So if the
Iranians are gone.
Yes. So if the U.S. going in and bombing those 3 sites murdered everyone in Iran and all of its neighboring countries,
yes, okay. I just wanted to see where somewhere where your red line. There is a red line.
Also, would it be fine if Israel, right? Israel, would they?
I'm not saying I wouldn't feel bad. I'm saying these are complicated. These are complicated calculations.
For Iran,
I think Joseph Stalin answered this best when he said the death of one man is a tragedy. The death of a million is a statistic.
Would Iran be justified to go into Israel? Let's say if they have the capability to do so, right, and enact a certain number of deaths there, which is equal in proportion to the amount of deaths between the October 7th incident and what happened in Gaza. Right, so let's say it was like a 10 to 1 number of deaths.
No, because that's not how proportionality works. They would have to have a They would have to have a military objective. It's not about one for one.
Yeah, the military objective would be to stop the dangerous IDF government to like wipe off.
If
they got to stop the children from going to school. Or
That
they'll
too.
grow
They
up to
gotta
be
die.
IDF soldiers.
That too. That they gotta die.
If
Sorry, go
their
ahead.
goal is to stop the quote-unquote dangerous IDF government, then no, targeting civilians would not be a
gotta stop
valid
everyone
I didn't
way
mean
to
the
turning
IDF government. I'm
18.
sorry. IDF,
No one can
IDF
join the
is the
IDF.
military.
Scott.
I do
That's the way you got to
apologize for
think
that.
about
But
it.
like, yeah, like
Prevent
the
18-year-olds.
The danger, yeah. If they like,
Or like Hassan,
just like
who
Hamas,
totally should have been
right?
led on a
They said
plane
they had
when he
to,
said
like,
that all
Likud
babies
can't
were
be- they said to
perfect
themselves
targets.
That Likud can't be in power anymore, right? Like
All babies are colonizers.
It's simply unacceptable for Likud to be in power, right? So then they could enact the same level of destruction as Israel did in Gaza, right? That would be the exact. Israel wants to get rid of Hamas.
No,
Iran
it's
wants to
not
get
the
rid of
exact
Likud.
same because again, you're just
Why
making.
would that be
So
different?
if they decided that Likud needs to be taken out and they went to take strikes to target Likud,
Regime
I
change.
wouldn't support that because I don't think that Likud is a terrorist organization. But sure, if that was in the interest of that
Of course
government,
we wouldn't.
sure.
But
If
what if
if their method is targeting civilians, then no. I
Are
don't
there-
agree
I'm
with
sorry,
that.
oh,
Wait,
I'm
what
sorry,
if they
are there
believe? What if they
only-
believe Likud is a terrorist organization, though?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they might believe that, and so there would even potentially be a valid military.
But does it have to be, hon? Are terrorists the only valid military targets, right?
It's
Just
regime
like state
change.
actors can't be valid
No.
military targets?
No, not just terrorists. Terrorists are not the only.
Okay, so
valid
like just like
military targets.
Iran, right, is a military a state actor, right, and a valid target. Then Likud, right, would be, or sorry, the IRGC. Right, I'm mixing things up. I do apologize. But like Likud would be a valid target, and
Sure,
so that
sure. I mean, this goes back to, for example, like I'm a Zionist, I'm pro-Israel, but I think we'd be having a very different conversation if on October 7th, Hamas was targeting only military bases. I support the IDF. I would not be happy that Hamas targeted military bases, but that would be a very different military campaign than going into kibbutzes and to a music festival
how many
and murdering
civilians
as many
have been
people as
hurt?
they possibly could.
They attacked apartment buildings, right? They threatened civilians. There's Washington Post released audio of them, like they did this whole campaign of threatening the second tier generals, right? Saying that we're going to murder you and your family if you don't leave Iran immediately after they did the initial bombings. So threatening civilians, and then like the mass amount of civilians injured in their bombings, right? You could say they're not targeting civilians,
collateral damage
right?
is different from targeting.
Okay,
No,
so
it
yeah,
is. It's
and that's what I'm saying.
obviously different, right?
Okay, great.
So again,
if-
blowing up
and
the discotheque or the
then I
bus
agree.
on the way
Then I
to
agree.
school,
Then
those
I
are
agree. Okay, then
characteristically
we agree.
different
Then we
people
agree. Then we agree.
dying in a valid military. I really do
agree.
really
So
valid.
I'm just saying, during the course of the military campaign to exterminate Likud, right? And they
Tali trying
they
to get
just
out of
happened-
here, going through a
You know,
fucking
excuse
struggle
me,
session from
one
Brian,
second.
guys.
1 second. So to exterminate Likud.
Let me get
right?
out of here.
Within that
He's
part-
gonna see
I
that.
got
One
one second. Oh my God,
I'm-
Scott, you're making this
It's the
longer.
light out. I really do.
I know.
have to
No,
get
I
to
just wanted
work.
the last thing because Scott's making it longer. So to exterminate Likud, right? They were just targeting military targets with the same efficacy of Israel did in Gaza, right? The same ratio of civilian deaths. You know, when they were just hitting military targets, you'd say
It's
that'd be
not about
justified at that
ratios.
point.
It's not about
That's not
ratios. So
ratio.
no, I wouldn't
Okay.
care about the ratio. It's about
Okay.
it's about the validity of the military target and the
Is Likud a
effort
valid
taken
military
and the
target?
effort
You
taken
said yes
to
before.
curtail
Is Likud a
civilian
valid military
deaths.
target? You said yes before.
I said it could be based on the interests of other. I don't believe it is, but yeah, I could see how
Well,
other
yeah, because you're
rational
not
actors could view it
Iranian.
as such.
But like in that conflict, that
Yeah,
okay, all right.
right. Because I'm an
Okay.
Israeli shill. Yes,
I-
correct. Okay, I really have to go.
All right, okay. Thank you for being here, Talia. Much appreciated. Have a good one.
Factoid, you got something else? You're so polite.
One
I'll stay for
question.
one more second for
It's
you.
one sentence.
My wife's calling
Should-
me. I'm about to be in actual
One
trouble.
sentence,
But please,
one
go
sentence.
ahead, quick.
Should Prime lose his global pass for his opinions that he expressed here today?
Yeah, Iran should get the bomb.
I don't know. I don't think Prime's very
No,
well
he's too broke.
connected, but if
He's
there's
too broke.
evidence that
If he had more
is,
money, yeah.
Sorry, what'd you say? What'd you say, Talia? Yeah, she said yes. Okay. All right. Bye.
Yeah, no. She said you weren't connected enough. Get right.
Okay. Have a good
You don't
one.
have enough rich family in foreign countries.
Yeah, I'm broke as
according
shit,
to
so
Scott.
Bye,
don't worry
thank
about
you
it.
guys. I'll be
Hold on,
listening.
hold on. You're
okay,
connected.
don't talk shit
Okay,
about
hold
me.
on.
I'll be listening when
You're
I
connected
leave,
to Tali now, all right? A known
care, bro.
Zionist sympathizer, all right?
Thank
Shill.
you,
All right.
Talia. All right. So anyone else can go. I'm not sure who was waiting.
Yeah, I
I
have.
did.
So, okay. So I'm first thing, right? So to be very clear, when she was saying that Iran, and this is what I said was like dishonest framing. So I don't want to attack her too much, but just to clear things up. So it's true that Iran did violate the terms of the JCPOA a handful of times. What they found wasn't that it was like these were bad faith or they were trying to be secretive or something. There was like a time where they like went over the allotted amount of like heavy water they could have right? And so that violated the agreement. What the IAEA found is that these were good faith mistakes, public, and they were cleared up as soon as they were found. They're like fixed as soon as they were found. Not a big problem, right? They were in compliance. They were showing good faith, and to be clear, in this period, Israel was still sabotaging their program, still running like tech attacks, trying to take out facilities.
Too, by the way.
Yeah.
We infiltrated their scientist teams and like had fake scientists and fed them fake data in the hopes that it would like stymie their production.
Yeah. So like that to me tells me that it's what we are doing, what Israel's doing, isn't really tied to whether or not they are in compliance or whether or not they're building a nuclear weapon or whether or not they're getting inspections. It is just this fucking drumbeat, never ending, to push us toward war with this fucking country. Likely because it's part of that fucking was a 7-country list that that one general saw after 9/11, right? This has been on the books for a very long time.
No, it's because they trade oil out of the US dollar. That's why.
Yeah, that too. That's another. Yeah, I agree. So I don't think that the nuke thing is even like why we're actually doing any of this. I think it's a total misdirection. I think this idea that they're close to it or they're building it, I don't think there's any evidence to support that whatsoever. I absolutely do not trust the Israeli government to have that information. I 100% think they're lying. Absolutely think they're lying. And I think that this is like, I don't know.
Is there any more reason to trust the Iranian regime? I mean, just for the record. I mean, I feel like everybody is likely a liar here.
Yeah, hold on. So I agree.
Trustworthy?
So this is why I said earlier, like I don't trust any world leader just by default, right? But to me, they've demonstrated more good faith than the United States and Israel. They signed the JCPOA. In that period, they complied. They did everything and the JCPOA, to be clear, subjected them to far more intense inspections, far more intense requirements than the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which they're also a signee to. They signed on to that in the fucking the 70s or some shit. So like they even more intense inspections and requirements than any other nuclear powered nation on the planet, and they complied. And again, when this latest round of negotiations started up, they were willing to give up that stockpile that everybody's afraid of. They said this in fucking April. Our intelligence committee said that they were willing to do this in 2024, right? So like everything to me is pointing to they actually just want what they're saying, which is civilian use for like medical research and energy. That's what they actually want. This is what everything has been telling us for fucking decades now. And what's happening is we're ignoring that, and we're leaning on the fact that they're Muslims and they're like some kind of theocracy and they're scary and they don't let women wear whatever they want and they don't like the gays. We're leaning on this shit to push this propaganda to get people to be okay with the war.
Before you respond, 2 super chats. Alexander Wynn, thank you for hitting me up with super chats, even though clearly you disagree with me. So I appreciate you still doing that. But send 2 super chats. First, $10 super chat that says, "Why are you guys," meaning I guess me and Doobie, and maybe Ali, "why are you guys acting like terrorist doesn't have a specific definition? Terrorists are not just whoever you don't like." I agree. Well, 2 things about that, right? And other people can answer.
He agrees.
Well.
They also have to be brown
and Muslim.
Yeah, so like I agree
Farsi,
that there's
Arabic, or
there's a
Turkish.
definition. One, the definition
is a political tool.
Once the definition is a loose in of itself, right? A person enacting violence, right, to get some sort of political change, right? Yeah, that's a loose definition, and which can apply to a lot of people any which way. But even if you imagine it's strict, right, and imagine it designates a certain type of person, what Duby just said is absolutely correct. It is a political tool because how we use it. Right? The type of violence that the Americans enact, the Israelis enact, and not just them, governments all around the world, right? The type of violence that they enact for political reasons never gets called terrorism, right? But for some governments, the dislike governments like Iran, right? That's absolutely terrorism. Well, of course. Well, when the U.S. like bombs a wedding party, right? Well, see, that's just an accident. That's not terrorism. Why would you think that's terrorism? That's so weird, right? I mean, when we slaughter civilians, right? When we cause massive exodus a refugee crisis. That's not terrorism. Why would you call that terrorism? It's weird that you're calling it terrorism. You must be a terrorist. Simple as to be thinking that. No, but when Iran does it and blows up the school bus, like Scott correctly said previously, right? Well, that's definitely terrorism. Why would you question that? Well, of course it is. Right, so like I would agree. I would agree the one is terrorism.
Like, that's a silly
I would
answer,
agree
right?
the one is terrorism. That's true, right? What Iran did was terrorism. But like to not apply that to what the Americans are doing now, crazy to me. All right, second super chat.
So
$10.
to that super chat.
So,
to that
hold on,
super
hold on.
chat. You agree
you
that's not an appropriate answer, right?
Hold on.
You agree that that's not a good.
Oh my God, please. $10.
But you know that's a bad thing.
I'm not going to throw you off the panel. You can respond afterwards. $10. You guys are missing the real question. How does this attack connect to Project 2025? Okay, I don't know. That's a trick question. Sorry.
Can I respond to
question?
Okay,
There's no disparate impact theory if we get rid of all of the demographics that it could have disparate impacts.
Doobie, Scott, and Gibbs. Or maybe Gibbs had his hand before. I'm sorry.
Well,
Doobie just finished. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with going after Scott. I think he was asking earlier.
Okay.
Totally up to you.
Let me go back to Gibbs. Gibbs had his hand up. Let's go to Gibbs.
Yeah. So real quick, I'm also. I just want to give one closing thought.
You're amazing. You're great. Thanks. I had a good time.
I just want to say in closing, I'm pretty excited that this panel today has come to the conclusion that if I decide to start funding a bunch of Texas nationalist organizations and we start developing nuclear weapons tech, that the United States government shouldn't put me on, should not be able to take me off the priority pass list. And it's totally justified for me to do that. And it's absolutely unreasonable for them to do that because it's a violation of my rights to have
Second Amendment, brother.
Yeah, my Second Amendment. Yeah, my First Amendment, Second Amendment rights. It's outrageous. It's abhorrent and whatever. And secondly, fuck Iran, bomb the shit out of them. We need to take it over or just let them fall apart on their own after we take out their leadership. And then, you know what? I think I'm pretty excited for this. This is my prediction. If we take out their leadership, we're going to create a new utopia for the Kurds, and the Taliban's going to take out a nice portion of them. And you know what? Maybe we can ally with the Taliban against
can I ask you a question?
The Russians. And one last thing.
I know you're about
Pakistan nominated Donald Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize, so we should all applaud Donald Trump and his excellent peaceful leadership. Yes, what do you got?
Well, like if Iran, and this is just an honest question. This might sound like a troll question, but it's not. If Iran fell to like chaos, right? Like turn to another Libya, like a failed state after we tried to did a whole bombing campaign, the regime fell down, right? And then from there we started launching terrorist attacks because who knows is in charge now, ISIS or whatever the fuck, different factions, right? So launching terrorist attacks against the homeland, right? And then as a response to that, that required further action, right? So Americans are going to be getting blown up here in the States, right? This requires a response from America, a military response in Iran again, which would then raise the profits, right? Raise the stock prices of military providers, right? The military industrial complex. Would you be happy because you'd be making more money?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. It'd be a yes and no situation. Yeah, everybody's always gonna be happy when they make more money. But I'm so glad you brought up in America situation because now, guess what? We've now heard from the left. They understand the need for the secure borders, and I never want to hear any more complaints about the need for secure borders against sleeper cells again. If we have the secure borders, we don't gotta worry about the sleeper cells. Yeah, we don't gotta worry about sleeper cells. It's pretty simple. Right. We're not gonna have to worry about the terrorists. I mean, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. So yeah, I would be sad if Americans died, and I would be sad if we had to get more involved, but I guess I could cry with $100 bills. I mean, you might as well hope for the best and pray for the worst, or whatever. Pray for the best and hope against the worst, or whatever kind of thing. Yeah, something like that. You got it. All right, guys, y'all be good.
For the best, prepare for the worst, brother.
Yeah, there you
Let's go to our friend Scott and Doobie.
I'll answer your question differently in that line of thinking. If Iran was to collapse because the IRGC lacked the power and factions started fighting, you would hear conservative Republicans for the next 20 years talking about how regime change wars don't work and how they're unsuccessful. Meanwhile, the CIA and large corporations would be laughing at all the way to the bank because we would have another country that isn't able to sell oil and distribute oil to Russia and China and Syria in currency that isn't the US dollar, and the global trade on oil will still be backed by the USD. But again, in terms of terrorist attacks, I think it's like I really dislike your answer that you gave. I think it's really I don't maybe not dishonest, but I think it's really dishonest framing.
Okay.
Right? Like what distinguishes terrorism from acts of war is the intention and the target. And you correctly identified the target, right? Which is, bombing some wedding somewhere and killing a bunch of innocent people at a wedding
Mhm.
is without a doubt, I would say, kind of like an aspect of terrorism. But what makes one terrorism and not the other terrorism is the intent. And you kind of brush it off like, oh, it was just an accident. Well, I do think that, we do a paltry job of investigating and having those investigations public. I think that's, everybody on the left hated Julian Assange because, he exposed Hillary Clinton for being, a horrendous monster, right? But before that happened, they loved fucking WikiLeaks because it was showcasing all the fucked up shit we were doing in Iraq, and some of which was terrorism, right? We engaged in terrorism in Iraq, but the idea that everything that America does or everything,
I never said everything. Never said everything.
Right, certainly. But like the idea that because innocents die, that is what makes it terrorism, right? And so it's like, that's not true. And I think the best way to showcase the distinction here is, and it's a question that I think a lot of libertarians struggle with because they don't want to bite the bullet, which is, if someone is holding a hostage at gunpoint, are you allowed to shoot through the hostage to kill the person? And many libertarians or peaceniks and things like that will say, well, no, that's evil. And the correct answer, the right answer is that I'm not the aggressor. I am not the person that put the hostage in that situation. It's the person that took the hostage and utilized them as a human shield. And so I'm obviously within my rights in my own self-defense or the defense of my property to shoot through a hostage. Now, if I have a gun and I'm a fucking excellent marksman, and then I have a grenade and there's a bunch of hostages near them, and I choose to use the grenade just cause, then we have a different equation of whether or not I am a terrorist in that regard, whether or not I am an aggressor, right? Because I had a perfectly viable and reliable means of getting rid of that person with less loss of life, and I chose the bigger loss of life. And so like we can look at Israel's strikes and we can compare them, and some of them are absolutely perfectly fine, right? Some of them, like when they attacked the Iranian scientists and put the Hellfire missile through the apartment window and only blew up that apartment. Like that's a very clear targeted attack against a specific individual to do everything that you can to minimize casualties. And then there's times that they've used roof knockers in Gaza. And then there are times where they tell people, go to this area, they will be safe in that area. And then we bomb that fucking area. And it's like, okay, you had a lot of options in the way that you decided to blow up this building to get rid of Hamas. And you chose the one for whatever fucking reason that killed a lot more innocents. Like that makes you like, that's not, you're out of the domains of like justifiable action within war and in the domains of just indiscriminately murdering people.
Would you say, and I'll get to you, dude, because I know you really want to add something. Would you expand this definition a little bit as well? To say that other actions, even if it's not like direct violence, if you starve a people, right, to demotivate them, it's political purposes, to demotivate them so that they perform an action, maybe like leave an area, would that be terrorism to you?
I don't know what the right answer with that would be. I mean, like maybe I don't have a good answer because like
Okay.
it's not a single action, right? It's a repeated action over a period of time that feels like a whole host of other bad words. Maybe not terrorism.
Maybe
I don't
not
know.
terrorism.
I
Okay,
can't say
fair.
whether it
That's
is or
fair.
isn't.
Ubi.
So I want to, I think mostly agree with Scott. But so I agree that the intention and the target matters, right? That's like kind of the distinction here. I'd encourage, was it Alexander Wynn that made that the super chat? I think it was him.
Yeah.
I just encourage you to like consider look up the AI programs that Israel's been using in Gaza. right? Lavender, The Gospel, Where's Zaddy? These programs where they found, and this is coming from people within the IDF who've reported that this was their intention when they did some of these bombings, not all of them to be clear, but some of the bombings, is that they identified power targets, including apartment buildings that were sometimes full of civilians. Sometimes they would do a knocker before, but not always. The roof knocks were not standard practice from the start of the war. They would bomb this apartment building with the intention of putting pressure on the civilian population to then put pressure on Hamas to turn on Hamas, and they did this a lot. Right? They identified civilian infrastructure and civilian residences all over Gaza. They could do this too, including again apartment buildings. And Prime, you reminded me of something else that I found when I was looking this up. Months ago actually. It was the U.S. sanctions on Iraq, right, in like the 90s. They were explicitly imposed to to make life so terrible in Iraq that the population would turn against Saddam. I think fucking was it UNICEF, or I think it was UNICEF said that like 500,000 kids died, something crazy like that, some crazy ass number like that.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy. And when they were asked about this, I think it was Madeleine Albright said, yeah, we think we've heard like 500,000 children died when we think it's worth it. Like it's fucking insane, right? So just Alexander Wynn, like the U.S., the Western world, quote unquote, would never call that terrorism, right? They would just call that, oh, well, this is war. This is what we do. But keep in mind, if any power is opposed to them, whether they're like a small group like Hamas, a larger group like Hezbollah, a group like the Houthis, any of these various groups in Africa, right? Any of these groups did something similar, right? Either to the U.S. or to some other group, they would absolutely call that terrorism. They call this a terrorist attack. They're, oh God, you're attacking the civilian population. I mean, we saw examples of this, right? With the missile attacks into Israel. Israel was framed this as, oh, look, Iran's attacking Tel Aviv, our population centers. They're attacking
civilians.
They're attacking civilians. They're targeting civilians. But then you look into it and you find actually the fucking their equivalent of the Pentagon is in the middle of fucking Tel Aviv, right next to fucking apartment buildings. They have multiple military bases in Tel Aviv and under Tel Aviv. Right, all around these civilian structures.
As shields.
So,
yeah.
But of course, the U.S. would never say, Israel would never say we're using civilians as shields. Like, so there's absolutely a double standard in the way this thing is applied. It's 100% a political tool meant to demonize the opposition, and that's how we should think about it.
$10 from Alexander Wynn, who said, it has to. This is dealing with what you just said. He says it has to be against civvies, right? The target has to be against civvies as the primary targets, and I can handle supporting someone I occasionally disagree with. So shout out to you. Thank you for supporting. After another $10 super chat, really appreciate it. But yeah, I think thank you, Lag, to it for the raid. It's like I don't Scott, like I don't want to like what about ism the whole time, right? Like I understand what you mean, like hey, deal with the argument as is. That's fair, right? But like it's just that we live in the world, in a society that has framed these issues, right? Like it frames how we approach these issues to start with, right? What words we use, who we think counts as a friend, who deserves our empathy, right? And some of these things make sense, right? Maybe like civilians deserve our empathy, but like the leadership doesn't, right? The leadership, they're free game. Right? Like we come at this with a context. And I think part of that context, especially since 9/11, right? Where this word terrorist, if you could look at like the Google search trends or whatever the fuck, right? Like
right.
Like the word terrorism explodes after 9/11. It becomes a part of the English lexicon and where it wasn't a previous, and it morphs constantly. And I think at this point, from what Doobie just said, the things I brought up and others, right? That like it becomes a convenient tool to be used against your enemies, right? Especially when we're talking about state actors, right? To ones that aren't in the club, right? That club being NATO, really, right? Go ahead.
Well, no, I completely agree with you, right? In that regard, right? I took issue with some of your, language, oh, it's brown people and shit like this. But if you're cleaning up the argument
Mhm.
as a means of, it's a postmodernist argument, right? Like it's really more like Lacan, right? Like the use words that we use to describe have an impact on the the ways in which we feel about things, and the limitations of the language do so as well. But yeah, like I don't disagree. Like if it makes you feel more comfortable, right? Americans attack on Nagasaki for sure is a terrorist attack. Americans
Yeah.
bombing of Dresden is for sure a terrorist attack. And the Americans bombing of Tokyo specifically with firebombs to increase the damage to the civilian population are terrorist attacks. Now, none of that shit even pales in comparison, maybe not in scale, but certainly in thought to like Unit 731, right? Like if we want to go into whataboutism, like, or, maybe the Holocaust, or, there's a lot of horrible things occurring in World War II. But if we're specifically talking about America, America engaged in multiple different instances in World War II, even in what we, in our history deem as the most justified war. Right. Like, I think you'll find a lot of people that say we never should have been in Vietnam or Iraq or yada, yada, yada. But then when you get to World War II, they're like, no, we had to stop the Nazis. Like we had to stop, the trifecta there. But even in that regard, we engaged in several terrorist attacks. And those are some examples off the top of my head. I'm sure there are more. And so like, I agree with you that I think there's another side to this, right? Which is before 9/11, the culture of America was very blasé about foreign policy. Right. I think a lot of it is, like I remember I was young, but old enough to be watching, the news and engaging in politics at a low level. And I remember, there was this mass confusion of why we were attacked. And then there was people like Ron Paul and, communists as well, right? Like there were people, that came out and was like, we've been trying to tell you we've been bombing them for 40 fucking years. And most of America had like no concept of it, right? Like they kind of heard a little bit of Iran Contra. They kind of heard about the Jimmy Carter administration in Afghanistan, right? But they had no idea that we had been funding terrorism ourselves. That we've been, so that, the Mujahideen were, completely trained and funded by us, which is what eventually became Al Qaeda, which, is what attacked us so that they could fight the Russians. Right. And so I think, and I think once that word enters the lexicon, it enters in the frame of the personal experience of it. Right. And so the American that has no idea what's going on, they begin to hear about terrorism. And of course it gets linked to 9/11 because they had never really thought about terror. Well, they just never thought about terrorism in any meaningful way before that. You know what I mean? Like maybe Timothy McVeigh.
Or
you know what I mean? Like there were,
the plane
like,
hijacking. That happened in the 80s. You know what I'm talking about?
Right. But this is like, these are small acts and like they're not really politically engaged. And then all of a sudden, we're in a a war in another region. So I don't disagree with you that the term terrorism carries with it a certain propagandistic draw to the American people that allows them to put it in a frame of mind that cuts down the rational thinking. And so that is the other aspect of why I was trying earlier to like, well, let's think about this as a group of people that get in fights all the time and then have guns but don't use them, and someone else is building a gun while saying it's like I wanted to pull it away from that for that very reason, which is so many of these terms and so many of these countries and ideologies have so many biases that it's really because like most people think they rationalize things. They don't. Overwhelmingly, people have a feeling and then they use post hoc rationalization to justify their feeling. And there's really strong feelings when it comes to the Middle East and wars in the Middle East and terrorism.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. It's just like you said, like it comes into a national thought. And before then we had like the average American didn't have an idea of terrorism. You can read books about this. You can like watch documentaries.
Yeah, it's like Timothy
right?
McVeigh or like the IRA.
Yeah.
Or something. It's very
But
limited stuff.
Yeah. I mean, they're big, especially like the Oklahoma City bombing. Like these are big things, right? But it doesn't stick, right? And one thing, it just okay. So even like, why doesn't it stick? That's actually a question in of itself, right? Timothy McVeigh, he had Oklahoma City bombing, right? That one. Okay,
yeah.
So he does that. It's a big fucking deal. Right? See this building. Like you can go online, watch the old films, right? Like the newscast of this, and the building destroyed, right? And pulling out the bodies. Like it's awful, right? Very reminiscent of 9/11. But why didn't it stick? I think that like it goes to part of the problem because and I think
it might be in a little bit of echo chamber there, maybe a little bit, or maybe it's just an age difference. People call Timothy McVeigh a terrorist.
Have a good one.
Take
The
care,
whole
Ali.
time.
Be well.
And they called it an act of terrorism the whole time.
But,
Socialist. Peace.
I hear you, but no, but
it's
that's
very
not
different than
by
a global war on terrorism. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I guess my the question is like why? Like I agree with you. They called them terrorists at the time, but why doesn't that like get applied one evenly to other people who've done like attacks, right? Like he was he had like racially motivated reasons. Was he the one who wanted to start a race war? There were a few of these guys.
Was he the military industrial or not the military, the modern fuck, I can't remember. Modern society and its consequences.
I don't want to get we don't want to get that's Ted Kaczynski.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, there's a few of these guys, and I might be mixing them up. So I do apologize. But in any case,
that guy was MK Ultra, but the CIA.
So I know there's like the one with the Camp of the States who was reading and all that. Like, these individuals, so, like there are these other individuals. These incidents happen, but like terrorism doesn't blow up in the same way. I think that terrorism blows up after 9/11 because the perpetrator, once we find out, because we don't know initially, when we find out the perpetrator, it's an other. It's a direct other. I'm going to ask you a opinion about this. All right, well, then let me lay it out for you. Yeah, no problem, friend. Let me lay it out for you. So, like, this is a group of people that, like, again, we hadn't, like, really thought about, right? Middle Easterners, people had only vague ideas about them. Again, there was, like, a bombing, like a plane bombing, like, in the 80s or something, right? But, like, other than that, like, we don't really think about that. We had some wars against them, but, like, they this didn't interact with American daily life, right? So safely all that's in the background. I agree. But when this does happen, it's in front of their faces, right? And again, the way in Oklahoma City was also in front of their faces. But like the people who get called a terrorist, right? We don't simply call like hermit white guys in the woods terrorists, right? Like, oh, that guy might be a terrorist, he's a hermit white guy in the woods. He might be a terrorist. We don't say that, right? But when we talk about certain brown people, certain actions of brown people, like we're more likely to use the word terrorism there. Why is that? I think it's because they're other.
I don't think it's because they're brown, though. I'm sure that plays some effect. You know what I mean? Like race and a conception of race is gonna play like some level of effect when you're talking about like a nation of 330 million people, right? Some small percentage are racist, right? They're right, like of any demographic group, right? And so if it comes from an other, obviously there's going to be like some level of racial motivation involved in that calculation. But I don't think that is the primary thing. I think the primary thing, you touched on it with one, which is that it's not that they're an other in the sense that they are another skin color. Rather, it's an other in that America is uniquely isolated from war since the Civil War. Since 1865, we haven't had any major military bombs or strikes or anything other than, Pearl Harbor, right? That is like where the war has really come to the home front. Nobody has landed an invasion force in Florida or, sent a bunch of missiles that blew up New York. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of other countries in Europe, they feel closer to the war because the war is a 4-hour fucking train ride, right? They're not separated by an ocean with the world's largest navy 6 times over, protecting that ocean. Mm-hmm. And so when terrorist attacks occur, it's the other coming into American daily life that makes it so much more terrifying, because we have this sense of peace as the global superpower, and as being so separated from that like, yeah, whatever, we're bombing people over there, we're doing a thing over there, but that's not here. And then a Boston Marathon bombing happens, and it's like, holy shit, it's fucking here. So like, we're not desensitized. Israel, for example, they're pretty much desensitized to that shit. They got the Iron Dome. They're like, yeah, whatever, another fucking set of bombs. They'll go on the news and cry victim. But in all actuality, a bunch of them, that's a part of their life, is recognizing that the bombs might come in any minute. We just don't live in, and that's true of a lot of Muslim nations. That's true of, Eastern European nations, like you're not going to meet Bosnians, right? That like, they don't have the same mindset of war that we would have over here in America, because we're very isolated from it. And so I think the difference between a homegrown terrorist that is tied to like an ideology of, let's say, white supremacy, or, anarchism, or, IRA, maybe not IRA. IRA is a bad example. I'll set that one aside, because that would be different. But like ideological terrorism that may or may not get help from the FBI, setting that aside, right? That feels like a crazy person. And so we'll still call it terrorism, and we'll still call it a terrorist attack. But I think terrorism has taken on a concept of like a more than just an ideology of jihadism, and more like a state secretly funded, well-armed militia and group. Like it's an organization that is working together to do something. And so it sits in this liminal space between like the terrorism of Timothy McVeigh and like a nation like China fucking sending the boats over. It's somewhere in between, because it's not like a dude that went crazy in his basement and then got guns and shot up a place. It's, it's funded and organized and planned, and like they might have received secret. So I think that's kind of more the reason that like the terrorism thing sticks there. But I don't disagree in any way, shape, or form with you that, using the label of terrorism kind of cuts off a certain portion of the population's brain, and immediately is like, oh, well, that's the enemy. It's friend enemy distinction. And they use, we use in war, they teach soldiers often, they give enemies labels, and they give them labels because it's easier than thinking about them as humans, right? Oh, they're insurgents. They're not people. They're not, Iraqi civilians or people. They're insurgents. Now, to be fair, the term insurgent comes from, Al-Qaeda inserting themselves into a village or town, threatening everybody there, and then like raping their wife and being like, hey, I'm going to blow your wife's brains out if you don't take this radio and a motorcycle and let me know when the American troops are coming up the road. Right. So the term does have a reason that it's used, and there are some horrors there. But again, it's the dehumanizing language. And I think terrorism or terrorist is a way of selling to the people that they're just an enemy as opposed to a person. And so those would be more the reasons, I think, than this. I just don't think their skin color plays as large of a role as maybe some left-wing people believe it does.
I wanted to, I want to hear what Doobie has to say, throw it out to him. But I wanted this conversation to expand more to like when America should be able to use its power, right? And more of a generalized conversation. We got bogged down in important things like, is Iran like intending to build a nuke, right? That's an important distinction. But I definitely want a larger conversation and what it looks like when it does, right?
That's an ethics conversation, and that might be too much for a 9-person panel, to be honest. That's like a 4-person panel thing.
I don't know. Well, but I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily. I don't know if it's necessarily everything touches on ethics, but there's a general. We could talk about a general policy discussion. On these things. Yeah.
I just think policy and ethics requires more context and longer conversations, and that's hard to do with a larger panel.
But anyway, I might. Anyway, so I want to try to set something up. There was something I wanted to like introduce in this conversation, but I didn't get a chance to. We had a good conversation any which way, but like I wanted to expand on this. But yeah, so maybe I'll save that for another day. But Doobie,
being a panel moderator is like herding cats.
Oh my god, yeah. You're the
You can
angriest cat
kind
of
of do
them.
it. You can kind of do it, right? But have you ever tried to herd a group of cats? Like it's like eventually you'll get them all in one room, but like you got to chase one behind
You're
a
like,
couch. You got to poke one. You know, what I mean? Like you got to do a lot of crazy shit to get them together.
you're the angriest of my cats. But,
What?
that's,
No. Gibbs has got me beat.
oh no, it's not anger. It's I don't know, like wily. But
Slippery.
yeah, Doobie. Did you want to say something?
Yeah. I think I agree with everything Scott said there, unfortunately. So I think he's right. I don't think it's about the race so much as it is the it's someone from far away that I don't really understand attacking me here at home. That's not normal. I wanted to stop it. It's that kind of thing, right?
Hold on, but Doobie, even like colloquially, okay, there's different levels of how this is used, right? One, how it's used in the national media, how it's used within our the policy realm, right? And then like how like people use it colloquially, right? And they'll call like people who run a fucking like a corner store terrorists, right? If they have skin color looks like mine, but hair a different texture, right?
I think you might be projecting.
Am I projecting?
I'm not trying to be mean.
Oh,
I think you're projecting your fear of racism and the way the state
I'm
engages in racism.
I'm literally listening to people of Middle Eastern backgrounds, or people who look like they're of Middle Eastern backgrounds. I'm talking about the people like Sikhs who have been murdered, right? Because they were walking around. And that's a terrorist in in their eyes, right? Like that's what I'm talking. I'm not projecting anything here. I'm like listening.
Yeah, but
to
that's like almost statistically irrelevant when we're talking about the lexicon of like America and the narratives that we say. Is like obviously there are crazy racists out there that have fully swallowed racist ideology.
I'm not talking about the crazy.
And then there are people that are retarded, right? That see brown person and go bad guy, right?
Yeah.
Like, and they are also crazy and racist. Just
that's what
not
I'm saying.
As developed as the racist that knows the difference between whether or not an Italian is considered white.
I agree with you, and that's why like I disambiguated this, right? I said like there's different levels of these things, and that's why I was talking about. I was specifying it, but Doobie, sorry.
So I actually can't stand much longer or at all. I gotta go. However, I promised my wife, my wonderful, beautiful wife, that I would say this earlier in the panel, and I forgot because we were yelling at each other. But you guys heard my position on this, right? So just to give you like some idea of what I deal with, okay? She wanted me to tell this joke that she thinks is hilarious. I've heard like 4 times. It's the CIA has determined, or the CIA has determined that there are no Walmarts in Iran, only Targets. That's what I deal with, okay? She thinks it's hilarious. Yes, okay. It's not funny. Oh god.
It's a great dad joke.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's so cringe
It's not funny.
that it's horseshoe, like dad jokes are horseshoe theory of comedy, right? It's that it's cringe, but it's so cringe that it becomes funny because it's like
yeah, she tells that joke and then she goes around chanting USA for like 10 minutes, okay? Like it's all bad. I gotta go.
DB, I know you gotta go. DB, prove to me that your wife is beautiful by sending me a picture of her. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Oh my god. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Specifically of her feet.
No, please. But yeah, first of all,
I gotta get out of here too. I just got back from the fucking mountains.
Good night, everyone.
Man.
Okay, well, I do appreciate it, guys. Yeah, like I hope you guys enjoyed that conversation. I wanted
Corey, I gotta go.
Okay, I wanted it to be more comprehensive, but you know, it went where it went. But like, I actually really want to look at this, and this is because it's how my brain works, and how it always work, and I always want it to work. Look at it from the point of the targets, the civilians, right? And I feel like this is something that should at least come sort of naturally to you, friend Scott, right? Because you take things from the non-aggression principle, right? So yeah. I feel like looking at the victims of what I call imperialism, like I think that would be a worthwhile conversation for you, right? Maybe something that you could.
What are you asking specifically? Like,
I mean, because we live in an imperial court, because we have the military that we do, right? The biggest and the baddest, right? Because that is an option. It is, and it's been normalized. It is the option we simply reach for. Okay, we have a country where we're having a problem with, right? There's all kinds of problems that we have with other countries, and then the option that we very comfortably reach for, the tool that fits perfectly in our hands, is like the military, right? And that's how we solve our problems. What is it like to be a country that doesn't have that option, right? When they have like international conflicts, like they seem to be able to resolve things between themselves as well, right? Without necessarily bombing the fuck out of each other. And then two, like when we do take that action, like are we comfortable with like what we leave behind? Like what we leave behind tends to be broken bodies, right? Destroyed families, scars on the landscape, right? And societies that have to pick themselves back together. Some of them manage to do it. Others are Libya, right?
Right.
So should we change our policy as to how we handle these things, right? Does it make sense?
Obviously, but like,
Gibbs will think differently.
Well, I think if you look at a country in the Middle East, I think there are essentially, obviously there are derivations, but essentially there are three choices that we have, setting morality and ethics aside, right? Option A is we go into a country, we kill every single person that is the leader, right? We foment revolution, we put boots on the ground, we occupy said country, we impose a liberal democracy, and then we stay there for 100 years. Okay? And we stay there as very similar to what we did in Japan. Now, the problem is Japan had a culture that was far more receptive towards liberal democracy than, let's say, Iran.
Different ones will have different responses to that. Fair.
But Iran is still also far more receptive to it than, let's say, Iraq, right? Because Iraq is obviously there are Persians and there's Sunni, and in Iran there are different ethnic groups, right? But they're not quite as diametrically opposed as like kind of the creation of a country that like Britain made for some dumb fucking reason, oil and land grabs and shit, right? Like Iraq should never have been the borders that it had were very bad borders.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah, but that's what happens when you're the Ottoman Empire. You're the dying man of Europe. You die. And so option 2 is what we're currently doing, which is protect the U.S. petrodollar, engage in, because look, war has fundamentally changed. I don't think you're going to see Trump, and it doesn't matter who the president is, go in and try and do a boots in the ground situation in Iran. And the reason I don't think you're going to see that is because we have developed over the last 20 years control of media and social media and funding of academic and NGO institutions to such a degree that we are pretty good at pulling the levers to cause a country to collapse or to cause other other interests and powers to be the winner so that we can pretend like we didn't do the shit that we did. We did it in Ukraine and we did it in Egypt. The Arab Spring was almost completely controlled by U.S. NGOs and intelligence assets, as was the takeover in Ukraine in 2014.
But if we could have done that to Iran, we would have already done it to Iran. Right? And to Cuba.
Well, we went into Cuba. We Zunizeo, right? We created an alternate to Twitter in Cuba, Zunizeo.
Yeah.
And then we attempted to make it a sports and weather app. And then slowly we were going to use the algorithm to push revolutionary change in Cuba. Unfortunately, they got found out, and that is kind of early in the development of being able to do those things. Not unfortunately,
but
unfortunately for the CIA.
Yeah. But like, I just feel like if we had that, if we were able to do that, like for our Iran or North Korea's even more special. Sorry,
let me back up a little bit. I'm not saying we have the power to like install the regime we want that way. Okay. What I'm saying is that we can pretty effectively cause revolutions and or factions to implode upon themselves. Because as far as America is concerned, we don't need, like it was in the 1960s, to have a liberal democracy that's allied with us. All we need is for the region to be unstable and no longer a threat because of its instability to the U.S. petrodollar, to certain interests.
I agree with you there.
And then we can let Israel gain power. We can let Israel do whatever it is that we want to do over there.
I agree with you there.
Yeah, like America doesn't, American corporations and shit like that, they don't want the option A, and that's kind of what option B is. Option C, right, which is what I would prefer, is that we pull out. We pull out of the conflict. We pull out of money in Israel. We pull out of the Middle East. We stop trying to world police. We only protect our trade routes, right? So, we're not going to fuck with you, but if you fuck with the Suez Canal or you fucked with, the Strait of
Hormuz.
What is it? Hormuz, sorry. Then we'll fucking blow you up, but leave that alone and we'll continue doing business as usual. The problem with that is it's going to cause hyperinflation and a crash of the U.S. economy, without a doubt. If we do that, the U.S. economy collapses and we go through another Great Depression. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. When $2.9 trillion floods the American market, an increase in the monetary supply is the definition of inflation. That would be an increase in the monetary supply, and we would no longer be able to export our inflation.
I'd like to actually ask you about that before you leave. That's one thing, because I don't understand this, and you can assist me. So 1 second, just quickly.
Yeah.
I did have a super chat, but it was too late to read it. From Alexander Wynn. This was the doobie. He says, "I'll look into it. My point about terrorism is that it's set specific. Politically motivated violence targeted at civilians to influence policy. Wasn't that number gathered by Saddam at DB? Wasn't that number gathered by? I'm not sure what number he was talking about. Thank you again, Alexander.
He was discussing the numbers of civilian casualties, and I don't remember what he was specifically talking about, but yeah.
Yeah, $20 from.
But what was your question?
I apologize. But yeah, just quickly and to you. So I what you're saying about the petrodollar like tracks, like I haven't looked deeply into the whole petrodollar concept, I'll admit, right? But I'm aware of it. And what you're saying tracks with what I understand. However, you're saying, all right, so there's maybe that's how it is. It's through bonds. Okay, maybe that's what it means. So there's 2.9 trillion, whatever the number is.
We don't know exactly how much, but it's somewhere between 2.2 and 3.5. Most estimates I see say 2.9, but yeah.
2.9 trillion, right? 2.9 trillion of American dollars, outside, right? So I'm
there's more than that, but in the petrodollar, yes.
In the petrodollar, fair enough, right? And that returns to the U.S. Now, is that in the form of bonds? Sell.
It's in the form of money, real money, cash or in bank accounts.
Well, then that's what I'm confused about. How does that come back to the United States? Let's say we didn't allow them to transfer it back. You keep that. How does that exactly work?
Sure. Okay, so let's say I want to buy oil. Right. And I'm France and I want to buy oil from OPEC plus. Okay. Now, because of our agreements with Saudi Arabia, they have to purchase oil in US dollars. They can't use the francs or the euro or whatever currency they're using at the time to buy the oil. So what that means is they have to keep US dollars in their bank account. Okay. But if that falls through, they no longer have to keep those US dollars. So there's no reason for them to hoard US dollar. There's no reason for them to keep the US dollar. So that means that they can get rid of it or keep it in any way, shape, or form. So if so they can buy stocks, right? And then sell stocks back to America, or they could sell to other investor. But basically what occurs here is that if the US dollar, if we, let's say we kill a bunch of chickens because of a chicken flu and the price of eggs goes up, right? And then the value of the US dollar is affected by the price of eggs for whatever reason. And it's an extreme example, more would have to require, but there's a lot of interactions in the economy. And so the US dollar becomes less valuable because it can buy less, because prices have increased, because of the supply of chicken eggs has gone down. And so the US dollar, like what a dollar is worth, is less worth. Now, as it currently stands, because all of these countries are forced to keep the US dollar and they're forced to buy oil with the US dollar, it means the price of oil is tied to the US dollar, and oil is how you ship things. Oil is how you produce things. And so oil is going to be impact your entire economy and the entire price mechanism of everything in your economy. Because if oil prices go up, it's more expensive to ship things and it's more expensive to produce things. So obviously, now there's a whole nother element that I don't want to get into, because then we get into like the speculation, and like more money is actually invested in oil and speculation than in the actual buy and selling of oil anyways. But that's another story.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep it simple, but that applies to the petrodollar too. I don't want to get too nerdy, right? But so basically, the moment that we just start trading oil in any currency is the moment that these countries don't have to hoard US dollars. And so that money goes back into the market as opposed to staying in one market. And now, technically speaking, that money could go anywhere, but where are the most transactions in US dollars? In the US.
States.
Right? So if I'm buying and selling stocks or goods or import, whatever it is, most of that money is going to naturally find its way to the United States. And so if you go by the old school economists tried to redefine what inflation was in with the post Keynesians as like the increase in price of a market basket of goods is what inflation is. And then like asset inflation is the increase in price on like housing and land and things like that. But what inflation actually is an increase in the money supply. Because if there's more dollars, right, then your dollar is worth less, all other things being equal, right? And so if we get a fuck ton of money that comes in, then what we get a bunch of inflation. And when we get that inflation, instead of it being tied to oil, and thus the euro inflates because oil inflated based upon the US dollar, and therefore the costs of shipping all of their goods with oil and the cost of producing all their goods, now our inflation doesn't necessarily impact other countries' inflation. And the reason that's super important is because this is what allows us to have such a service-based economy and have such a large trade deficit. It's okay that we don't manufacture a fuck ton of things here because we export banking and we export loans through like the IMF and things like that are done in the US dollar. And we go into Africa and some new warlord takes over and we go, hey, you're one of the good guys that, murders a bunch of people because you're our favorite guy that murders a bunch of people. And you want to set up a real government, but you need infrastructure. We're going to give you IMF loans and the interest is going to be paid in US dollar. We lose that US dollar in oil, we likely lose a lot of those trades being done in the US dollar in like IMF things and things like that. And it can create a domino effect where just more and more money finds its way back into the US market. And then we end up having to pay when our currency inflates and it's not worth that much. Guess what? Prices of everything that gets imported are no longer tied to the US dollar because they're doing fine. Because the euro didn't necessarily inflate, or the yuan didn't necessarily inflate because it's not tied to the oil market anymore. And all of a sudden, our currency is worth less and it costs more to import goods. And that can create, it doesn't necessarily have to cause hyperinflation, but it's very likely if all of that money came back and a lot of other money came back that we would be in a hyperinflation situation.
Two things. And I don't mean to keep you here all night, I promise. It's like, one, I'm talking worst case scenario, right? Like, okay, petrodollar system somehow ends tomorrow, right? One, I don't think that money rushes back to us immediately, right? It takes time for it to work its way through.
Right. I mean, it's hard to know exactly how much, but people don't usually hoard wealth, right? Like in countries certainly don't.
They want to do something useful.
They spend it on something.
Fair enough.
Usually they spend it to make more money. And when they spend it, a majority of it is going to end up back in the US.
And two, wouldn't there be ways for us to mitigate this, right? So petrodollar system is ending, right? could we not like understand? There's no way we could stop all, right? This tidal wave of money.
No, there's two ways you could fix it. You could have an increase in real GDP, so not government spending, but real GDP, which would mean we would have to build a bunch of manufacturing facilities in the U.S., like probably trillions of dollars worth of manufacturing. That's one way. That's pretty difficult.
Or infrastructure.
I don't know if that's going to happen. Right, but you'd have to spend if you did it by the government. The problem is that you would be printing money to do it. Well, unless you could get that money through taxes.
Yeah,
right?
so I was going to ask about that, right? So, like,
so you could severely tax the population, which would degrow the economy, in the hopes that you centrally plan. It would be a disaster.
No. I'm not talking about taxing the population. Instead, like taxing that incoming money, right? So like there are certain ways, certain flows that it's most likely to coming through, right? Like if there's foreign currency transactions and they're offloading dollars, right?
But the retaliation would be just like how you would essentially be creating a tariff on a currency. And the problem is that other countries, now that they're no longer tied to the US dollar, could do the same thing. So we would actually be devaluing our currency by taxing the currency as it comes in to gain money to try and increase manufacturing. It's like it's playing a game of whack-a-mole, because you're doing one thing that harms the currency while trying to do another thing that helps the currency, and the money, like it's a game of whack-a-mole problems. The other thing that you can do is that you could resolve the debt. And we're $37 trillion in debt. We don't have that money right now. Like we literally just do not have the money to resolve our debt. The payments on the interest on the debt right now are 13% of all federal funds. It's now higher than our entire military budget is money we're paying just on national debt.
If we could build out through like, what would that private, you're saying like through private investment, we'd have to build things, right? Useful things to like boost our economy.
Yeah. So, but that would hurt. It'd take 20 years, and we'd be through a depression while it happens. I'm not saying we wouldn't survive a depression. I'm just saying it would cause a depression, and billionaires don't want that.
Oh yeah.
So they'd rather kill Iranians.
They'd rather kill Iranians.
It's a lot easier to kill Iranians than deal with a Great Depression 2.0.
Okay.
Like eventually the market would resolve and create manufacturing, because we'd have to balance back onto a trade deficit, and the investment would, the people that did have money would invest in it, right? Because there'd be good money to be made in domestic manufacturing, because, our currency was getting less and less worthwhile. And so there'd be far more money in domestic manufacturing than purchasing things from other countries, right? And so people with a lot of money would lose a lot of money, but they'd gain a lot of it back by investing in domestic manufacturing. And, 10, 15 years later, we could be solvent again. That's what I want. I know it sounds horrible, but it's like at a certain point we have to rip off the Band-Aid. And I don't think we can maintain ever increasing debt and like this military might of toppling regimes every time they threaten to sell oil to China or Russia. Well, then
that's what I can agree with you. Then, if nothing else, I can agree with you on that. Like, 500,000 Iraq children. 500,000 Iraq children starving prime. That's the number he was talking about. Okay, yeah. Thank you for that, Alexander Wynn.
The best estimates I've seen is like 200,000 dead.
Yeah, I mean, I saw
starvation
numbers
numbers were by Saddam, yeah,
but it was huge. Yeah, a huge amount died, and that's from our previous conversation audience. But yeah, okay, so that's fair. I would agree with you there that like I don't want this petrodollar system. Sorry, actually, let me put I don't care about the petrodollar system. I care about our incentives, and our incentives at this point point us to military interventions, to destabilize countries, right? To maintain the order that you're talking about, right? If that incentive is leading us to those ends, then I want to change those incentives.
It's like I said before, like, I don't make any qualms about thinking the Muslim world would be like this renaissance where everything would be Dubai.
Yeah.
I think the ideology holds them back severely. even more so than our ideology, right?
But we knocked over several secular governments, right? So like it's hard to say that.
But what I'm saying, but what I would say is this: is that I don't think they would be nowhere near as far behind as they currently are. I think you'd have a few more players like Saddam Hussein, right, that kept them in check through authoritarian means and was able to have a relatively decent economy and currency. And then I think you'd have probably, several more Dubais, right? There wouldn't just be one Dubai. I think
Iran might be one of those.
Right. But I mean, because that's the thing is like, we don't even need their oil. We have all of the oil we need for 30 years here in America. And we have all of the nuclear technology to transition the oil. The real reason we keep using oil and gas is because we're invested in the petrodollar. You want to talk about solving climate change? I'm not a big proponent of like climate alarmism myself, but if you want to talk about solving climate change, we have to stop that, because that's what's keeping us from having green energy here, is because it's all fucking oil companies that get all of the subsidies for green energy, and they do little pet projects that are astronomically more expensive than they need to be, so that they can have big tax write-offs on them maintaining the oil industry, right? Like all of our government money that goes towards green energy just ends up back in the hands of oil executives. And it's like, you cut off that petrodollar, it's going to sting, it's going to hurt, and we're going to go through a depression. But what we'll see is an increase in domestic manufacturing and a big increase in solar, wind, and nuclear technology and getting off of oil, because the only real reason we're on oil is because we want to be in control of the game of oil.
But question, sorry, and I'm sorry, I'm keeping you way too long. I do apologize, friend.
I can do this all night when it's economics and shit like that. It's a different wheelhouse for me.
Okay, well then it seems like.
But I'm not gonna.
Okay, fair enough.
But I will take this question.
Okay. So. Like it seems like the collapse of like even if we are starting to go through a depression, the American market is still the American market, right? We would have a highly educated, less educated than before, but a pretty educated population.
Well, in terms of numbers, we beat like any European country, right? Like even if the quality of our education isn't quite as good as, let's say, Germany or Sweden, we have 330 million people here. Like we have, in terms of raw numbers, we have a fuck ton of college educated people that are able to work in that type of economy.
We have an infrastructure, right? Rotting and not as good as it should be, but still we have an infrastructure to do business. We have, data centers, access to like information technology on a level that like other countries can't compare to. So like
we also have natural resources that outstrip basically everybody except for people in Africa. Like we have an insane amount of natural resources. We
like America is a supercharged landmass. Like our country, supercharged in terms of positioning, right? Militarily, economically.
We have every biome.
Right.
That's the biggest thing is that, right? So I mean, we have deciduous forest. We don't have taiga and tundra, but we have everything else, right? We have deserts. We have deciduous forests. We have Great Plains. We have tropical areas, right? So, and because of that, we have the resources that are typically associated with all of those. We're very independent in our resources, but because we don't manufacture anything, we don't use them.
Yeah, so it seems like even within the context of a depression, right? Like it would be good business for people to trade with the United States, right? Like it would be
eventually, yeah.
So like
it's like a data, it's like a chip manufacturing facility doesn't happen overnight. You know what I mean?
Well,
when the stock market's crashing and we're like, don't worry, in 3 years, we'll have a really good chip manufacturer.
Well, I mean, we shouldn't have gotten away with Biden's plan there. I mean, I would agree. We should be building chips.
I disagree, but that's fine. I get it.
Of course, you're not going to like the way it's funded. Fair enough. But well, in any case, right, it seems like our country would be in a position to make this happen. I think you're agreeing with me here already, right? That like while it would hurt, America is like well placed to respond to such an event, right? Like
Yeah, no, I think it's pulling off the Band-Aid so we can heal the infection, right? Like, I genuinely think that America's ideology and culture and resources and capacity is one of the greatest in the world to be able to have a new renaissance. But it can't happen until you have to get rid of the infection. And the
What do you think
petrodollar
the
is a big part
military
of that
does in
infection.
that time, though? What do you think our military
What's that?
does? What do you think our military does in that time? What's the response? Because this military
I can tell you market incentives. I can't tell you what fucking politicians with the largest army in the world will do. I have no fucking clue.
I mean, don't you think they'd be responding to individuals, to market leaders, right? To market leaders who, I mean,
The problem is that if we get off of so the deal with Saudi Arabia is already done. Saudi Arabia isn't in a treaty that requires them to use the US dollar. They're just using it because we have the power and we're enforcing it by shit like Iran and things like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
But if we stop that, let's say we stop that, and in worst case scenario, US dollars like no longer traded in oil and they go to like yuan or something, or the euro, right? Or something else, right? Problem is like China's just waiting for our collapse to hit before theirs, because we're both in a similar situation for different reasons, right? We're both spread thin in terms of debt and capacity. Like, America is a paper lion or a paper eagle, and China is a paper tiger. Like, we're built on a house of cards of bullshit. But if we collapse first and they can swing in with the yuan, and then all of a sudden they can export their inflation, they can invade Taiwan while we're dealing with way too much shit. And they can do a lot in Africa as well. So the question of like, well, what do we do? And the thing that I fear is that about 8% of our bonds are like Chinese owned and things like that, right? We can just wipe away 8% of our debt instantaneously and back up our currency and boost domestic manufacturing by boosting weapons and going to war. One of the ways that you can solve inflation in the short term and artificially increase domestic manufacturing is to go to war. And so it wouldn't surprise me if we got away from all of that shit just to have World War III with China. So like, there's a lot of risk in all of these things. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have the right answers.
That was my question, right? Like, well, the military doesn't sit here. We have this military industrial complex that wants to do something. And as in response,
and they're losing money every day we're not at war.
Yeah, and good business is to just pick a person to fight, and China would be like, we'd have every reason to fight China at that point. It
also shores up domestic problems, right? So if we hit a Great Depression, people are going to start rioting.
Yeah.
Okay, but if China invades Taiwan and we go to war, all of a sudden, what can you do? Uncle Sam needs you. All of a sudden we get together. Rosie the Riveter has women in factories while the men are getting blown up in the fucking, in the South China Sea, now named the South American Sea. What I mean? Like it's an easy way to deal with civil unrest is to go fight a major superpower. And so like I don't deny that there's a huge risk that if we do that, not only do we face economic collapse, but we also could, because like it's a house of cards and we're at the top making sure it doesn't fall down. And when it falls, it's chaos. And when chaos enters, a whole bunch of power players are going to want to fight to be at the top of the new pyramid that gets built from the rubble.
So last thing, just a super chat. Alexander $10 says the general public wouldn't do well with a 20-year Great Depression. Yeah, I think the general. I mean, I don't know if it'd be 20 years, but it would be a significant depression. That I don't know how. Like, I'm curious what a society that has abandoned manufacturing the way we have, like almost across the board.
It's really hard to know.
Like, does that?
I mean, like typically depressions last 10 to 12 years at most. But that is just a historical thing about a completely different economy. It's like there's really no way to know. And of course, what the government does is going to deeply affected. You know what I mean? The Great Depression lasted so long because we instituted socialism under FDR. Like if FDR hadn't have instituted so much socialism, almost every economist, except for like severely left-wing ones, agree that he extended the Depression. But then it also depends on how you define the Depression, right? So some people claim that we were in a depression until 1945. Some people claim that we got out of the Depression by 1936, right? Because it's not like recession, which is like, 3 consecutive quarters of negative or flat GDP growth, right? A depression is harder to define when it comes out of like the gully. So yeah, there's a lot of what ifs, a whole lot of what ifs, but ultimately understanding all those what ifs and all that chaos, I feel like gives people, if at least you understand all of the possibilities, then you understand exactly why when I hear some Republican or conservative pundit be like, regime change wars don't work, it's like, you don't understand the game that's being played by the corporate elite. Like, you just don't get it. Like, you're just lost because you think success is defined by turning a country into a liberal democracy or some shit. And that's not how success is defined. Success is defined by creating devastation and death to such a degree that there isn't a country with enough significant power to go against Saudi Arabia. And Israel, obviously.
I absolutely fucking agree. I will leave it there.
Before I go, just really think about it, right? Just to understand the power that this influence has. Have you ever asked yourself, really, why in the fuck is Saudi Arabia and Israel never really at each other's throats? If Saudi Arabia is funding terrorism, which we know they are, and Israel is constantly engaged in what you may or may not define as terrorism against a host of Muslim peoples and different nations, and America is there in toppling regimes and doing things like that, why in the fuck are the three of us working together all the time? Why is it always one phone call and all of a sudden Saudi Arabia and America are cool again? How does that make any sense ideologically, religiously, politically? It only makes sense under one condition, which is that Israel, Saudi Arabia, and America have a vested interest in the petrodollar. That's it. That is the link. All of our economies and all of our power in the region and all of our political persuasions is all based upon that. Because there's no world absent that where Israel, Saudi Arabia, and America are friends constantly, despite all the other shit and shasty shit we're doing, that we're always a phone call away from resolving our disputes.
Okay. I mean, with the Saudi Arabia thing, I mean, it has to be. At the very
Sorry,
least.
you cut out with Saudi Arabia. What?
I mean, with what you said about Saudi Arabia, it simply has to be the case in terms of, I mean, right,
because they're ideologically, religiously, and everything opposed to Israel in every single way, and against us in every single way. And yet, for whatever fucking reason, they'll fund terrorism in Yemen. They'll fund it there, and then we're like, oh, Saudi Arabia needs some planes to do their terrorism, so we sold them some. And if you're living in this bubble that the conservatives seem to be living in, that like regime change wars don't work and liberal democracy, it's like, how the fuck do you square that with the fact that we help Saudi Arabia engage in weird terrorist shit?
I mean, I can't blame them because it was sold to them. Hey, that's the goal, right? The goal is to create other Israels, right? To create other quote unquote liberal democracies that will spread Western thought, in the region. So that's what they're looking at. But like you said, like it's a misdirection, severe misdirection.
It's an effective one. All right, brother. I'll see you around.
See ya. I'll read out to someone, not a girl. But someone not a girl. But actually I don't know what they identify as, but like someone who like sent me a kind message a long time ago. And they're a pretty big YouTuber and all that. Moderately sized YouTuber. So anyway,